I, Harshal Desai, on behalf of Elets Technomedia Private Limited and the Banking and Finance Post magazine, welcome you all to this wonderful 2 days conclave, which is being organized by Elets Technomedia Private Limited and the Banking and Finance Post magazine. This virtual congregation highlights the role of Chief Information Officers around several sectors and the need to diversify the same as per the evolving challenges and opportunity. I am really thankful to all the experts who have agreed to share their knowledge and expertise in this forum. We will see a number of panel discussion on both the days, which will have several speakers from different domains speaking on several subjects. Right from digital age of manufacturing, smart factories, digital manufacturing and artificial intelligence, to Atmanirbhar Bharat, and on the role of Indian manufacturing sector, we will have panel discussion on zero trust technologies and also how CIOs are uncovering the digital identity. We will have discussions around robotic process automation, artificial intelligence, and chatbots as well. We will also have a couple of fireside chats with some of the very renowned and expert people working in the BFSI and manufacturing sector in this 2 days conclave. We will have panel discussion on virtual reality, and we'll also have a panel discussion on how media and entertainment industry is working in this during this pandemic. This virtual conference is the next edition of the day one is divided into 2 parts. We will have panel discussion pertaining to manufacturing sector, and we will have panel discussion pertaining to the sector as well. The first panel discussion will be on the digital age of manufacturing, smart factories, digital manufacturing and artificial intelligence. And the second panel discussion will be on Atmanirbhar Bharat, the reshaping of Indian manufacturing sector. After that, we will have panel discussion on zero trust technologies and a panel discussion on how CIOs are uncovering the digital identity with robotic process automation, AI, and chatbots. We will also have fireside chat on embracement of new innovative products in the BFSI sector, and we will have a couple of technology presentations by corporates. They will end with a panel discussion on virtual reality, where a number of experts will be talking about how the transformation is happening into media and entertainment industry. This will be the day one. So now, to start the National CIO Virtual Conclave, I would like to invite Dr. Ravi Gupta, who is Editor-in-Chief, Founder, and Chief Executive Officer at Elets Technomedia Private Limited, for the welcome address. Dr. Ravi Gupta.
Namaskar. I'm Ravi Gupta. I'm CEO and founder of Elets Technomedia Private Limited. I welcome you all to the National CIO Virtual Summit. As we are aware that COVID-19 has impacted all the sections of the society in a big way, and all industries have been affected big time. And the role of IT has increased tremendously in last 5 months after the COVID-19 situation arose in India. And as many IT leaders have said, that the tremendous growth of IT, the tremendous usage of IT, which has happened in the last 5 months, no one had imagined that it will happen so fast. Someone said that what was imagined to be done in 5 years has happened in 5 months. And that may be exactly true. And this tremendous usage of IT by all sections of the society citizens, schools, hospitals, banks, FMCG, agriculture, highways, transportation. Nearly all sectors have dramatically increased the usage of IT. And in this situation, the role of the CIO has become more exciting and, of course, more challenging. To discuss about this excitement and, of course, the challenges, Elets has taken this step to organize this National Virtual CIO Summit. As you know, Elets is a 17-year-old organization. We have been publishing a magazine called Banking and Finance Post, e-health, e-governance, and also digital learning. There we have been discussing about role of IT in the banking sector, role of IT in health sector, role of IT in government sector, and role of IT in education sector. So in this today's session, we are going to talk about artificial intelligence. We're going to talk about cybersecurity, data center, cloud, remote working, mobility, and several other aspects. And I'm excited that Elets has been holding CIO summits. We have done manufacturing CIO summit earlier. We have done pharma CIO summit. We have done healthcare CIO summits. We have done education CIO summits. And of course, we have done government CIO summits. Lots of them. More than 300 conferences we have organized. Almost all top cities of India. We have reached out to even tier 2 cities, more than 100 cities in the country we have reached out. And also we have reached out to more than 15 countries outside India, Bahrain, Dubai, USA, UK, to several more countries. So I am very, very excited, and I am happy that you all are here and you are watching this. And I welcome you all to watch the next 2 days of excitement of listening to who is who of the CIO, CTO, and the IT industry of this country, where we are going to discuss our innovations, experiments, vision, strategies, challenges, and of course opportunities. With this, I, Ravi Gupta, again thank you and welcome you all. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ravi Gupta, for updating all the audience on Elets and its initiatives in the banking and finance sector. Now it's time for the next panel discussion, the first panel discussion of the day on the digital age of manufacturing, smart factories, digital manufacturing, and artificial intelligence. The panelists for this panel discussions are Mr. Nishant Rathi, who is the founder and director of Neosoft Technologies. He will be the moderator for this session. We will have Mr. Sharat Agrawal. He is head IT, JK Tire and Industries. We will also have Mr. Abhay Vakna, Chief Information Officer at Adani Wilmar. And we will also have Mr. Thangavel, Vice President, Elets Industries Limited. Thank you so much, all the panelists, for taking time out and participating in Conclave here in this virtual panel discussion. I now request Mr. Nishant Rathi to moderate the session. Over to you, Mr. Nishant Rathi. Thank you so much.
Hi, good morning to all. Welcome to a special edition in which the focus would be digital age of manufacturing, covering the entire gamut of smart factories, digital manufacturing, and artificial intelligence. We have a very experienced and good panelists available with us. So I'll request one by one all of them, starting from Mr. Gopi Thangalwal from Reliance Industries, to give a brief of themselves to the audience. Over to you, Mr. Gopi.
Thank you very much. I'm Gopi. I'm heading enterprise IT infrastructure for Reliance Groups, actually, Reliance Industries Groups. and more than 20 plus years of experience. Over to you, Mr. Nishant and Abhay.
Hi, this is Nishant Rathi. I'm the founder and director of Neosoft Technologies and Webworks. We run two main businesses, software development in Neosoft Technologies, where we take care of digital transformation, product development, and digitizing processes, and Webworks, where we run three main data centers across India: Mumbai, Pune, and Delhi. We've been involved with a lot of enterprise customers across India and internationally. And I believe this space is very hot, and I think it'll be a very good conversation. Good to have everyone.
Yeah. Good morning. I am Abhay, and I am handling business applications, which contributes a major chunk of work at our area. Basically, we have 17 plants and 18 tolling units. So that's where my focus is mainly on planning, manufacturing, logistic area. That's the core focus. Yeah.
Over to you, Mr. Rathi.
Right. I believe we have. So I've already introduced myself. I believe we have a few questions which we should start off with. So the first question that I'd like to ask Mr. Sharad is how relevant is the term digital manufacturing to all of us contextually? And we'll go around the panel, taking everyone's views and understanding how each of us has been affected, how it's impacted, how the COVID situation is helping us grow our businesses, or it's slowed down stuff, and how digitalization can really push that. So Mr. Sharad, over to you.
Okay, thank you. So actually, the digital revolution within manufacturing is going beyond operations now. Emerging digital technologies are transforming the world of manufacturing. So they are enabling more efficient processes and creating new value for industry, society, as well as the environment. So ideally, this is new tech for better impact. Manufacturing technology is not what it used to be a decade ago. It has changed. Companies can now improve customer experience, enhance growth opportunities by leveraging more modern technologies to respond to both the changing market dynamics in a timely and an appropriate manner. So digital manufacturing seems to be the way to go forward, and it would have more impact in terms of lesser manpower, more productivity, lesser cost, and overall giving more value to both the society and the business. That's my take on it.
Right. I think that's very, very relevant. And Mr. Abhay, could you give us your views?
From FMCG point of view or industry, any industry. Now the things are like, earlier the focus was more on if you say consumer electronic industry, where the focus was more on planning and optimization and cost reduction. Now that is one component which everybody needs to follow, but another is digital manufacturing, which is now we in our case also we have many plants. So some plants are very old, some plants are new. So there is a gap in the technology also. So objective is to move towards automation to improve efficiency, productivity, delays, or paperwork which is there unnecessary that can be easily removed. More focus is on the key, we have a refinery. So more focus is on getting the real-time informations of machines or electricity, water, gas, steam consumption. That is one area where we focus. Warehouse management is another area where it is if you have digital enabled, then you can reduce the within plant turnaround times of the truck. Another area is weighing bridge, where you find very it can be automated end to end. So reducing the barriers at different stages, people who are involved, reduce the fraud component or improve efficiency component. That's how we look at it. and that's how we have started our journey. And so multiple areas we are taking step-by-step approach to improve efficiency, productivity, and less dependent on third-party labors. That is the one area where we have realized that during core time you have to have all digitization in the place so that things work smoothly because of it.
Right. Yeah, I believe all the effort involved in transforming the process finally pays off, and you will see efficiency in every part of the business, right from warehousing to actual sales and digital deliveries and everything. So we've also been involved in a number of these transformation projects as a part of Newsoft Technologies, and we've seen customers transform their entire processes. So Gopiji, over to you. Please give us your thought.
Yeah, thank you. See, I believe it's a need of the hour. See, what we can say is you take any industry, either it's a standard oil and gas or pharmaceutical industry or any manufacturing, even in fact, JK Tires is a great example. You take any industry, the repeated jobs are any other jobs. If you look at it, either it's a temperature control or standard, whatever the procedures happening, the labor and the employee cost always go high every day. Last month his salary was some X, it's plus X plus 1, X plus 2, it will keep on increasing year on year. But if you look at the product cost, it will go down year on year. That's the beauty, and it is good for the consumers. But if you look at the industries, it is not that good for the industry. The reason is we have to think how to optimize, how to increase the productivity, how to do the minimum with maximum, all these things coming. So in that scenario, any repeated job, we have to go through the digital way. We don't have much choice. A simple example is you take a pharma, the cough syrup, before it was something around some 100 plus rupees. Now it's become 25 rupees. The same guy who was before was getting 5,000 rupees. Now his salary is 30,000 rupees. So how the company can survive? It's not impossible to survive. So only the way we have to go digitized. So the job need to be optimized. It doesn't mean we have to fire the people. It doesn't mean that way. We are talking about we have to upskill the employee and move into the next level. Wherever the repeated job, it will slowly fade away. That is what the take in whatever the language. Either we call it Industry 4 or digitizing or smart offices or smart home or smart industries, anything.
Yes, I think improving efficiency is probably the keyword over there. We've got to get people to improve their efficiency so that you can pay them more and they can do much more than what they were doing in their previous years as freshmen or as they were learning. So the next question we have here, what are the top trends in the area of digital manufacturing covering smart factories, digital manufacturing, and artificial intelligence? So AI is definitely the next big thing. I'll reverse the order this time. So we'll start with Gopiji.
Okay. See, if you look at it, it is kind of strange, to be honest, because in a way, if you look at it, we are talking about cloud and virtualization, which is started in 1970s by IBM long back. That time nobody is interested because nobody liked the share concept. Before, sharing is it's kind of hurting your ego, and it is a problem. People think I can afford my own data center, why I have to share with others? So people not comfortable with that. And now the trend is completely different. The same thing before, edge was very famous and edge faded away and industry started. Now again edge is coming back. If you look at even one Tesla car or one small, it's cell phone data center is running, one big unit is running in your own car. If you look at your small items, so edge is coming back again. So it is some kind of deja vu, I can see that. So the trend, it is nothing but it situation to situation varies. But if you look at that, but we cannot change in the overnight in any kind of situations. If you look at the people who's not ready for this pandemic, who never planned, which is never thought through that. You forget the pandemic, any kind of work from home kind of concepts, who would never think about that things. Then what happened? Definitely they are suffering a lot because they have to pay huge money to vendors, they have to huge money, and the employee experience go for a task. All these things happening. It's not nothing new. If you really look at it, it is always happened. You look at that many natural disaster or any industries area. Even the flood in Chennai is a great example. There was a disaster happen in Bangalore. There was issues happen in Delhi. If you look at even in Mumbai, there was a heavy rain and flood happened. And all these times, people used to work, work from home or optimize and work from certain areas. And some people set up the office in a way you have to sit in office to operate it. So that kind of things also happen. So people have to think about it and act on it, and it will never going to happen in overnight. That's all.
Right. I think the Tesla example is a very good example. And the fact that people are moving to the shared data centers, and it was that feeling of pride. I have my own data center and my own infrastructure, which has dramatically changed over the years. I mean, we've been in the data center business for over 20 years, and we've seen that dramatically change. We're back to the shared thing with the cloud. You're utilizing services which are shared. And in fact, Tesla has a plan where you will never need to own a car. You'll get it when you need it, and that's it. You don't need to own it, just pay per use. That's it. I'll go over to Abhayji. Please, your thoughts on this particular question. Please unmute.
So like when we say digital smart, digital manufacturing or artificial intelligence, what is important for artificial intelligence and all predictive method is a good quality of data, which is important. And if you have so in order to reach at that level, you have to ensure that your paperwork and those kind of things are removed, and more of the automation takes place at shop floor level. I will just give you example of truck turnaround time within the plant. Like it was manual, the time taken is very high. Once you automate the steps and you identify where are the gaps, then it helps you to improve efficiency, reduce the turnaround time, and you can in the same time frame you can have more trucks at the plant level. Okay, that was one example which we did it. Another thing is what we are talking about is now paperless plant or warehouse office. So e-bidding process of trucks are there, which can be fully automated. Indenting truck movements in the plant, that is one area where we have focused, and we found there is a huge amount of improvement. Why I'm saying e-bidding is the reverse bidding process, which help company to reduce per ton cost. So that's another way of digitization that we have done some of the places. Another key area which we focus was, or everybody needs to focus, is on the high cost of the raw material or the processing cost. Which are the things which you can improve? You identify what are your key bottlenecks in the process, or which are contributing high to the cost. Say example, electricity, water, gas, steam is in our case. So how do I reduce? How do I automate that process? Give alerts, warning to my shop floor guys, so that before anything goes high or high consumption happens. So these are the things which we automated. We found that there is a benefit in that, and management, we in the sense management realized yes, there is value in that, and then we expanded to other plants. Same is the case of, say, operational efficiency. We say yes, we are running at this particular capacity our plant, but OEM vendor says it should be running at some capacity, but then you realize that there is a lot of paperwork, and then you find that it is very difficult to analyze. So what we moved is one is edge-based data collection and doing operational efficiencies of these plants. What are the possible reasons? Your efficiency might be less because of labor not available, raw material not available, plant maintenance is any plant, or warehouse space is a constraint. There can be n number of which help us to analyze and focus on improving the efficiency of, even if it is 1%, it is good for us actually. Same is the case we did for truck turnaround time, unwind wages. These are some of the examples which we are already working. We have worked. Predictive maintenance of critical machines is another area where now the sensors and technology is so simple that the data is collected based on sound, temperature, pressure, and then you can do real-time analytics, give alert warning that this machine is going to be down in some time, or so that somebody can look. So these are the areas how we have focused, and we are moving in that direction. But it's first you do pilot, then move, and then realize the benefits, show benefit, and then move forward. It's not that it is a simple step and you move it. That is what we are finding.
Right. Those are very relevant examples. I'm sure the audience will be able to relate to those. Thank you so much. Sharadji, over to you.
Actually, the ideas behind the same have been very well captured by both Gopi and Abhay. So I'll go to the softer aspect. So what I personally feel is that in the coming times, the type of economy would change. It will become a sharing economy owing to smart, because even our KRAs, KPIs, goals are smart as we fill our goal sheets every year. So everything needs to be smart. Probably the distinction between Reliance, JK, Adani would blur, and we would be sharing and trying to get benefits out of what we can do together. So that's the first trend that can emerge out of digital. Second would be everything as a service, which is XaaS. Everything can be available to anyone as a service, and the work and the people can be working from anywhere. Crowdsourcing, and they won't be sort of tied to work for a single company. So they would be sort of doing a contractual agreement with multiple providers, and they would be rendering their services from their home. So remote working from anywhere. These are the three software trends that I see emerging out of this digital aspect.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's very relevant. We've also seen the same trend. Also, having the right partner to help you or take you through the journey of your entire digitalization process is most important. So we'll move to our next question. People, process, and technology. What is the individual contribution of each of these in the entire equation? Of moving from to the digital era in the organization. I believe I should add one more, and that is how important is a partner or your technology partner in the entire process. So we'll start with Abhayji this time.
Yeah. So like no, all when you say three, but I feel there are like five things which you always needs to consider. That is like man, machine, method, money, and measurement. That is what we are lacking actually. Measurement is nothing but KPIs. KPIs need right. What are the key KPIs to be measured? Like it depends on the business directions or like gaps or a fee. So that for me, that the measurement component is critical. Once you have measurement component, then okay, what data needs to be measured, from where to capture. Is it manual? It is man dependent or machine dependent, or my process itself is very long. So my personal take on is that we need to have very clear KPIs, how to, and we have to do backtrack how to get the data. Basically, ultimately, if the data is manual, then there are chances of error. If you are keeping manual logs, there are issues. You don't know, people manipulate or whatever. So in end, you have to go to the digital, where at each step data is correct, captured automatically, so that the data is not disturbed actually for measurement and KPI monitoring. Actually, that is one component which I feel is the one where we are focusing on. When we say man, then the best question is, if I give decision making tool to them or AI or predictive, that is nothing but a machine suggested output which helps him to take better decisions. So that's one area where if we go for any prediction or AI or ML, AI basically, or prediction, so that helps you in better decision making. Same is the case with machine also. You can do better prediction if you have right data, real-time data of machine, services, repair, downtime can be reduced. So that is how we look into this. When you say digitization, the methods or process which is used, you have to optimize it and reduce the number of steps so that we can do it more easily. And in end, what matters is time to market. That is nothing but money. How quickly I realize my money by reducing the inventory cost, turnaround time, movement time. Those are the things which we look. And say example of warehouse. We have large warehouse at different places. The objective was to find out, we are having multiple SKUs. Where is it stored? How much is the quantity? Which batch? First in, first out. So those, for that we moved into augmented reality at the depot level, which help the depot person, okay, this is the location from where I have to pick the material, how much is the stock, which batch. So these are the some of the steps. And another was the transportation planning, where you can do better price prediction of the particular route for a particular period, where we have used ML to identify, okay, what will be the pricing component in that, and better negotiate with the vendor. So these are some of the things which we have done in digital or in workflow, but it is a journey. You have to step by step, you have to do, because all depends on the maturity of the organization and the change management component.
Right. Yeah, I completely agree. The KPIs are most important because, like you said in your previous example, that you implemented in one section, and if it's successful, you replicate it across the organization. So definitely, the KPIs are one of the most important criteria, and management looks at that, looks at the reporting, and sees the savings and the money saved, the money invested, and is able to relate and create that equation. Sharadji,
one more point. Another point
yeah.
which I am finding is now management is not ready to wait for 6 month, 8 month, 9 month project. They want some result in 8 to 10 weeks. Okay, so that's where we have to change by doing pilot project and speedy implementation.
Yeah, short term. Yeah, short term projects. Absolutely. Yes, Sharadji, please.
Yeah. So actually, what I believe that all these three arms of the so-called golden triangle are equally important: the technology, process, as well as the people. So, but if we try to sort of prioritize and see, so technology is the enabler, is at the base, and it is being used to improve a process, to digitize a process, which would give better control and better productivity per se. But the most critical part is managing people, taking control of the change management, to remove the fear out of the people that if digital comes, their job is at stake. So this is something that we have to very carefully tread and take people along. Only then digital transformation, the concept of a smart factory, use of AI for banal work, for day-to-day work, would really be beneficial. And as clearly elucidated by Mr. Abhay, that what management is not concerned about what technology are using, how are you improving the process, but what they're looking at is concrete numbers, be it in the top line or at the bottom line. So combined together, all three have to be taken along. That's my take, Nishant.
Thank you. Gopiji,
Yeah.
Please, your thoughts.
See, the PPT model, I think it's around in the world since 1960s onwards. When you look at that, the intention of PPT model, what they are saying, still they are trying to figure out. They're saying Bosch is the one who invented this PPT model, and the reason for PPT model is to have three different outcomes. Efficiency, speed, and meeting the expectations or exceed the expectations. This is the three outcomes. Is it really happening or not? That is the one thing. So when you look at it, that's where later stage, in the 90s, Levitt come with the diamond model. It is called Levitt diamond model, which is he modify that. The purpose is he believed that is the change is the only thing bring the organization in control. He call it change is the center. Then the diamond model is nothing but again people, technology, and tasks, then structure. He believed that these four dimensions, each will bring the efficiency within the organization. So from the best out of the golden triangle, he converted into four dimensions. So normally we used to study in these things in MBA kind of things, but the entire intention to bring the change within the organization. Either see, you imagine that you have a beautiful people and everything, your structure is screwed up. You can't do anything. Even you cannot buy a single screw out of it. And even you decided wonderful technology, and the guy you cannot do anything about it. And even the guy is not efficient, then he cannot propose the right. If the structure is not there, there is no governance mechanism. You cannot do anything about it. All these things, it's a four dimension. And end of the day, even if you look at it, 90% or 100%, anything. More than projects, we use operations. Operation is nothing but set of tasks. And a lot of continuous tasks is called operation, projects, like a start date with the end date. But when you look at the task, if you're designing properly, along with the people connecting with the technology, and the technology connecting with the proper structure in the organization, it will bring the change. all connected with that dimension. That is what the overall take. Unless otherwise, it's going to be a task. I think that one thing I have a difference. For example, each one will have a different view on whatever it is. If you look at it, you ask each individual in the organizations. You go to the Tata groups or Reliance group or Adani groups or any other groups. If you go there, they will say only one thing. If you ask them what is digital, even within our own team, you ask them what is digital. Each one will come up with their own story. Because one time we had a big debate, and so many experts are there. Gardner, Forrester, the big gang was there, and we are asking what is digital. They said you have to convert your SAP into digital. They said SAP is self-for digital. Then they said no, you have to move this, and you are doing paperless. Okay, are you talking about paperless? So each one getting into multi-confusions. Then we said, okay, let's agree what is digital first. Then we can move towards the journey. Then each one come up with their own framework, and finally, more or less close to that, it's fit into one concept, which is we are almost 80% alike, even not 100%, at least 80%, which is the SMART, the social, analytical, mobility, and overall things, right? So when I look at that, the cloud. So when I look at the overall things, either your company have to be in a socially, we have to, without social, nothing is there. Right now, any big companies you have to be part of the social, and are we able to socializing? Are you able to communicate to the world? You have a right platform for that, right? Then it's mobility. Without mobility, our 70% of the people, they are doing the jobs by mobile, either replying in mobile or even they are doing unofficially WhatsApp. Still, they will talk about office, or even one small task, they will create a group WhatsApp and they will chat each other. Even you have a Microsoft Teams or Google or any other technology available, still people does it, right? Mobility is playing a huge role. And everything, whatever you are connecting, again, analytical is the big place of things. Without analytical, you cannot move. You don't know what is your sales. You don't know what is happening. And without analytical, we cannot we don't know, even IT also, we don't know how many incident happen, how many change happen, how many problem ticket happen, how many request happen. We have no idea unless the analytical piece is in place. Are we doing good or bad? At least we need analytical. So analytical ready, that is digital, right? So then finally it is coming to the cloud computing. Cloud is not just moving here and put it cloud. So it is really workable. Is it really making sense for the organization? Because everyone does, so I have to do. Not like that, right? So right now the pandemic, it is everyone understands that how cloud is very much important. Because sending one guy with one hardware, getting a hardware is itself a problem. And they need to go to the quarantine for 14 days or 7 days, whatever the state they are belonging. Then again, by the time you are reaching, the server is already gone case, right? And the efficiency playing again role. So that's why the PPT, I think it is important. But end of the day, we have to go to the next level, which is we are moving towards that. That's what I believe.
Right. You're absolutely right. The trends change for digitalization across every 2 to 3 years, depending on how technology is progressing and how we've got to innovate and get better. We believe people play the most important role. If you have a cartwheel, you will find a majority, I would say 35% would be people who play an important role in implementing the process, accepting the technology, and making sure that there's digital success in the organization. So we'll move to our next and very interesting question. Or rather, it's not a question, I'd like to hear your thoughts and maybe some examples of what you've seen in the digitalization at this point in time. So I'd like to hear on innovative ideas which you heard maybe a few years ago, which today have been implemented and are successfully running and in operation as digital factories or digital manufacturing or smart factories, if you may call them, which were concepts, but today we've got them in implementation. So the warehousing is definitely one of the examples which Abhayji mentioned. I'd like to mention one example of what we've done for one of the largest fabric manufacturers. They have an entire digital factory where if you ordered their product online, it would be rolled out, cut, packed, everything automated by robots. And we were fortunate to be a part of that implementation. So we'll start with Sharatji this time. Please, your thoughts, some examples for our audience.
Yeah, sure. So one of the things that we all as planners have been discussing is about the batch size. So the ultimate goal of any planner is to be able to respond in time to the batch size of one. So whenever you, me, or my colleague friend orders for anything, only then it's manufactured. So that's the ultimate aim of having a connected supply chain and a smart factory. So just to start with, I'm taking some of the examples for JK Group. We started additive manufacturing, 3D printing as it is called, some time back. And because there were certain things which were taking more than 6 months to being ordered, and to order the molds and then get the first prototype of the tires. So now we are able to do it very quickly in a week or two only. Another thing is something about predictive manufacturing, which is actually has been put to use. And I have seen a prototype of a factory, of a tire factory, which would not have even 5% of the workforce that we currently have. It's completely having robots doing things, and the handovers from section, because tire is a multi-section. It's a mix of process plus discrete manufacturing. There are multiple sections, about 10 to 20 stations where the item passes on. So that sounded very interesting, but yes, we will have to be very conscious of the investments we are making and the outputs we are getting. And apart from that, as one of us mentioned, that Tesla is working on a different league together. So there can be, still there's time that we see the real benefits coming out of smart factories. But these were some of the examples that I quoted from my own stable. So I think Gopiji probably would be able to shed more light and give more ideas and discuss with us what all he has seen.
Yes, Gopiji, your thoughts. We'll jump to you straight away.
See, I can tell you one trick, and what we learned from that. My previous bosses, they because I was part of certain acquisitions, merger and acquisition team. So I asked a fundamental question: how I know that? Whatever the questionnaire we have a wonderful people like Delay, Gardner, so many gangs are there, KPMG, and everyone is there. They can, of course, they are going to help us like anything. But I asked them, how I know that the company is doing good or bad? How I know that? But outside looking beautiful, and suddenly we are hearing some news in newspaper and magazine. How I know that? He told only two things, two mantra, two things. You just look at the company wherever you are going, you're going for the carrying the company. Just look for the two things. One is supply chain, another one is ITT. That's it. He said, you will know the company strength. I said, how is it relevant? Supply chain, all the company have. So the thing is, supply chain is nothing but how they are procuring, how they are selling. All these things happening in the supply chain only, even if it is a manufacturer or is it any kind of pharma. Because I seen in my own eyes certain things like some people buy something without the proper analytical projections. For example, this month the sales is $1 million, just for an example, or 1,000 rupees in a target. So, but he got an order only for 200 rupees. Then what happened? He will reschedule and restructure that projection into 200 rupees, and you will say, I achieved 100%. In a way, if you always look at that, it's everything is green because they achieved against the target. It's very simple as that. So when you look at that, okay, I got the 100 rupees order. Now I want to give it to them. So the raw material, whatever he imported, based on that situation or whatever the tax, he may purchase for 25 rupees instead of he's supposed to be, but he's selling for only less than 25 rupees for the market. So the raw material itself 25 rupees. So the visibility, the digital bring the greatest visibility in the world, because people knows what exactly how they are buying, when they are buying, what season the rate coming down, what season going high, when the demand is high, when the supply is getting pick up. It's so beautiful, and we are able to track it. Second is IT. You look at any company, IT technology. Are they surviving with the more than 3-year-old hardwares? Are they keep refreshing? And how is the netbook reflecting on their IT assets? And what are the things, technology, they are keep upgrading themselves? It doesn't mean they are keeping old technology. It doesn't mean they are bad. Even I know there is a Warner Brothers gang, which is my friend. He told me he's still keeping the oldest SAP, the oldest one. The reason is that either Good, Bad, Ugly or Million, the few dollars more, or that movie, even still you are watching Netflix, they have to pay some rent, the royalty to that, Eastwood family. and he's saying, I'm not able to migrate. So that's where the technology coming to the place without touching and migration. We put a microservices top of it. That's it. You stay wherever you are. I put top of that technology, like a microservices kind of technology, and I can pull the data, I can push the data still. So when you look at that overall things, that's how the digital and whatever the platform we are talking about, bringing the transparency, bringing the efficiency, bringing the speed, and without damaging it, we are able to migrate and using it. Without migrating it also, we are able to still using it. That's why a lot of open platform come into the picture. Before you want to do something, always you have to, if you are a SAP guy or an Oracle person or any other technology, you have to go and bring that OEM and vendors customize simple workflow. Now you no need to do that. You can simply put an open source. Either you put an analytical mean, Zoom data, or superset, or many other things. Create one thing, and you can keep that source data as a simple database to pull and push whatever you want. So that the greatest legacy is going away, fading away. And I think it's the greatest thing I can see that in the trend or innovation way, if you look at it.
Yeah, I think data will play a very important role in decision making. A lot of it will be visible to everybody. So people who are unaware, ignorant will now suddenly be seeing humongous amount of data. It has to be planned in the right way, and it will definitely benefit organizations. So Abhayji, over to you. Your thoughts, I believe, is on a call. So, Abhayji, can you hear us? No, I think he's still on a call. Anyway, so the idea being, I think, very well said in terms of manufacturing for what is required. Also, Sharadji, you mentioned that manufacturing tires that are only needed. So once you have an order, only then will you place it. Yes, Abhayji, your thoughts on some ideas of stuff that has been implemented.
So mainly like we are implement, like we are also in the pilot mode, or like we have identified, based on the earlier communication, that we identified critical constrained area, constrained points, like predictive maintenance was one, operational efficiency, real-time monitoring of utilities, gas is one component, video analytics at the plant level, where a person should not go to the particular area, but then he goes and accident happens. So this is one way of where the plant head, supervisor, concerned person. Then end-to-end supply chain was the one where we are already working. And collaboration with the vendor was the one thing, like multiple raw material vendors are there. How do you streamline that process and automate, and so that the manual work is reduced and more of a process driven, or like MRP driven work starts. And another, like for raw material, we moved to like to reduce the stock outs and all this. We started with the EDI, where the based on automatic replenishment consumption model, the purchase orders and all these are that's where these are the areas where we did the efficiency improvement at the plant level. Apart from real time getting the data of SCADAs, PLCs, sensors, and then doing analysis on the cloud, that is one component which we have started. So there are multiple areas, but you have to start based on your business criticality and pain point, and then work on that. So that helps. Otherwise, it is ocean. Where do you start? Where do you end? Nobody knows. What you want to measure, that is, or the change management which happens, nobody knows. So what we started with the critical pain points and then doing the reverse.
Okay, thank you so much. I want some comments on security concerns in the smart factory, so that our audience can get an idea of, okay, I've done an implementation. What do I expect? What all do I have to implement? Do I have to invest further in security? What are your thoughts on that? We'll start with Sharadji this time.
So thank you, Mr. Rathi. Actually, these digital times are trying times. So I read somewhere a post by a blogger. He said that had I been a hacker, so this would have been the best time for me. I would have been able to sort of take control of anyone's pacemaker and ask for any amount of ransom that I would have needed. So yes, whenever so we used to in school times we used to write essays on science. Is it good or bad? Vigyan Vardhan ya Abhishap. Hum lekha. So there used to be times. So yes, everything has got two sides, good side and the bad side. So we have to be very much careful about the security, because we do take care of the IT security, but OT security normally is a bit lagging, and it can be hacked, as we have seen some of the cases and some of the plants getting hacked. So just assume that if somebody is having a malified intention, he can just barge into your network and take control of your machine instead of letting you produce what you want to. It's getting it diverted, it's changing the recipe. So security is a major criteria in this words where IT and OT are getting merged, and we have to be very careful. There used to be times in which we used to say that for OT, what we are doing, we are keeping it in a separate segregated network which is not accessible from outside, but that doesn't hold true anymore. So now it has to be equally taken care of from perspective of security.
Yeah, from data migrating to the cloud, security is a very important aspect that definitely has to be, well thought of before you do the implementation. Because, like you said, pacemaker, if somebody else controls it, he's controlling your life. So the factory is controlling so many lives. Gopiji, your thoughts?
Yeah. So I put this case into two different cases. One is the end user computing piece cases, another one is the computing cases. Okay. When I look at the two segments, when I look at the computing segments, it is like learn and learn. That's the main thing is coming to the picture. You may think, how is it relevant here? It's relevant because you look at the any companies, firewall or any design or even the application in that case. We always go and deploy new things, but we never get rid of the old things. We keep it. I don't know. It is like the old government saying, destroy everything but keep a copy, they will say. So in a way, we never delete anything. Even you look at any kind of data or any kind of systems, we continue to have the legacy, but we don't know the reason for it. Same thing, you go to the firewall. I know majority company having a 3,000 or 4,000 firewall rules, which is the day when the company created the firewall rules created, and still they are keeping it. Nobody knows why. Actively, they may use some less than 50 firewall rules, but actually they will keep some 3,000, some thousands of rules. Nobody knows. So what is happening? That is one of the biggest black hole there, and that's the main thing to learn and unlearn things. Which is whatever we learn, we have to unlearn and start look fresh. Start look fresh on the each devices. What are the things? It is like a new guy coming to the company. What he will do? He will look fresh. He will look each and everything. Why is there? What is there? Similarly, the reimaginations, revisiting things, it's supposed to be happen within the organization, which is failing. And second is IoT. It is not IoT anymore, or IIoT also. I can give you the simple example of Taiwan. What happened? How they are saving lives actually, because it's one of the amazing case study when we talk to our colleagues and friends. They have a watch system which is enabled GPS, including in a GPS in your smartwatch, and it is all connected in the local nearest database, and database is connected to central database. So the local system, what is happening, your pulse is getting reduced. Either your pulse is increasing highly or your pulse is reducing it. What will happen? It will give an alert to the people, which is the nearest hospital or nearest ambulance people. So what happened, even in case of low pulse, they fainted. Still, they can go and find that guy exactly within less than 15 minutes, and they will take him to the hospital. And the golden hour, they are able to save the lives. So that's why Taiwan is so advanced in the medical system, and they are able to so much successful in this pandemic situation as well as the previous situation. Also, they are able to handle much better. And it is really saving live case. The live case where they are able to do that. Similarly, there is so many cases we can give example. But the thing is, imagine that the database got compromised, or something has happened, or something has happened which is completely non-retrievable, non-traceable. We are in soap actually. So the data security, and if you look at anybody's budget, as per the standard industry standard, You're supposed to spend 3% of your revenue to the IT and 1% for the security buying. That is the industry standard. But if you look at any company, they never spend 3% for IT. They spend for 1% of IT or less than that. So you can understand security, how much they will spend. So they will keep buy the things. Even you go to the cloud, they will say only one thing, cloud is cheap, right? Second is, if it is cheap, can I just host it? And we know that the biggest giant in the cloud companies, the ransomware attacked and 3,000 server completely destroyed, more than 3 times. And people started to ask questions. Why? I put it in cloud. It's supposed to be safe and secure. Why it's destroyed? They simply said, I'm giving you space and I'm giving you service, which is shared. Security, you're supposed to enable it. I cannot change your password. That is your company policy. And you are keep opening RDP port. You are opening everything, whatever you want. And you are asking the data center hosting guys for everything. If I started to protect your company policy, or if I started to rule your policy, which is then it is like they are taking over IT. It is not the case. So the biggest problem is the lack of understanding. Even the powerful CIO, CTO, I is really surprised. This many, when they buy cloud services, they buy only the certain services. They will not buy the entire package, which is really required. So they want to show that they are successful migrations, and they want to show that they saved cost, all these things. But actually, they will compromise the security. That is a surprising thing. But later they will learn the lesson in a hard way, or they will say, okay, last 1 year nothing happened, so why I have to worry, kind of thing. So I believe that the computing piece playing a huge role. That is one portion of it. Second is end user computing piece. That's the painful, that's directly impacting your user experience. When you look at the user experience, you may have around more than minimum 6 agents. Maximum, I know the company who having it 11 agents. I know the company who having 11 agents. So what is happening? You buying even 8 GB memory or 16 GB memory, doesn't matter. You are already killing the system. And what you will do, you want to encrypt the hardware disk, and you want to ensure that your gateway is secured, HIPS is there, antivirus is there, n number of things. You are adding like if you are at a NAC, then NAC agents will be there. If you are adding any other thing, so you know what I mean. So many components, they keep adding it. Finally, your primary job, what's supposed to be, you will lose the primary job, and you started to focus so much for the end user computing for no reason. So that's what I used to give example, and we are doing the same way. If you look at the Facebook, that's what I used to say. If you are using Facebook or any other social media, that guy asking you to do this, install the antivirus, otherwise I will not give you service. Or you need this browser. No, they don't care. Whatever you have a Pentium machines, or you have this machine or this browser or that one. They don't care which operating system. You have antivirus, you don't have antivirus, or you fully virused your system. They don't care. So we're supposed to move in that direction and stop protecting the end user computing piece. Protect everything in the computing piece. That's the right goal. And in a way, and even look at that the pandemic, I know the people who's suffering a lot in the manufacturing and other area because of few network technology they didn't invest, like SDN and NAC and these kind of services, when they fail to deploy. And now they want to do only one simple VLAN settings. They cannot do, because of the situation is like that. They need engineer to do. They need switch need to be connected. And one small issue, it will spread everyone, because they will route and flat network will be enabled. That is a disaster in the manufacturing. If you go to many majority manufacturing, I know the manufacturing who having a CCTV integrated with your data network, integrated with your SCADA is able to see, and some guy from PA system able to monitor. Security guy can monitor, and at the same time your IT operation also running the parallel. So what happened? If one small incident, it will damage the entire network, and that time it's a recovery become a challenge. We waste so much human resource and time, money, everything, only because of this kind of planning and this kind of things. So it is important to get out of the ego, of course, whatever we have, and consult with others, and what the industry is going and best practice. Maybe something is applicable to some company, may not applicable exactly here, but it doesn't mean we have to just left out everything. And what is need to be done, we have to do that. So end user computing piece, security, we have to minimize as much possible as long as we are able to go towards the BIOD concept. Otherwise, we will spend a lot of time. Our computing piece also, we have to move on with very clarity on learn and unlearn concept. Then only we can move towards that. Otherwise, we always go into that battle, and people always busy for no reason.
Right. Thank you so much for those thoughts. I think we have just about a minute left. So I want your quickly, we'll just do a 10, 15 second, wrap up. Are we ready for this? Should we be taking it in small steps? 10 seconds thoughts. And thank you so much for, the time and your experiences that all of you have shared. It's been a great learning for me, and look forward to meeting you in better times. So Abhayji, we'll start with you.
Like first and foremost is there is no option. Like we have to change. Company needs to go to digitization step by step. Whether they it all depends on the culture or change management, which can be done in the company. So it's better to go step by step. Get the
I think you've gone on mute.
So that's what I feel, that we have to go in step-by-step manner. And if it is like we have done that for a couple of all projects, that we go step by step, win the confidence, the business owns the solution or technology which we are implementing, and they see the result and they recommend. So that is the approach we follow
here. Right. Thank you so much for your time today. Sharadji, please go ahead. Sharadji?
Honestly, I would like to agree with Abhay. Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes.
So what I'm saying that I would like to agree with Mr. Abhay, but need of the time is disruption. Means yes, we have to take steps specifically in the manufacturing domain at the plant level, but there are certain areas wherein we can go for big leaps. I'll give you one more example. So we have started our digital claims journey, in which if you have a bad tire, you go to your dealer, a JK tire dealer. He will just click 3 photographs, and the AI ML engine will give you the result disposition. So the tire replacement happens within 10 minutes. The turnaround time, which earlier was 4 to 5 days, has moved to 10 minutes. So there are some processes where we have to leapfrog. But yes, as an overall strategy, we will have to go step by step.
Thank you. Yes, Gopiji, final words.
Yeah. See, one thing is there is no Big Bang means there is a Big Bang, no doubt on it. But at the same time, everything cannot be Big Bang, because certain things, even in our goal also 60, 30, 60, 90 days, any new guy coming in. Similarly, when you look at it, organization always have a low-hanging fruits and as well as the Big Bang. So the low-hanging fruits, how fast we are able to solve it. So there is a simple mantra is fail fast, fail quickly. Even you are failing it, but make it fast. So that is the only thing I can say, that, we, whatever the low-hanging, that is why people say, if I go with the big giant companies, if it is a large project, it makes sense to go with the biggest giant company. If it is a short project, makes a lot of sense with the startup companies. So what happened, sometimes we cannot risk many things with the quick startup for the biggest, largest millions of dollar projects, in a quick way. So what has happened, we looking for a way, first let's do it in a quick win or low-hanging fruits, and whatever the need of the hour, we have to do it. And even we fail, let's fail quickly. And second is what needs to be done, let's do it in a large way. Of course, you have to have either agile way, scrum way, whatever the methodology we are talking about, we have to do it in that way. So, but we have to do it, of course we have to do it.
Thank you, everyone. It's been a great session, and look forward to meeting you in person in better times. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nishant Rathi, for moderating the session very well. I also thank all our panelists, including Mr. Sharad Agrawal, Head IT, JK Tires and Industries, Mr. Abhay Bapna, Chief Information Officer at Adani Wilmar, and Mr. Gopi Thangavel, Vice President, Reliance Industries Limited. I thank you all for this wonderful panel discussion. Now we move ahead, and I'll invite other panelists and moderator for the next panel discussion, which is Atmanirbhar Bharat, the reshaping of Indian manufacturing sector. This panel discussion will be moderated by Mr. Karthik Sharma, governance vertical at Elets Technomedia Private Limited. And I also invite our wonderful speakers for this panel discussion, Mr. Jayanta Banerjee, Group Chief Information Officer at Tata Steel Limited, and Mr. Ashwin Prajapati, Chief Information Officer at Symphony Limited. Over to you, Mr. Karthik Sharma.
Hello, everybody. Today, we are interacting with two of the top leaders in digital sector of two of the top companies which are from India, headquartered in India, but doing wonders across the world. Today, I am very happy to welcome our panelists for this session. I welcome Mr. Jayanta Banerjee, the Group CIO of Tata Steel Limited. Welcome, Mr. Jayanta.
Thank you.
And yes, and I also welcome Mr. Ashwin Prajapati, the Chief Information Officer of Symphony Limited. Welcome, Mr. Ashwin.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so this panel discussion is on a very important topic and a very burning topic in today's times, and which is Atmanirbhar Bharat. So in these COVID times, when even the world is facing this COVID-19 pandemic crisis, similar with India. So at that time, our Prime Minister has given a program or sort of a mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So the discussion is on that will this program be reshaping the Indian manufacturing sector also. So we have two giants with us of manufacturing sector from India. So it will be great to know from them and to discuss with them how Atmanirbhar Bharat can reshape the Indian manufacturing sector. So my first question will be from Mr. Jayanta. Mr. Jayanta, I would like to ask the same thing from you, that you know about this Atmanirbhar Bharat mission. Self-reliance is being now the need of hour, mentioned by our Prime Minister, and also the country is following it. So I would like to ask you that as many people say that maybe Make in India was not a good success, but this Atmanirbhar Bharat can be a better success than Make in India. So what is your view on that, on India being self-reliant, especially in terms of manufacturing sector, and especially in terms of digital format? So please, your views, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. No, thanks. Not to draw any comparative between both initiatives or any initiative for that matter. But Atmanirbhar Bharat or any self-reliance, fundamentally, if you look at it in my view, is dependent on two aspects. One is that an individual, in this case a citizen, an individual or a group, a corporate or anybody, a country, to be able to take decisions on their own. That is one fundamental, if you just go down to the bottom of it. The second aspect is that once you have taken a decision, the access to the means to execute on that decision. These are two fundamental aspects of self-reliance, if you just really look at Atmanirbhar. Now today that is possible because the ability to take decision has enhanced multifold because of availability of data. If you look around today in the digital economy and the digital world, today there is so much of data that we are dealing with, so much of information that we have. Now, if you have access to the right information at the right point in time, and with the right analytics, if you will, we will be able to have a much more informed decision than if it is not there. That is the first part. The second part of it is with obviously the investments that have already started showing up on the digital India side. that there is a lot of application, there is a lot of integration, there is a lot of focus on the ease of use when you go into a particular portal or a particular application. This whole application is something that is very important, and integration will be a very key aspect. So, and if you even go down further, the investments in connectivity has to be enormous investment in connectivity, right? So the whole focus on digital has to be built on how fast and how well you are building the infrastructure. How are you connecting? How are you securing that connection and the data? That is a cyber security. And then how are you creating apps and application on top of it so that things are integrated and the usability is very, very easy. And then you can access into those applications to do what you want to do. So this whole aspect of availability of data at the right time and the availability of the right applications secured, that is very critical. And that is happening with the investments that are there. And I think substantial investment needs to happen. And mostly in the rural sector, I think there's a lot of connectivity and all the stuff that needs to go in. As I always say, that you should not build cars where there are no roads. You should build roads instead, right? And that is where I think we have to make the right investment, focus on the infrastructure, and then automatically the other things will follow.
Right. So right investment and focus on infrastructure and availability of data. I think you focused on right points. Ashwin, I would like to know from you, how do you see this concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat from your point of view?
Yeah, agreed to Jayanta what he was speaking, that Atmanirbhar Bharat and digital transformation, both things, if you see, it goes hands to hands. Like, because see, we have been talking about digital transformation and buzz of digital transformation since last couple of years. But what we are finding that, that today's time or today, when any see why digital transformation was not so successful in past, because the, as you say, ease of doing business or available technology or available right talent. Now you see, when you talk about digital transformation, you have a right talent with you, you have a right infra with you. So it is a question, it's a question of motivating people to adopt or to start digital transformation, like digital or technology, like today, because if you recently see couple of last 2 years of time, now most of the things comes on app. Like if you want today, even starting from morning milk to the dinner, you all your functions you can manage through the technology, or so that way what I would say that now when it comes to Atmanirbhar Bharat, it is more like how is we are providing to start any to start this transformation. As Jayanta said rightly, like if you see today, we are talking about connecting many remote village through fibers. Now this is the point where once they start connecting, or once this infra is built, in that much time, this the digital transformation would go. So this is the right time, and right technology is available. World is moving towards it. So now it is more like our people, or we also have to start thinking that how we can adopt digital transformation. In past it was more like we tried, but at the same time it was happening like it was said it was more too capital intensive also. If you see in past, when we talk about digital transformation, people used to tell what I get, what is my payback, what is my TCO, what ROI I will get. And due to that, this was not happening. It was all remain on paper. But today, now if you go to the any industry, they all start talking about digital transformation, and people realize if they wanted to be in a business, they have to adopt technology. They cannot take whatever products in you are. You cannot stay in silo. You have to adopt the latest technology. You have to adopt the digital technology, because data is a key to take any right decision, you needed data, and data only comes when there is a point to collect the data.
Right, right. So, yeah, rightly mentioned. So, we will let's talk about this COVID-19 pandemic, which has it's been there across the world, in India also. So, as a CIO, do you see now a new playground for yourself after COVID-19? Because the IT buying, the IT implementation, or automation, I think it can have a major impact on all these things. So, how do you see the digital transformation after COVID-19? Jayata, I would like to ask you first. What is your say in this?
See, as I again say that we didn't need a COVID to prove that digital is the way to go. So we never needed it, but it happened to be that COVID has been a great accelerator of digital adoption across industries and across the globe. Right? It is like the constraint, and so necessity becomes the mother of invention, and the constraint has driven the transformation and much faster than otherwise it was picking up. So, as Ashwin also said, that the investments that are needed in infrastructure that I spoke about, and we talk about the investments and the ROI, those questions and the criticism and the business cases that needs to be approved was a major focus pre-COVID days, right? There was a lot of effort that this needs to be done, and there's a lot of money, a lot of investment that you need to put in to create the infrastructure. It is not only the fiber layout, it is also the cyber security, because once you put data in motion, you have to secure that, right? It is extremely important to focus on cyber security, otherwise you will get hacked very easily. And then the whole cloud the strategy, right? You cannot be remaining on-prem, and you can, but there is a choice. But cloud will bring in the agility, cloud will bring in the anytime, anyhow, anywhere computing, right? All those investments are pretty capital intensive, right? And then the whole application integration and the we can keep on talking about it. All those required a lot of effort, a lot of convincing, a lot of internal selling. And sometimes there was a question that, is this investment all required? Right? That question would have been there, and I think Ashwin also mentioned about it. Post-COVID, suddenly you find in a situation where, as Tata Steel we have seen, we just seamlessly started working from home without any hiccups, because we as a company decided to make those investments, heavy investments we made. We made serious investments in infrastructure, in bandwidth, serious investments in cyber security, very high investments in cloud. We moved almost all the addressable space that we wanted to move from on-prem to cloud. So we had an anytime, anywhere computing platform already ready pre-COVID. But users would never realize the value of it unless COVID happened and everybody was stuck in their home, and suddenly they say you don't have to do anything. You're still accessing the same SAP. You are able to transact sitting at home. You are able to run your plants. You are able to look at all the camera imaging. We had a lot of investments on the imaging, the cameras and all that stuff, and the analytics thereof. And you can able to see the operations remotely. So we can go on and on. So that ROI, now people actually say the investments have been more than remunerative. So that is one aspect of COVID which has accelerated the adoption, right? And the appreciation, more than adoption, the appreciation that this investment was required. So that is point one. Point two, what COVID as a constraint is doing to the industry and to the country as a whole and the globe as a whole is moving people from on-site to off-site. And if you look at the India manufacturing sector, we are very labor intensive. There's a lot of workmen in our plant, right? So the full fact that the people have to come to work, they work and toil on the machines in the day, and they go back. So that whole aspect is now being challenged. Do we need all that people to come to work every day in the morning, or they can do it from some other place, right? That is one aspect. So, and do we need all the supervision and everything at on-site, or can we also look at a command center, a virtual command center sitting at home, and still take the right decisions? Look at the image from home, from anywhere for that matter, and take the right decisions. So the work should move from on-site to off-site is another transition that we are seeing. The third aspect is the nature of work itself would change going forward, right? What can be done remotely should be done remotely, right? it has a safety aspect, because if you don't have so many people working on site, you also increase the safety index of the company and the operations, right? So there are many positive ramifications that also come out of this crisis, and that is where I think all the organizations are kind of thinking that whether we should go back to the old normal, or we should adopt the new normal. And the question is how fast you will adopt the new normal, rather than again once things settle down a bit and you go back to the old thing. Then I would say that as a big crisis got wasted. That is the way I would like to put it. Right? No crisis should be wasted. We are going to horrific times dealing with COVID. Now, though, if we can extract something good out of it, we should all try to take some good out of it. So that is where it is. And in Tata Steel, we have an entire digital response to COVID. I'll talk about it when you allow me at a later point in time. But the point is, I am seeing COVID as a fantastic accelerator. I do not, as an individual, do not want to go back to the old normal, rather push, and would be very happy to see if people settle down with the new normal. The new normal may not be 100% working from home. It should be somewhere in between. And it will also give a push, in my personal view, a huge push to the labor sector and the rural sector, because with the point that Ashwin also mentioned with the connectivity, and if you can give access to data, we can reuse the skill that is there remotely, rather than having all the skills coming on site and doing something, right? We have to retrain, we have to reskill, we have to repurpose. As I go back and see, all of us learn to drive the car without turning ourselves and looking behind. But looking at the display, we can reverse our car, right? It's the same thing. Can we not operate a crane also that way, right? So why do the crane driver need to, and it is an unsafe condition. So automation, analytics, digital, camera imaging, these are the things that are really helping us in COVID and should continue to help us in adoption of digital in a big way.
Right, Mr. Jayanta. Ashwin, I would like to ask Mr. Ashwin that what do you see the scenario? Do you see yourself more empowered in internal selling, or do you see, or you see that okay, no, it will be back to the normal, the old normal after some time, or do you see that it's going to be there, as Mr. Jayanta said that crisis should not be wasted? So what do you see? Will it be there for forever, or you think it's just a momentary thing and it will go away? The new way of dealing with technology, COVID-19.
Yes. So see, what will happen? Like this situation definitely will improve, and that we hope and we pray that start of the as early as possible. COVID won't be there, but these new norms, what we have established, these norms is going to be stayed, because this has given, see, as Janta rightly says, necessity is a mother of invention. So what happens, like this crisis has given us all those insight that yes, you can conduct the meeting without being in person. You can have a conferences. You can run your business as usual. Like if you are in manufacturing, still some of the department or some of the functions how people have to be there. But like if you are into the service industries, like if you are in consulting, let's say, for those industries, this is going to be a new norm. Like it may happen that people won't go to the office and they continue to work. Like if I take example of IBM or those type of tier 1 or tier 2 IT consulting company, for them, why to waste money on infrastructure? They can very well deliver the same or more. I would say sometimes the efficiency will be more when you are working remotely. There won't be much distraction and all. So for some of the industries, definitely the productivity will also enhance. However, these are the new norms. I always say that, like like for education also. Let's say, did you be ever imagine that we will have a online classes, online exams? Similarly, for organization also, it will happen that these new norms is going to be stayed. These norms will not see. And people will be like, wherever there will be a technology disruption, like maybe what I can do, I may go and invest into bots. and these bots will do the same function, which probably today, I require people to be in office and do the work. So ideally, so this innovation, like as I say, call center, that one another example. I may go for a technology where it is like speech to text. Someone will call for a customer complaint and the software will convert into the customer complaint. I don't need a people. So, this type of uh, ideas, this type of invention, priorly also it was there. I'm not saying it was not there, but now it is a time that you can very well sell internally, and it is and you can adopt also, because like recently, one lighter side, one of my relatives' marriage was on Zoom. So they and this Zoom they have invited 15 people, and 15 people joined on a Zoom for attending that one marriage. So what I'm telling you, that this is going to, the new norms is going to stay. These norms will not disappear. Maybe the things will be normal. It will, but these norms will be staying, definitely going to stay. Company will start thinking what are the essential people have to be in office. This stuff can be managed remotely or not. But this is going to stay.
Okay, so
I especially like the comment.
Yes.
Sorry, I especially like the comment that Ashwin made on the marriage. See, this is how humans adapt, right? So today I am seeing more meetings and more efficient meetings. We start the meeting on time, we finish the meeting on time, we don't spend time in commuting. We have become actually more productive, right? That is one aspect of it. The collaboration has improved. Yeah, there are also some other shortcomings that you might say you are missing, that physical, that interaction and all that stuff. If the culture aspect, you can debate on that. But I think it is somewhere we will settle, and closer to the new normal is better in my view than going all the way back and with the crisis. Yeah.
That is definitely actually those who are actually working are those who believe in work are feeling more empowered and more they are getting more efficiency in their work, that I have realized talking to people. But let's talk about the manufacturing sector. We all know that after this discussion, it is also clear that a CIO's role has become bigger now. Technology's role has become bigger now. Technology buying has become bigger, and automation and transformation towards technology is more now. So while if I see, I may be wrong in figures, but that 17 to 18% value added, the market share is of manufacturing sector. I think it adds 17 to 18% of total production of the country. Do you think that there should be more now digital transformation in manufacturing sector, or after COVID-19? How do you think can it be improved? There will be more share of manufacturing sector in country's production, and how to go about it, and how will it happen if it needs to happen, and especially by using IT? Jayant, I would like to take your views on this.
So, see, Industry 4.0 is already there. It was pre-COVID, it was there. It is not that something new, Industry 4.0 has happened. So, Industry 4.0 addresses exactly this, right? That today, using technology, and manufacturing sector has been a late adopter of digital technology. They have been using a lot of technology otherwise, but the digital technology is something has been a late adoption in this sector. But what has happened, if you look at, say, I can talk about Tata Steel, we have also been recognized as the two of our sites as lighthouse in the World Economic Forum, right? So we are doing a lot of investment in this area, a lot of investment. But fundamentally, I like to highlight that what is going to happen in the core manufacturing sector, where the production is happening, or the supply chain and logistics, or the marketing and sales of today, as a company, and we are also seeing other companies doing this. We are selling steel and steel products online. We never thought about it 10 years back or 5 years back, but we are doing it in the last 2 years, right? So we create a platform, and we are actually we have an individual house builder platform where we help individuals buy, build houses, and in order to do that, whatever the need is, we render the help in one portal, and we are able to sell through that portal. We are able to connect to the distributors through the online channel, right? So the online channel for steel, or in this sector or any other manufacturing sector, is something that is picking up, which was never thought about. Second aspect, the entire logistics and supply chain, if you look at, It is a digital play. At the end of the day, you know what is the chemistry that goes into producing iron and steel. So that mix can be digitally with artificial intelligence and analytics managed better than left it to human, where human error comes in. So optimization algorithms can help do that. Second is that where should we produce and where should we pick up the material from? That's a optimization algorithm again, right? And then shipping, logistics, and all that transportation, that is again an optimization algorithm, right? At the end of the day, this algorithm is actually taking up the entire transformation responsibility, right? And that is applicable in Industry 4.0. So that is another area. The core production with the use of robotics and AI. So many models we are creating, right? No human can go and touch the molten iron. That was never the case and will never be the case. So if that is the case, instead of a human eye going closer and looking at it from some distance, why doesn't the camera look at it? That is what is the simple transformation. The camera looks at it and the image analytics run on it and help you take much more informed decision than otherwise would have been possible. Right? So those things are really helping. The core point that I see as a much more investment required is in the ecosystem of sensors. Sensorization as a subject is something that I feel that we are lacking in the country as a technology. Still, there is a lot of investment, lot of companies are doing a lot of work in there, a lot of investment is there, but still I think the technology itself will evolve over the next 3 to 4 to 5 years because and it has to be commercially also viable, because all that we are saying, whether it is a remotely tracking people, or it is remotely tracking the vehicles, remotely tracking the loading patterns, unloading patterns, or remotely tracking equipment, measuring the vitals, and then taking decision. That is the whole cycle, putting it very simplistically. It requires sensors which can withstand certain pressure, certain temperatures, certain dust, certain harsh conditions, and all that, right? And also it should be commercially viable. That technology has to evolve further. Today, possibly we are still, either the cost is very high or the technology is not that sophisticated. We are kind of working with that challenge. Until that becomes very technologically advanced and easily available at a lower price point, these algorithms will be there, but it will not yield the ROI to Ashwin's initial point. And then if the return on investment is not there, the investments will not pan out, right? So that is there. The COVID, we are already seen in COVID many of the sensor technology at work, and I will talk about it a little later, but that is my view. The Industry 4.0, in my view, there are two most important tenets. One is the sensor and the whole ecosystem around it. And the second is the reskilling of people skills. People are operating machines today. The same worker should be operating machine, but in a different way. The job is not going to go away, but the nature of the job is going to change. That is a very important point, because you need to then operate the machine, but you will look at a panel and operate. You will use a joystick to operate rather than using muscles, right? So that is very important. And that skill will bring in more safety, but the technology has to come in and the worker will be much more skilled. But in order to do that, we need connectivity, we need to reach out to the rural sectors, we need to make those investments, putting all the training programs. The whole platform, the whole ecosystem has to develop. Yeah, that's it.
Right. So great to know from you that in a steel sector, a comparatively a tougher sector, there the digital transformation is you are doing digital transformation in a bigger way. So Mr. Ashwin, I would like to ask you, are into electronics manufacturing, right? Coolers you deal with, Symphony worldwide. So what is the impact of Industry 4.0 on your electronics manufacturing? There are some outcomes Jayanta has shared. What do you think about Industry 4.0 in your business?
Sure. So, see, Industry 4.0, when you talks about white good in manufacturing industries or any consumer industries, the key is a supply chain. So supply chain automation is going to be a key because you get the parts to be assemble or manufacture and assemble. So here the critically supply chain, just real implementation of just in time. And the second will be like, using technology not only for better productivity and also for quality, because this just in time along with the the quality is also very important. So quality, again, when you go for a automation or when you go for a real-time testing, then the quality of parts or goods what you manufacture also will is definitely better than what you have with the manual systems. So the idea is that when you go to industry 4.0, it is very important to adopt the new technology, adopt and also the more important part is the change management, which was not touched so far. So it is more like the unlearn the current what the way you are doing the things and relearn. Otherwise, again, if we have best technology, if you have a best infra, but same time if you don't have people who can adopt the change management, then also this will collapse. So the important is that when you go for industry 4.0, it is very important that you invest into the training, change management. So otherwise again it will be like you won't get the result what you expect uh, out of the investment. So two part is clear, very much covered by Jayanta, but the change management, training, these are also people. So we have to invest into people also when you wanted to use their technology, because this is also very much important part. The people part is very important.
Yeah, absolutely. The reskilling and the purpose, so the retraining that you have to impart to the people, it's absolutely.
It is more like unlearn and learn the new things. So to learn the new things, you have to first unlearn. And
So
and when you have yes,
I think unlearning, how difficult unlearning can be. I would like to know, because okay, reskilling and relearning is fine, people, but unlearning is difficult. I think
Very difficult.
very difficult.
That is what in the morning we were having a discussion. So the point is that it is also the willingness to unlearn is the first challenge. Once we are willing to unlearn, unlearning is easy to some extent, relatively. But the willingness doesn't. So I know the best that this is how it works. Why to do that, right? The adoption is a big challenge. It's a big challenge because it is habit. You are used to in a certain way, and you know it works. Why to take a risk? And and once you are doing it for so many decades, it becomes difficult to give up habit, right? So.
And second, when you have been doing the things the certain way, what happens like, you start believing that this is only the best way, and this is the way I have got the success, and this is the way it has to be. And now it is very difficult to, wipe it everything and rewrite the new things. So, but yes, but this is the one area where really people have to invest, like, but same time when you see the example of like this WhatsApp, Facebook, and all, people start using it irrespective of any age that. So similarly, when it comes to the professional life also, it is like we have to really assess the profile of individual, identify the training need, give him a right type of training, then all these investment will have a real ROI.
Right. Yeah. So we have seen, I would like to offer that if you see that how the new gadgets are being used, right? You give it to your kid, they just pick it up in a few minutes. And but if you give it to an elderly, we have taken much more time to kind of get adapted. And the first question, what is this? It is better to write on a piece of paper, but it has taken that. So I think with the new generation, and that will also change because the way to accept change is also much higher as you go to the younger generation, and that is the future.
Right.
So,
Yeah, maybe
I would
one day
like
to you.
yes.
Yeah.
Please.
No, it's go ahead.
Yes.
No, one point is
I
like we need to have a right balance of the. Sorry.
think, Ashwin, please say.
Go ahead, Pratik.
Okay. So I would like to ask you, Jayanta, that okay, we can see that yes, there is more search to IT, but what have been the challenges if you can just if you take COVID-19, what are the challenges you are facing now in operations as a CIO? Or there are no challenges?
Yeah, the challenges will always be there, but let me talk about the advantages that we could create and the response mechanism to COVID-19, and then I will also bring out the challenges. See, the first thing is that I talked about the anytime, anywhere compute platform that we are invested in, and the investments have been more than remunerative in the current situation because we just seamlessly moved. There was not even a single glitch, right? Though there has been a lot of back-end activity, that will always be there. It's like the duck paddling very hard in the water, but you see the duck very calm. So that is how it should be. So but the point still remains is that the entire COVID-19 response of Tata Steel has been digitally supported, right? So the data we had invested in a connected workforce platform over the last 1 year or more than 1 year, which is we are kind of tracking every individual who comes to the workplace, whether it is our contract workforce, whether it is our employees, right? So we have given them a Suraksha card. The Suraksha card is also goes in the behind of an access card, the RFID card that you need anywhere to enter any office premise. The Suraksha card is we have geofenced the entire company. So whenever you come into our premises, centrally on the cloud, we know that you have come in. And we have defined zones, that what is the no entry zone, what is the hazardous zone, what is the productive zone, what is the unproductive zone, which one is the canteen, which one is the leisure area. We have mapped the entire company that way. So we know that, okay, when the people are moving, we know if somebody falls, we'll be able to put an intervention. If somebody is falling sick and calling the SOS button, we can immediately send an emergency response team. And so we are able to, we are using it for safety and security, right? And also we are becoming more productive because we exactly know that, okay, what is the data that is coming to us. So we are collecting all this data. And then we thought when COVID hit, we immediately thought that we can also repurpose it or reuse it or use it for COVID response. So what we have done, wherever there is a crowd of more than 20 people in a given area, so I'm immediately saying there is a crowd sitting at home. On my mobile, I know there is a crowd. And immediately there is a PA announcement or emergency response team and going and saying that, okay, keep social distance. All our cameras that we are invested in are continuously sending me the images. And from those images, I am maintaining the social distance of 6 feet. If people are not within 6 feet, I can see the image. 2 people have crossed that distance and violated that social distance norm. And we are sending an intervention. Either a digital intervention, immediately an SMS goes or an email goes or an alert goes, or a PA system or announcement happens, or an emergency response person goes and says, maintain distance, right? Canteen, where people are coming very close to each other to eat, we have created a token system that only so many people can come, okay, at a given point in time. The whole thing is the IT system working, and you can only sit with this distance. Otherwise, so that is also entire thing, social distance, face mask. We are looking at who has own a mask and who is not own a mask. And you are immediately then sending the intervention, right? The PPE or the shield that you wear, if you are not wearing, we will know. So that is one set of application. The other application is that the entire company is now paperless in terms of our logistics. So all the challans that the truck drivers used to show, bring in, and that is where the transmission of disease could have happened. So we have made it all RFID gun, which is reading from a distance, and then just everything is digitally managed. The entire fleet. Okay, so that has become complete paperless. Then the other thing is the contact tracing. So we have created this mandatory travel declaration that am I having symptoms? Have I traveled outside of state? Have I traveled interstate? So all those, have I met somebody who is COVID positive? We have created those questions. It's mandatory for people to fill that up. And if they don't fill, I will know. If they fill, and if I am filling and I have symptoms and I've come across somebody, immediately I can do the contact tracing because both of us are getting tracked real time. Every 2 seconds, the data goes to the cloud, right? So we are continuously being tracked. So if I come into a distance of less than 6 feet with a COVID patient, I will know. Then I will do the contact tracing and create that and put them onto home quarantine or ask them to take the medical intervention and all that stuff. All this is happening. Containment zones, we automatically know which workforce will not be able to come to work tomorrow, so that I can plan my production schedule accordingly, my work plan schedule accordingly. Because the containment zone, some people will not be able to come out. So I will lose some workers for the next few days, several days. So all that is digitally managed. This whole connected workforce has given us this advantage. Now, And this, we are very proud of this particular intervention because that created enormous value in the organization. Now, coming to the challenges, challenge always has been in IT that, as I said, it is the change management, as Ashwin mentioned, and is how to the adoption of digital. You are used to work in a certain way, used to pick up the phone and give instructions, talk over the phone, do physical meetings, look at an email. But suddenly now you have to go into a system, a Tableau dashboard, and go and look at the MIS and take a decision. Okay, this is where the contact tracing is safe. This is my risk. This is my high risk. This is my medium risk. And you have to run your operations from that simple dashboard on your iPad or your iPhone or your laptop. That change is not easy. That does not come natural, right? And it's a physical industry like steel, where people are more used to actually operate machines, go into the field. IT guys are okay. We are always used to this kind of working with a laptop and a computer and all that. That change is not that easy. Okay, so that change management, the adoption of digital technologies, because we have the technology, we have the investments made. How to make the user use it? That is one aspect. Second is making it very easy to use. That is a challenge the IT folks will have. So our biggest challenge is making it easy, making it like Apple. If you look at an Apple Watch, it is very easy to use. It comes naturally. You don't have to train somebody to use an Apple Watch. It will automatically, you will know. It is intuitive. So if you can make your screens that way, if you can make your systems that way, that it has minimal clicks, it is very intuitive. That is the challenge for IT, right? That is the issue, and that we have to keep on working on how to make it easy for the users. So these are the two fundamental things, right?
So the same, Mr. Ashwin, I would like to ask you. What's like Ms. Jayanta explained that what sort of things they are doing in their company using IT. Can you explain something in Symphony? What are you doing?
Yeah, so like our in our case we also have taken several steps, like Jayanta has mentioned, that to ensure that how the social distance can be managed and how we ensure that new norms are to be followed, and also we are also ensuring that the health safety is the first priority while we are on the job. So those aspects we are, and then this is we have also create, like, have gone for a automation or apps or digital platform to ensure that this is not like it's not like we are recording on some register or all. We also ensure that all these steps we are taking to ensure the highest safety of our employee are digitally enabled. So that we have gone for a couple of initiatives, and it has been implemented before we started our operation. And the second is his challenges are like it is always like UI UX in our language. When we say IT, UI UX is like how user friendly you could able to develop. So this is again a challenge, like to make people, to convince people to adopt that that is going to be a, but yes, now we are finding that people are adopting the change, people are accepting the realities, people are accepting the technology, and they also realize that yeah, this is only the new norms and we have to follow. So it's like this is the way we are also operating. And with all but challenges are always there. Even if there was no COVID, then also the challenge were there in terms of adopting, in terms of implementing any new technology or platforms. But yes, as an organization, when you are committed to adopt the new technology or platform, then it is a question of sometime time only. Sometimes it takes little longer time, but then as an organization, if we have committed, we are going to do it, and we are doing it. I mean, that way.
Right, he said, Mr. Ashwin. So at the end, I'll request both of you for closing remarks for 2 minutes each. So I request you, Mr. Jayanta, for your closing remarks for the session.
No, I think it is very interesting and challenging times. We are at an intersection of that. This too shall pass, so as any other crisis. But as I said, we collectively should not let this crisis go waste. We should, because we have no control on what the crisis is going to do for us. The crisis is there. We have to just deal with it, and we have to create the response mechanism in the best way we can. But in my view, we should not go back to the old normal once the crisis is over. We should try to settle down how close to the new normal we can stay. Remove the negatives out of it, but keep the positives. As we discussed, there is a lot of cost productivity outcome that is coming out of it, a lot of safety outcome that is coming out of it, a lot of new methods, new innovations that we never thought could happen at a scale is happening. We should stay with it. It has a lot of environmental benefits that we have already experienced. We should not just let it go waste. So we should not just all hit the road and in Mumbai with all the busy traffic just because COVID is over. Then it is wasted in my view. So that is one aspect of it. The whole model should also leverage innovation in training, repurposing, reskilling of people, right? How people can now use this opportunity to learn. There are so many people who never actually worked on an app or a computer earlier, I have seen, is now actually become digital. Actually, because they're using. I have seen in my house also. My wife was never comfortable with a digital interface. Rather, she would go to the bank. But now she's extremely comfortable with a digital app, and she's doing it, right? And anyway, for so many other in the workforce also, I have seen people who have never ever touched a digital interface is now forced to do so and is happy and comfortable in doing so, right? Things we never thought that can be done in a virtual manner. We are enjoying the virtual this thing. New business models are coming up. Restaurants or possibly the entertainment industry is bringing in new offerings that they can create a virtual environment while you order food from the restaurant and all this stuff. So many things that can happen at a much lower cost at the comfort of your home, and we should let that continue and innovate further on that. The reskilling of the workforce is very important for India because you talked about Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is the topic. I think 2 points I have to offer, 3 points rather, that we should as a country continue to invest heavily in the infrastructure. That is point number 1. That is very, very important. Right? Point number 2, it's very important to develop the sensor ecosystem because that is going to be the future for the manufacturing sector. If we have to really adopt Industry 4.0, it needs to develop multifold from where it is today, commercially viable as well as sophisticated in technology. And number 3 is the whole reskilling point that Ashwin also brought out many times, that our workers in the rural sector possibly should be given that connectivity, given that computers, given that ecosystem where they can become little digital workers, if you will, from worker to a digital worker. If it's possible, automation and all that, and they can actually be much more proficient in their work area. I'm seeing people, we used to use consultants from overseas for some of the niche work, right? Today there is no travel internationally. So how is the company still doing? The consultants are seeing the image from either Japan or France or wherever, and they're giving advice over the network because they are seeing the same image as we are seeing, right? So the opportunity is enormous. So if we make investment in infra, if we make investments in sensors, and if we make the investments in retraining the workers, and specifically go into the rural sector, I would underscore, because that is where the underprivileged will now really have to be invested to bring them on board into the digital era, because digital drives democracy in the truest sense. If you have data, you are more powerful, because you become equally empowerment, you said. So that equality we can drive if we don't let this crisis go wasted. That's my view.
Thank you, Mr. Jayanta. Mr. Ashwin, your closing remarks, please.
So, see, as Jayanta has covered most of the stuff, but what I always wanted to tell that this is an opportunity to be, used for its fullest. And what we should do is it's more like important of getting the data, analyzing the data, and taking the decision. So as I would say that typically what will happen when you have such crisis and all, the new innovation or invention will come up. So let's say today we are another, like today we are talking of health card. Government is talking of issuing health card. Now once this health card will is issued and it is available with us, huge amount of data is available. Now those data need to be churned, and it is very important to take the right decision using that data. Second, also very important is that when normally when you travel other than India, anywhere in abroad and mainly the Europe countries, you will find more and more automation. So if you travel to Europe or maybe US, all those countries, you will find that automation is a key. So so what the same way we also have to think that how we can start adopting more and more automation and reusing the current labor for uh, better job. I am that there the question comes like multitasking. The same person can be given a better better infra, better way of working. So he can maybe today he's operating one machine, tomorrow he can operate two machine or three CNC machine. Today he is using one conventional machine, adopting two to three CNC machine. He can use a three CNC machine. So idea is that digital transformation is not going to snatch anyone's job. It is going to be do the betterment also. And third will be, as we are talking, like this is the time people also started thinking of more and more startups, more and more new ideas will come up. Those ideas will be connected. So more startups are coming to during this time. So there also it is very important that we encourage those startups and make sure that it improve the economy as well as also the better life. And mainly, but when you talks of better life, it is I'm talking of tier 2 city or tier 3 city or the villages, because until our villages are not having or digitized or technology, this is not going to happen. Only the tier 1 city having all infra, automation, digitized or sensor won't happen to help. So we have to go to like how we can connect those gram panchayat is the one idea. How we are digitally connect the gram panchayat, how the virtual meetings, Jilla Panchayat will happen with gram panchayat, how the state will have a virtual meetings with Jilla and gram panchayat. When we reach to that stage of then it is a real utilization of this digital transformation. Then we could able to utilize this crisis, I would say.
Thank you, Mr. Ashwin. So it was a wonderful interaction with both of you. And I think after the discussion, we come to the consensus that yes, in this Atmanirbhar Bharat era, the manufacturing industry will reshape itself with digital transformation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thanks, Jan. Thanks, Karthik.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karthik Sharma, for the moderation of this panel discussion. I also thank Mr. Jayanta Banerjee and Mr. Ashwin Prajapati for sharing their views, opinion, and expertise on this platform in this conclave. We really appreciate. Thank you so much. We now break here for the networking purpose, and I also all the delegates to visit the virtual expo also. We have several organizations who have supported us and participated in this virtual conclave. We are thankful to Fortinet. We are thankful to Limelight Networks of Technologies, Nivedus, and we are also thankful to our exhibitors, Team Viewer, Life Ray. I request all the delegates to please visit the virtual expo and assemble again in this hall after the networking break at 11:45 a.m. Thank you so much.
Yeah, another level chain breaker, earth shaker, brain rainmaker. Yeah, another level. Chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Yeah, another level. Chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Oh, to another level. I'm going all the way. I'm going. Yeah, my blood is rebel. I'm going all the way. I'm going to another level. To another level. Let's go, let's go, let's go. To another level. To another level. Let's get it. To another level.
Businesses need to evolve faster than ever in this competitive age of digital transformation. To keep up with the pace, organizations cannot afford to sacrifice a huge amount of human effort and money on repetitive, time-consuming tasks that are important but robotic in nature. Businesses, in fact, need to channelize their human workforce intelligence for innovation and delivering enhanced customer experiences. To solve these challenges, it's time to make a shift from expensive and never-ending traditional IT solutions to the empowering Nivetus robotic process automation. Nivetus RPA is built with three powerful components. Nivetus RPA bots, they operate just like humans. They mimic their actions and interact with data through front-end user interfaces, requiring no modifications of your existing systems. Once they've been trained, no manual monitoring is required. They are your virtual workforce and are easy to configure, work with a range of interfaces, are 50% faster than humans, 100% accurate, run 24/7, and are rapidly scaled up as needed. Nivetus RPA Studio. It has a user-friendly interface and an extensible architecture. It supports reusability of existing components, requiring no coding skills. The third and most important component is Nivetus RPA Control Center. It has a centralized dashboard that offers load balancing, exception handling, and scheduling capabilities. It supports point-click deployment of robotic processes, real-time monitoring, and detailed audit trail of bot activities. Nivetus RPA is a time-tested and robust solution that helps enterprises achieve reduced operational expenses by 40% to 80%, mature governance and scalability, more than 30% ROI in weeks, enhanced customer experiences, And that's not all. Nivetus RPA is deployed across various industries globally. Are you ready to thrive with smart automation? Get started with Nivetus RPA today.
In the age of digital transformation, with countless tools, one would assume that connectivity is a given. It's not. Today's IT departments struggle to integrate a myriad of proprietary network endpoints, protocols, and applications. The result is functionality of the lowest common denominator, based on decade-old technology. What companies need is a single, powerful, easy, and secure solution that helps them tap into the full potential of hyperconnectivity. This is TeamViewer. With the ability to run on any major operating system and device, TeamViewer's leading interoperability bridges the inconsistency of modern IT chaos. Other than a puzzle of single-purpose applications, TeamViewer is the one multi-purpose platform. With unparalleled system and hardware control beyond the application layer, companies all around the world can build their specific use cases with TeamViewer. Gaining access to Linux servers from an Android tablet? No problem. Regardless of endpoint type, with or without display, screen, or keyboard, it provides full device control, as if users were sitting in front of it, even in case of shutdown or restart. With remote incident management and troubleshooting, technical support for any PC, mobile, or IoT device and machine is possible without someone actually being present. It doesn't require firewall or infrastructure configuration, but rather works innovatively by automatically choosing the best connection protocol and routing server. This ensures real-time connection with low latency, often even establishing a direct connection between clients to achieve the best possible performance. If you can surf the web, you can use TeamViewer. Just enter your ID and password and you're good to go. Additionally, TeamViewer can be seamlessly implemented into other software solutions. All TeamViewer sessions are end-to-end encrypted, which allows secure, private communication between endpoints in the TeamViewer infrastructure. Therefore, nobody, not even TeamViewer, can see or gain access to your session content. TeamViewer's unique network with more than 1,000 routing servers globally is connected with up to 45 million devices at the same time, ready to start a TeamViewer session. This number is infinitely scalable, even in the most remote locations with bandwidth challenges. TeamViewer excels with smart context-aware connectivity and tailored compression technology. So no matter where you are, which device and operating system you use, or how you want to tap digital transformation, TeamViewer just works.
Businesses need to evolve faster than ever in this competitive age of digital transformation. To keep up with the pace, organizations cannot afford to sacrifice a huge amount of human effort and money on repetitive, time-consuming tasks that are important but robotic in nature. Businesses, in fact, need to channelize their human workforce intelligence for innovation and delivering enhanced customer experiences. To solve these challenges, it's time to make a shift from expensive and never-ending traditional IT solutions to the empowering Nivetus robotic process automation. Nivetus RPA is built with three powerful components. Nivetus RPA bots, they operate just like humans. They mimic their actions and interact with data through front-end user interfaces, requiring no modifications of your existing systems. Once they've been trained, no manual monitoring is required. They are your virtual workforce and are easy to configure, work with a range of interfaces, are 50% faster than humans, 100% accurate, run 24/7, and are rapidly scaled up as needed. Nivetus RPA Studio. It has a user-friendly interface and an extensible architecture. It supports reusability of existing components, requiring no coding skills. The third and most important component is Nivetus RPA Control Center. It has a centralized dashboard that offers load balancing, exception handling, and scheduling capabilities. It supports point-click deployment of robotic processes, real-time monitoring, and detailed audit trail of bot activities. Nivetus RPA is a time-tested and robust solution that helps enterprises achieve reduced operational expenses by 40% to 80%, mature governance and scalability, more than 30% ROI in weeks, enhanced customer experiences. And that's not all. Nivetus RPA is deployed across various industries globally. Are you ready to thrive with smart automation? Get started with Nivetus RPA today.
Hello everyone, welcome back after the networking break. I hope you must have had an amazing experience of visiting all the stalls in our virtual exhibition area, and we strongly feel that these technologies will definitely help your organization also to grow in several domains. After the networking break, now it's time to organize. It's time to conduct our next panel discussion, which is on zero trust, great approach, or a bad wording. We all know during the lockdown, people across the world have started working from home. Employees are working from home. They are connected on their private devices. They are using the public internet, and probably they are not able to ensure the security measures which we usually are bound to follow in any office premises. Now, this is when zero trust technologies come into picture, and this panel discussion will highlight why zero trust technologies are important and how these technologies are gaining momentum. We have a wonderful here who will share their expertise in this forum. I invite Mr. Akhil Verma. He is Chief Information Security Officer, Airtel Payments Bank. I welcome Mr. Biju K, Chief Information Security Officer, at Federal Bank. I invite Mr. G. Nagamohan, Chief Information Security Officer at Bank of India. And I welcome Mr. Vinod Kumar, Chief Information Officer at Fino Payments Bank. We have also been joined here in this panel discussion by Mr. Ashton De Cruz. He is Chief Administrative Officer and Chief Growth Officer and Chief Information Security Officer at NetWest Markets PLC India, the Royal Scotland Group. I also welcome Mr. Alan Sanchez, who is CISO Senior Evangelist at Fortinet. He is handling the Europe and Middle East and Africa region for Fortinet. I welcome everyone in this panel discussion. Thank you so much. This panel discussion will be moderated by myself. Thank you. Welcome everyone. I, Harshal Desai, on behalf of Elets Technomedia Private Limited and the Banking and Finance Post magazine, welcome you all to this panel discussion at National CIO World. We are really glad that all the eminent speakers in this panel discussion have taken time out to join us today at this conclave. I would like to inform you all that the Banking and Finance Post magazine is a bi-monthly magazine that covers information technology mechanisms which are there in banking, in fact, in entire BFSI domain. We cover them. We cover interviews, opinion, article, guest column, stories, latest trends and technologies from the BFSI sector in this monthly magazine. We are also glad to inform you all that our portal is also very popular and receive thousands and thousands of people visiting every day who join us on our web portal and other social media platforms to understand more about the banking technologies. We are really very glad today. I'd like to introduce all the audience to this which have joined us. I'll start with Mr. G. Nagamohan, Chief Information Security Officer from Bank of India. Welcome, Mr. Nagamohan.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mr. Biju K, Chief Information Security Officer from Federal Bank. Welcome, Mr. Biju K, for this interesting panel discussion today. We have also been joined by Mr. Akhil Verma, Chief Information Security Officer from Airtel Payments Bank. Welcome, Mr. Verma, to this panel discussion. I would like to welcome Mr. Vinod Kumar, Chief Information Officer, Fino Payments Bank. Welcome, Mr. Kumar, for the panel discussion today. Thank you. We also have Ashton DeCruz. He is Chief Administration Officer, Chief Growth Officer, CISO, and Head CCNS Governance at NetWest Markets PLC India, the Royal Scotland Group. Thank you so much, Mr. DeCruz, for joining us today.
Sure. Hello, and everyone.
And we have our industry expert from Fortinet, Mr. Alan Sanchez. He is the Chief Information Security Officer and Senior Evangelist for Europe and Middle East and Africa region. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanchez, for joining us today for this panel discussion on Zero Trust, a great approach or bad wording. This is a very interesting subject indeed. The COVID-19 pandemic has seen a peak of cyber attacks, including ransomware, botnets, and even adaptations of the old Mirai malware. Amidst this chaos, Zero Trust emerges as a pillar of superior cyber security, providing a way to dynamically access whether any device, application, object, or entity should actually access network resources. And if so, which ones? This approach is fundamental to modern identity and access management. But does it mean companies will have to stop trusting their employees? That is the question, customers and the partners. So this is the subject. We will start this panel discussion with a presentation by Mr. Alan Sanchez. He is, as I informed earlier, EMEA Chief Security Officer and Senior Evangelist from Fortinet. So I'll first invite you, Mr. Sanchez, for the presentation, and then we'll start our panel discussion. Over to you, Alan Sanchez.
Thank you very much, Arshal, and I'm really honored to be part of this panel with such prominent people in charge of a so respectable institution in the banking sector in India. Thank you so much for inviting me to this. As Arshal just said, Zero Trust can be a very powerful concept, but it's also a funny name. So let me crack this nut to start with. This does not mean that we are going to stop to trust our customers. And I believe that trust is one of the value of bank in general over the world, and particularly in India. So I am not here to say stop to trust your customer. I am here to share with you this concept that enables us to permanently, in real time, have the resources, the users, the applications, every single entity that connects collaboratively on the network to produce value has to earn the trust of connectivity in real time. So this is in a nutshell what it means, and let me perhaps precise a little bit of that. As CISOs, we're always between two, a little bit like in a paradigm, in a paradox. We do have to promote digital innovation because this is what our customers need. This is the demand of the market. You need to create the agency of tomorrow, and maybe the agency of tomorrow or the transaction of tomorrow is on a smartphone. You need to be able to expand the perimeter. You need to deal with an ecosystem of devices, objects, users, software, with architecture that are very distributed. And that complexity makes our job sometimes not so easy. And of course, it is a very regulated segment, and we all need to be compliant with the requirements of our industry, our governments, our stakeholders. So dealing with all this together is a little bit of the challenge of the modern CISO, particularly in the context of the threat. Just look at the red curve here. And this is the number of records that have been stolen in the past 20 years or so. And you can see 3 orders of magnitude growth. So very few domains are tasked themselves to face a threat that has grown by 3 powers of 10 only in 20 years. And you can see here that during the last 6 months, these bad guys did not take any holidays. There was no lockdown for them, if there was any. They have been taking advantage of platforms like this one to squeeze themselves into conferences, to steal information, to steal credentials of the people in line. And I looked at a very well done website, very comprehensive, that is the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team. And I was connected to it yesterday, and look at all the security alerts, look at all the current activities. July 16, some people were taking advantage of vulnerabilities in some of the ATM machines. And some other vulnerabilities has been also reported as part of the add-on in Google very recently, only 2 months ago in India. So the threat is real. It is not something that is just some an argument for vendors to sell cybersecurity, and you know that very well. In India, according to the newspapers that has the Economic Times, that has a special CISO edition, it reports that there was an increase in cyber attacks, significant, almost 40% increase in the number of cyber attacks in the first quarter of 2020 from the previous quarter, the Q4 of 1920. So in that context, we have learned together a couple of things, and one of the things I would like to perhaps share with you today, before anything, is to tell there is no panacea in cybersecurity. I wish I could come and say, gentlemen, I have this box and you will be off the hook forever. It isn't the case. cybersecurity has to be approached in a holistic manner. And here are 4 pillars that I would like to share with you that we've learned together as a community of cybersecurity officers. First thing, the merger between network and security. It's not 2 disciplines in one, it's 1 discipline. The second thing is you have to think of your security being dynamic. Don't be stuck into one part of architecture, but have your cybersecurity transcends whether you choose a cloud, another cloud, you want to come back, you want to host some of this information back into your data center. You don't have to rethink your security. It has to transcend this diversity of this beautiful opportunity that is represented by the cloud. Third pillar is the human brain is not enough, not fast enough, and sometimes our experience plays against us when some new threats are coming out of the network. So we would be stopping something that is legitimate, and we would be letting pass something that is not, based on some of the components that are dynamically changed and rearranged by the hacker to crack into our networks. So it has to be held by artificial intelligence. But what I want to tell you today about is the 4th pillar, is this idea that we need to control and know everyone and everything that goes on and goes off to our network. And we have to do that across the piece. We can do that across our physical appliances, in the cloud, whether or not you choose software as a service delivery mechanisms for your applications. And that collection of pillars creates what we call these holistic security fabrics. In the network, the trends are accelerating a lot. The authentication is continuously verified. It's not because, for instance, I access to this business critical application on the Monday that all the rest of the week and all the hours of the day, I need not to be authenticated. Most of the vulnerabilities take advantage of a door that has been opened and has been left wide open too long. So there's this need of continuous verification and identity of the person, right? That is part of the zero trust. You do trust your users, but you have to permanently earn, and they have to permanently earn the right to connect. From a certain percentage of teleworking, the Gartner said in February this year, they said there will be 30% of the remote force working from home. Look at the figures today. In your banks, you probably have twice as more people having and still continues perhaps working from home at this point in time. And the number of devices is not limited to bring your own device. There are thousands of cameras, thousands of sensors around the world that are connecting in and out to your network. I will be quick on the OT, but still in the banking sector, you use lots of sensors. You use lots of additional devices to secure physically your facilities, and you still need to have visibility of these devices along the way. So Zero Trust addresses the 3 dimensions, the devices, the users, and the management to protect what is becoming very, very important at the moment is something that happens at the edge of the network. Because lots of transaction, lots of power, CPU processing, lots of communication streams are actually coming at the edge. Just think of 5G. One order of magnitude of speed. So a density of potential harmful malware coming your way a lot faster as it used to go. So you have to think of that holistically, being able to grant the access to the users, to the devices, and obviously the teleworking environment sets a new bar, a new challenges on the permanent authenticity of the presence, because we kind of all were in the same pressure, maintain the business continuity, but we have, as security officer, never have to trade speed or connectivity for security and vice versa. Let me finish on this one about this holistic view of cybersecurity. As I was saying, it's a collection of solutions that needs to be broad to face with these expanded perimeters, that needs to be integrated because they need to talk to each other. The artificial intelligence needs to understand what is going in the mail related to some alert with a range of IP in order to bring you this holistic view of cybersecurity. And last but not least, this green icon at the top means that has to be opened. Holistic doesn't mean, in our view at all, monopolistic. We are very realistic. We understand you have network, legacy systems, legacy applications, and we never suggest that you would have to trash everything to adopt zero trust. Actually, we have developed an ecosystem of 350 APIs and connectors in order to be able to deploy zero trust portfolio across the piece. Here are some elements of the zero trust access portfolio, from authentication to the network access controller and to agents. Should any of you be interested in the details of that, I would be very honored to have a private discussion with any of you and any of those who are listening to us on this panel today, and to further the knowledge of what's really available in terms of components to deliver zero access network. Let me end up with a maturity model which enables you to deal with the entire collection of potential breaches and deploy zero trust access across the piece. From the reduction of the attack surface up to the active monitoring, from the basic visibility of the attack surface up to an integrated security operation center that enables you to have the visibility of all that. So here is my first opening of this panel, bringing you this overview of what zero trust means and does not mean. And I hand it over to Naushal for the rest of our discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sanchez, for this wonderful presentation. Indeed, I mean, they're getting started with the zero trust is indeed very significant, and there are a number of enterprises, IT shops are already doing many pieces of zero trust, and there are several multi-factor authentication and several permissions already in place. But it's not just about implementing these individual technologies. In fact, it is about using these and other technologies to enforce the idea that no one and nothing has access until proven they should be trusted. So it was indeed a wonderful presentation, and of course we would like to understand more about your technologies and your solutions that coordinate to CISOs. Now we will formally start the panel discussion. So I would first request all the panelists to share their views in about 2 to 3 minutes. We heard Alan Sanchez, and now I would like to listen from everyone. What is their idea on zero trust technologies and this concept? So I'll first start with let's invite Mr. Ashton De Cruz first to speak on about 2 to 3 minutes. Mr. De Cruz, your idea, please.
Yeah, thanks, Harshal, and a good day once again to all my fellow panelists. Before I actually start with the question, I will just submit that the views and opinions I express here are being made in my personal capacity. They could and could not be subscribed by the organization I represent. Okay, coming back to the question then, and mainly the subject of this panel discussion, zero trust, good strategy or bad wording. I would like to replace that or with a and rather, because it's definitely a good strategy, and it's not a very appropriate wording. Okay, it's not just, it's not an or, so it's not this or that, it's an and. Okay, again, well put by Alan in his presentation, where he's touched upon various aspects of zero trust, etc. And my personal belief out here is that it is actually a framework, it is an architecture, and it is a strategy that needs to be imbibed within an organization. It's not a one-stop and a ready off-the-shelf product that one can take. It is a journey that every organization needs to go through. But the next question is then, do we really need to go through the journey, and are we ready for it? The answer to that is the pandemic and coronavirus per se has simply expedited what we would have always wanted to do, and we would have been forced to do, if not right away, then maybe 3 years down the line if the pandemic had not struck. And this is purely because we are no longer a perimeter-based sort of a setup, which is like a castle and a moat sort of an organization, where the only threat is from outside, and once you are inside the perimeter, everything is safe. Now with globalization, majorly digitalization, use of AI, etc., we have become almost perimeterless as a setup. And because of that, we have increased the surface area attack multifold and as the pandemic has brought about a lot of unsecured endpoints. And therefore, this is a journey that almost every organization, big or small, would have had to make. Pandemic has just accelerated, and coronavirus has just make us take that leap much faster.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. May I please request now Mr. Vinod Kumar, Chief Information Officer from Fino Payments Bank, on his idea on zero trust. Do we have Mr. I think have we lost Mr. Vinod Kumar? Is not there. I'll come to Mr. Akhil Verma, Chief Information Security Officer at Airtel Payments Bank. Mr. Akhil
Hello,
Verma.
everyone. Yeah, I'm audible, I think. Yeah. Hi, everyone. And means my fellow panelist, Mr. Ashton, very well he said. Definitely, whether we have to consider it as a technology or it's as a framework. So definitely means it's a journey type of things where we have to start that, and most of the organizations already might have started. But the thing is, zero trust from the security concept, you can say it's centered on the belief that the organization should not automatically trust anything inside or outside its perimeter, and instead must verify anything and everything trying to connect to its system before granting the access. So that is the one concept it is coming. The thing is, very well he said, whether any single solution or something we can put in some of the places like in perimeter level, in point level, whether means we can go ahead. I think answer is probably no, because it's a complete journey, it's a complete framework, and accordingly we have to take care of each and everything. Now during this pandemic crisis, when our environment, or you can say our access points, it's a totally different. Earlier, it was everything is within organizations. People were accessing our crown jewel and all those things within organization. Now, we are allowing that access from the outside. Definitely, that time, each and everything we have to verify and we have to update. Obviously, it's pretty means in that sense we have to just embark the journey, and we have to continuously progress on that.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. May I please have Mr. Vinod Kumar's views on this? Mr. Vinod Kumar, Chief Information Officer at Fino Payments Bank.
Hi everyone, and the fellow panelists. It's a very interesting subject nowadays, actually, how the zero trust works, especially in the financial industry, and even if it is equally important for all the organizations. So I think in India, primarily on the digital side, we moved a lot, and a lot of digitization happened in the past, the last 2 to 3 years time. So all the banks or all the institutes actually taking care what needs to be entered into the network and how that needs to be treated, and what all things actually can happen from the internal network, and how that also needs to be treated along with the external data. So the zero trust actually is something which is very important for the banks, especially because we cannot actually let any of the request or any of the access which is coming to network as something which is trusted. So always actually the all banking segment, they ensured that all the perimeters are well protected, be it from a data center perspective or from an endpoint perspective. So zero trust is very important for them, and each and every entry is actually deep scanned. It is actually checked, and then only the transaction or activity is actually permitted. So the importance for the zero trust is not going away; it is actually strengthening and strengthening. To add some of the points what we seen from others. Earlier, maybe some 6 months back or maybe 1 year back, the hackers or others actually concentrated more on a data center kind of. But maybe from March, the COVID explosion actually given another opportunity. The endpoints are more open now. So and it is very easy for the attackers to get into the network through the endpoint, which may not be most of the time well protected. So the focus is actually changed from the data center to an endpoint. So the importance of zero trust of the endpoint is also increased as much it used to be at the data center level earlier. So I think so that's a brief. I can talk about how the zero trust activities or the protection that used to be handled with the organization moved from highly concentrated from a data center perspective to across data center plus endpoint level.
Thank you, Mr. Vinod Kumar. I request Mr. Biju K, Chief Information Security Officer, to share his views in 2 minutes on this concept of zero trust.
Yeah, thank you, and hi to all the fellow panelists. Actually, the other panelists have very elaborately discussed on the zero trust model and the necessity for that. So actually, adding on top of that, what basically is zero trust? So earlier we were adopting a concept like trust but verify. So currently, in this, as mentioned by Ashton, with the digitization and with the enhanced usage of cloud technology, the boundaries had actually diminished. There were no boundaries, and with the pandemic in place, now even access to crown jewels, including the crown jewels itself, is enabled from anywhere in the world. So that's the kind of situation now we are in. So in this period or in this situation, zero trust very much helps to protect the organization assets. So while we were earlier adopting trust but verify principle, so in the zero trust model, what we are actually doing, like it was mentioned, is a journey, a framework. It's not a one-stop solution. So we have to continuously monitor and we have to continuously validate every user, the instrument or device which he or she is using, and whether the device has the right kind of patches, whether the device OS is up to required level, the rights of the user granted are up to date, whether he or she has been adequately authenticated before granting access. All these things forms part of the zero trust activities. So basically, zero trust is very much a necessity nowadays. Mr. Allen in the initial presentation itself showed certain worrying graphs. So the way that attacks are going, it's going through the roof actually. So in this environment, so no one can take a chance that whoever is inside is always allowed one, always a trusted one. So even if someone is inside, still we will have to continuously monitor and validate the credentials, the attributes he is having. So for this, zero trust is very much helpful, and it is very needed also, particularly for institutions like banks where we hold so much of customer data, that personally identifiable and sensitive data. So we are actually fiduciaries of data. So zero trust is very much a necessity nowadays.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bijuke. Now I would request our speaker G. Nagamohan, Chief Information Security Officer from Bank of India, to share his views on zero trust concept.
Thank you. Thank you. First of all, thank you, Alain, for a wonderful session. Sharp. And good evening to all the co-panelists. Just like machine learning and artificial intelligence, zero trust has become a buzzword nowadays. Yes, the zero trust is a wonderful approach, as Mr. Ashton says, I agree with him, they should be earned. It is a badly worded phrase also. Approach is wonderful, but the phrase is bad because, see, it's not reflecting the real motto of the principle. Say, for example, the child lock in a car. You try to protect your children, whether you are trusting your child or not. The question is, it's not the question of my trusting my child. Maybe I'm not trusting his capability to understand the danger, not trusting his capability to protect himself. That's why the child lock is there. Zero trust approach is also similar to that. Why I am saying this is 95% of cyber incidents across the globe are attributed to the human errors. So that itself indicates. So you are trying to make your systems foolproof by this zero trust, this one, such a way that even if somebody does a mistake, an error is there, you are not allowing him to do the error by just not giving him more privileges than what he is supposed to have. Just like least privilege concept. Okay, need to know basis concept. These are all the basics of actually zero trust policy. It's not that I'm not trusting him. It's that I'm actually trying to protect him from doing any mistake unknowingly. Okay, my own users, my own staff. Say micro-segmentation, the multi-factor authentication, the need-to-know basis, the least privilege basis, the whitelisting of applications, and the privileged identity management. All these are actually the pillars of zero trust management. Who accesses it? What is accessed? Why it is accessed? When it is accessed and where from it is accessed? Where from becomes more important in the backdrop of work from home. And how it is accessed. All these points, everything is dealt by zero trust principle basically. And actually most of the people, what I would like to tell here is, they actually mostly work on the third layer, the network security, zero trust, this one. Many people I have observed that they focus most on the third layer, the network layer. Yes, it's definitely one of the foundations of zero trust policy. But unless the seventh layer, application level access control is there in place, the zero trust principle cannot be full. So according to me, the zero trust policy is a foolproof system. Foolproof means the ignorance. Fool means it's not foolishness, it's the ignorance of the user. Also, actually should be, well, the system should be protected from the ignorance of the user. I have to put it this way. So that is what is zero trust. That's what I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Nagamohan. Indeed, thanks everyone for sharing this, their views on zero trust network and zero trust architecture. In fact, this is, if I'm not wrong, this is more than 10 to 12 years old concept. And now here the question arises that is because of the corona, CISOs and CIOs have started using zero trust technologies a lot. I'll come to Mr. De Cruz first. You're on mute. You're on mute. And just to add one more thing to that, that is because of the coronavirus we have started using it a lot, the zero trust technologies. And one more thing, and to what extent we have been able to implement it now in our banks in our country, and how successfully.
Okay, so two aspects to it. So the answer to the first is a yes, is a definite yes. But as I had touched upon in my opening statement, it is not that we were not moving in that direction. The virus has just expedited that move. So what would have ideally taken a couple of years has happened in a couple of months or maybe in a couple of weeks. So it's that fast and that accelerated pace that which has happened, but it's not that we were not moving that direction. Again, I know all my panelists here are from the BFSI space. So within the banking sector, zero trust is more mandate than maybe something like a manufacturing unit, etc., where the touch points into the systems are slightly lesser. But in the bank, we not only have insiders who are the staff and the employees, but all our customers also have touch points into our systems. to be able to access the accounts, to be able to get into a net banking portal, into a mobile app portal. So these are the various touch points. So the banks were always in a way had moved way ahead in terms of digitization and had a very much larger area than maybe some other traditional segments of industry. So back to your question, the answer is coronavirus has simply accelerated the process, but everyone was primarily moving in the direction.
Right. Thank you. And now I'd like to ask Alan Sanchez, you deal with a lot of banks across the world. What are your views? How have you seen this trend during the coronavirus for the products and technologies, let's say the technologies, growing in different countries and states?
Thank you for this question. I saw the pandemic as an accelerator of adoption of some of the technologies I talked about. And there was a little bit of a pendulum effect, and I believe we all witnessed it. In the very first day, it was business continuity no matter what, and sometimes without implementing even some of the zero trust elements that were already available in a given bank. But very quickly, I think that the banking sector has shown one of the best reactivity and flexibility I have never seen globally. Very quickly, the banking industry understood the dangers and came back to a safer ground, still enabling the workforce to continue delivering banking services to the customers. And that was really remarkable. The speed of adoption, the cautious as well, and this combination of pragmatism and deep knowledge of what really matters. Because when you have so many things coming your way, you have to prioritize your actions. And I saw the banking sector across the world putting at the forefront of their agenda in terms of cybersecurity priorities, the safety of the assets of the customers, and immediately after, the ability to communicate as transparently as possible with their clients. So yes, zero trust adopted and accelerated during the pandemic, and remarkable adoption rate of the banking sector.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. A clear plan and willingness to change are, critical for successfully moving zero trust environment. So my question is to Mr. G. Nagamohan. What are the key steps that you would suggest to build a zero trust security model? You come from a government-owned banks, and we have seen how Banks of India have invested a lot on securing its technology. So what are the 5 or 6 or 7 steps probably you may suggest to create a zero trust security model?
See, it's the most difficult question you asked me. Practically it is nobody can say that I am full on zero trust security model. Impossible at any stage, not only today, in future also. It's an absolutely dynamic situation. So at present, within the given ambit of threats we know, maybe there are so many, but what we know, I'm talking about only them. See, what we know, maybe the access control automation, probably that may help to a great extent. Actually, the Reserve Bank of India has asked for so many solutions to be put in place. Other than that, what I'm talking about is that only everybody is following that Reserve Bank's 2nd June 2016. It's like a Bible for every CISO. So what are the automation levels we have to do? Maybe the automation of access control I am looking at, and biggest challenge many people will face is the micro segmentation of network. It's not easy. Already the systems are running, and without having actually looking at your BCP and all disturbing the systems, micro-segmentation becomes a great challenge. But that is the first basic foundation for any zero trust model to be approached, according to me. And the access controls, as I have already told you, privileged actually identity management is one thing which we have to go for that. Particularly those people who have a lot of privileges to access the systems, their activity should be monitored. The PIM will help a lot, and of course, most of them are in place in many of the public sector banks. Just telling some of the points. And whitelisting of the applications is one thing I look at. This is also one of the most important things for need to know and least privileged things. As I have told you already, the access management automation will help a lot. Basically, the multi-layered and defense in depth, these are the general words, everybody use it, but these mean a lot. Basically, the multi-layered approach for the security, which is also actually can be termed as a defense in depth.
Right.
I put something in place and I cannot depend on that. I don't trust that security also. You don't trust maybe that also. I am going for another layer of security, then another layer of security. That is also zero trust model, in fact.
Right.
That's all. Thank you.
Right.
So there can be, of course, be several layers of security, and when we implement these layers of security, we also need to understand the user experience. Mr. Bijuke, what are your thoughts? How, when planning a zero trust, the impact of model the user is going to have? How should we have a proper control over that also?
Yeah, Mr. Nagmohan very well explained, and particularly the situation in banks which have a legacy systems, where computerization, automation started around 2 decades back. So while we all know about the difficulties or issues that a legacy institution has for micro segmentation. So when we say about zero trust, there are it's not about micro segmentation alone. That's the point I want to make it very. It basically starts with identifying the user, as I mentioned earlier, identifying his attributes. So when a user gets connected to the network, so authenticating him with multiple factors. That is, in addition to if you have username and password, on top of that, a second factor, and that second factor itself, if it is a biometric kind of authentication, it's much more better. Then on top of that, the kind of device which is getting connected, is that device a permitted device? Is that device meets the security standards that the organization has defined? So
Yes.
all those things forms part of zero trust. So basically, as it was discussed earlier, with the pandemic, it's totally different to other kind of disasters or crises which we see generally when we see talk about business continuity. In all other cases of business continuity, normally the disruption is for a few hours or a few days, and even in that case, the rescue is that we have a near DR or a DR or multiple DR. But in the case of a pandemic, it is totally different. Neither the near DR nor the DR comes into help. Everywhere it is a human accessibility that is the basic issue. All the systems are up and running, both DC, DR, and multiple DR. Everything is up and running, but people are unable to come into the office and have the normal authentication mechanism. So in this kind of situation, the checking the attributes of the user and the user's device is very much important, and that helps us to ensure security to a great extent. Then the kind of access he is having, all the panelists discussed about the least privileges. That is very important aspect which everyone has to look into it. And earlier, if the user access review was done for certain critical applications, say bi-weekly or monthly, in this period of pandemic, we'll have to shorten the periods user review, particularly the privileged users access review. And ensuring that again the automated tools like PIM, PAM, ensuring that the logs are integrated into the 24/7 security operations center is also a very, very essential requirement. Like zero trust is not only validating but also monitoring on a regular basis, on a continuous basis. So all these things forms part of zero trust framework or journey, we can say. And for legacy institution, it is always that it cannot be achieved in one go. We have to move step by step, and we have to give priorities for the crown jewels.
Right. Right. Thank you, Mr. Biju K. After the user experience, I would like to understand on and the next crucial thing, probably, if probably you may all please agree to this, the choosing the right infra architecture for this. So there are several approaches adopted by different organizations, so be it micro segmentation or software defined perimeters and other zero trust proxies. So I'd like to understand from Mr. Vinod Kumar and Mr. Akhil Verma on the significance of choosing the right infrastructure to ensure good, viable zero trust technologies. I'll first request Mr. Vinod Kumar to share his opinion on this.
Thank you. I think the zero trust strategy requires a lot of changes, or it's facing a lot of challenges compared to the years that is gone. Primarily because the institution, how they're working, the approach to access the network applications, the environment, the users, and the kind of end user devices that we are using. And a lot of APIs get opened. So earlier it was very restricted, but currently the environment and the business requires a lot of APIs to be exposed to multiple organizations. That needs to be secured. Then the IoT implementation started. If you look at the architecture itself, it's having a lot of microservices. Earlier, we never used to have much of microservices, but a lot of other level of implementations. Containers came. So if you look at overall network and the workload and even the workplace, how the workplace is actually segmented, it is actually giving a lot of changes in past 1 or 2 years. So that actually changed the entire way the security or IT looking at how the implementation needs to be done. So if you're looking at the users itself, there are multiple types of users. Some working from office, some of them remote. And many of the people are actually using their mobile for accessing. Some of them are using their laptop. Like that, a lot of things actually getting changed. So the kind of environment that's put in place, the architecture undergoing a lot of change. Earlier, especially in a banking environment, it used to be an on-prem solution. Today, we have on-prem, cloud, hybrid solution. Multiple solutions are actually put in place. So I can say the entire industry is actually looking through a solution, or they continuously go through the architecture which is put in place, revise them, go through the documentation and control in place, and a continuous revise is actually happening there. And if you look at the global practice also, a lot of things actually are coming in place. The people are actually started believing in controlling that zero trust is very much important. Earlier, if you look at the people are actually looking at if a malware is coming, how can I protect? Now the scenario is totally changed. They're looking at if I get a malware within my organization, how can I stop that malware is impacting my business? How can I have a configuration that can control or a misconfiguration that can stop my entire day's activity? So that is the way the change happening in the overall architecture and the systems which are in place. So that's at a high level I can say from the change and the trending and the seriousness actually given by all the organizations to protect the data in any organization. Pass on to Akhil, who can give more security standards.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Akhil Kumar.
Yeah. So while my opening remarks, I told whether we are having any single solutions which we can procure as a bank or as an organization and can achieve zero trust, I don't think means answer is not a yes. And Mr. Naga, he also mentioned that definitely all these things, it is to be required in the defense in here. Now the thing is whether means also one thing I mentioned, it's a, like you can say it's a framework. It's not exactly only technology like some solution. In this scenario, we have to validate each and everything, like any end user or staff or the customer, whether they means we have to validate from which device they are coming, We have to validate from which network they are coming. We have to validate probably from which application they are accessing. We have to validate probably, depends on our use cases, from which geographical locations they are coming. So they are the different scenarios. So all these things, whatever I'm talking, device, application, graphical, all these things are getting fit into the OSI layer, which we call as the 7th layer of my model. So all these difference in depth layer, it cannot be only I'm protecting my network layer, it's a done, nothing. Because nowadays it's a scenario, it's a very broad from which side we can get the attack or the intruder and something. It's a no. So definitely what the solutions we have to procure or how the technology means, definitely I'll not talk directly solution, means what technology or what the implementation mechanism we have to adopt. It depends on my business use cases, whether which type of environment I'm using and how, what are my customers, whether I'm using or the mobile banking type of technology, whether I'm having written model type of branches, or whether I'm having some BC type of model, or depend. It's a organization to organization different. Even though in a banking sector also, like I'm from the payment bank and earlier I was in part of public sector bank. So it's a different, altogether it's a different game. Means we have to assess that what my technology stands, and after that we have to implement the technology or the protections or the controls in appropriate place. It's not a single bullet which we can achieve that thing. And second thing, just I want to touch upon your previous question, but definitely from the banking side. So one thing I want to say means whether if we can say zero trust, whether banking has adopted or not, I would say yeah, it's a technology perspective. Definitely it could be now its implementation or some earlier few years we may have to start it. But from the process perspective, I think it is in a banking. It was for last means many years it is there. You can consider from the process side to verifications of the customer. Or one saying is there in the zero trust. Means earlier it was there, trust everything but verify. But nowadays one saying is there, no, don't trust anything and always verify. So that is the thing. So we are improving towards the technology side, and each and everything from the zero trust also we have to take care that way. If any traffic is coming, now it's not a time, okay, don't trust anything, because we are working from our home. Our network modules means whatever our internet connection, whether how much it is safe, we don't know. We are using after that our network means organization system, and it is we are hitting to our network. So all these places we have to take care. We have to be very cognizant, and accordingly we have to apply. So it's not about the user convenience. Okay, what the and Mr. Naga he also mentioned, it's not like we are suspecting or we are doubting our customer. We are protecting them to not to do the mistake. So that's what it's a means. It's a balanced type of thing. It could be some false positives, starting side, phasing, all those things. But at least organization as well as the employee will be safe in that way. That is my thought.
Right, Mr. Akiloma, you're right. I mean, there are several technologies which are involved, and that is why the scale and scope of the work involved in implementation of zero trust framework cannot be underestimated. So now, now I would like to ask Mr. De Cruz, what are the challenges that we should be prepared for when it comes to implementing this zero trust framework? Mr. De Cruz, your views.
So challenges will vary across industries and across organizations, but some of the common ones that I could call out is to be able to find the right strategy and the right model to fit your frame, to fit your organization's needs. Okay, again, we cannot go with our intent of saying let's be 100% secure, because we have never seen 100% in cybersecurity. So we should have something that is most apt and most suitable to the organization, something that is able to protect and to be able to risk manage my most vital assets and my crown jewels, as Biju has been saying, and being able to find the right framework. That's the first and most important point. Secondly is, and I think you touched upon it during one of your questions, is to be able to get a buy-in of everyone who's going to be involved in the entire framework and the approach, as well as the implementations, and finally the end users who's going to be impacted by the approach. Okay, so right, starting up from your top management, their buy-in, and luckily for us all in the CISO world, the coronavirus has helped that. But in a normal BAU scenario, it is to be able to get the buy-in and the support of your top management. Because if I go into a boardroom and I tell my top management from tomorrow, do not trust anyone, including your neighbor sitting next to you and the partner sitting to your right, and no one's going to believe me. Okay, so that's the top buy-in, and then how you embody it into the culture of the environment across your various users and functions. That's the next key important piece. And third is to be able to be proactive, understand your environment, and always stay in control. So I've briefly summarized it at a very high level into top 3 aspects. Again, because what zero trust is just says trust nobody. So you do not trust anyone and anything, both outside and inside your network. So these are the top 3 levels that are, and the top 3 things that you would ideally need to do. And as I said, then it then gets into dependencies and specifics of the industry and the organization that you're part of. For an organization like ours, which is almost 3 centuries old, there will be a lot of other legacy systems, manual processes, etc., that will have to be considered. For a next-gen organization like Akhil's, which is a payments bank and a digital setup right up from day one, it will be a totally different requirement. Yeah, thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Ashton De Cruz. Alan Sanchez, I want to understand from your perspective on the challenges arising from implementing zero trust technologies, and as a leading organization, how do you address those challenges?
Thank you for this question, and I think I completely concur with what my fellow panelists have said. There is one thing that perhaps I would suggest to add to this very accurate approach is education. No matter how big our performing our cyber strategy can be, they have to rally with them the users within the organizations, and the best way to rally them is to educate them and to build a common knowledge, not only in the SOC or in the NOC or in the IT department, but across the piece, so that people will accept, for instance, some of the constraints of a 2-step authentication, some of the constraints of implementing other components of zero trust, but in all knowledge of the danger. It's like when the police explains the danger of speed, people would accept to reduce their speed, hopefully. When it's just, you have to reduce, like in some countries in Europe, it has been done with no explanation. People don't have the same knowledge of the danger, and then they don't accept the security as well. So let me perhaps, with the permission of everybody, conclude with that, because I need to be in another presentation on another panel. But education is key, and we are opening for free. Fortinet is opening for free all the lessons. We call it Network Security Experts. It's now a platform that is available online. Take advantage of it, because it's our common interest that our users get better and smarter in understanding cybersecurity. Thank you, everybody, for your listening and the quality of your arguments today. It was a real honor to be amongst you, as I said earlier. With all my apologies, I have to run into another call. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alan Sanchez. Thank you so much. So, I, however, would like to formally the panel discussion with one more question: that what could be the possible disadvantages of zero trust, and how can that be curbed? While answering this, I'll also request the panelists for the concluding remark, and if I can request everyone to share their opinion in about 1 minute on this particular question. Your concluding remark and what could be the possible disadvantages of zero trust. I'll start with Mr. Ashton De Cruz.
Okay, zero trust, in simple layman terms, zero trust actually means having the right people access with the right access to the right resources at the right time and for the right context. Okay, so there are 5 rights in this. There's no left, there's no wrong, just 5 rights. And so what do they touch upon is 5 components. It's the user itself, it's the device from where they are coming, or the location, the device/location. It's also the application that they are trying to access, the session or the time of access. So what is the time of access? And finally, the data and the information they want to look from. Okay,
Right.
so as long as we have these 5 rights and these 5 components correct, we should be in a good place. At the same time, zero trust as a framework should have enough flexibility because requirements change dynamically, and they should be able to trust granularity. Okay, and the most important piece of that is to be able to trust beyond zero trust. And what I mean is that ultimately, if we want something to be working, as both Naga and Akhil have said it in the past, it's not that we do not trust the staff, the employee, the customer. It is just trust beyond zero trust.
Right. Right.
Okay. So yeah, again, that's my conclusion of it. Disadvantages, again, far and few in between. To be honest, I can see more advantages of zero trust than rather than disadvantages. It is just, if at all there's a disadvantage, it's that one-time effort to be able to initialize it and have it first set up as a first time. Because if it goes wrong in the initial setup stage, it will actually create a lot of disturbance in the system.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Bijuke, Chief Information Security Officer from Federal Bank. What could be the possible disadvantages of zero trust in your concluding? Yes, Mr. Nagaman. Yes, please.
If you permit, I need to leave now.
Okay,
Please,
sir. Please, I would insist, and I'll request you if you can share your views in just 1 minute on this, and then you may probably please leave, sir. Mr. Nagaman.
No, I would like to leave now, please.
Okay, sir. Okay,
Please.
no.
Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. Mr. Bijuke, coming to you again.
Yeah, I fully agree with Mr. Ashton. So more than the drawbacks, it's the advantage. It's about protecting the organization, its assets, and also protecting the individuals, because if someone else is misutilizing either the credentials which has been stolen or something like that, it's also protecting the individuals who are otherwise authorized to access the banks or the organization's assets. So when we talk about disadvantage, security is always a balancing act. So by increasing the security means little bit of inconvenience on the experience side. So that will always be there. And initially, like as said, initially that will feel like little more inconvenient. But people has to understand that aspect. So that is where what we earlier discussed, the management buy-in is needed. So like when we are authenticating a device and checking whether the device has some basic standards, there can be cases where some devices are not authenticated and hence the user is not able to access at the required time. Similarly, when we talk about multi-factor authentication, so if the authentication levels are less, it's always easy from a user perspective. So the user experience, it becomes little affected as and when we bring in more and more security features. So that is the disadvantage per se, we can say. That's all from my side as a concluding remark.
Thank you. Thank you. Sir Vinod Kumar.
Yeah. So I will say it is not much of a disadvantage, but actually how that impacting the organization. The adopting the zero trust is takes a lot of time to migrate from one platform to other platform, or if at all we need to make some major changes in the processes, then actually takes a lot of manpower time, a lot of cost involved in actually most of the cases. That is one of the major aspect which I can say while we adopting zero trust. So more than that, actually the approach in implementing the zero trust demands a lot of policies and processes. We need to think about a lot of gaps that can happen. So this actually impact the entire organization plans, most of the cases, and then the implementation was. So as everyone said, the pros part is a lot. So all the organizations, I'm sure that nowadays go ahead with the planning and implementing a lot of perimeter or the endpoint level security to ensure that zero trust is available, and that is very much required, especially in a FSI environment. We'll connect with that here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vinod Kumar. Now I'll request Mr. Akhil Verma also to share his view on this.
So zero trust implementation means, in my view, instead of considering as a silver bullet, it should be considered as a framework. Instead of considering as a some big bang approach, it should be in a phased manner. Instead of going in all the entire organization, it should be whatever my organization's structure is there, whatever my organization need is there. Accordingly, slowly in all layers of defenses, we have to implement. It could be in a process side, it could be from the technology side, it could be from the technology process and the people side. Anything it could be. If we are going, and the disadvantage side means your second part of your question, if we are going as any solutions and we are keeping, and after that we are just enabling it for everyone from this particular geography, from this type of devices, from this type of any IP or network, if any traffic is coming, immediately you block it. So I think it will create that unnecessary noise, and it may create the problem for the organizations for successful implementation of such technology, which is very much needed. And definitely, as everybody mentioned, for any technology, any process, any solution implementation, top management buying is very much important. Tomorrow, if we are, as a CISO, if we are going into the boardroom and we are telling, okay, we want to implement the zero trusted solution, so definitely questions will be there. Means what it exactly means, we don't want to trust anyone. So obviously, it is going to be in a different scenario. So it is a process, and accordingly, we have to implement in a phased manner. That is what my conclusion.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Akhil Verma. So these technologies, that support zero trust are indeed moving into mainstream, and this is perhaps the best way to stop the data breaches. So we understand that these are very necessary technologies that we need to adopt, and the framework that we need to create for better security. We cannot thank you enough for all joining us today in this panel discussion. And with this, we here formally close this. Thank you so much, everyone, for sharing your views in this panel discussion on zero trust technologies. It was really wonderful interacting with you all, and we can say that zero trust is not a bad word, but this is a great approach. In fact, because this is the need of the hour, especially when people are working from home. Thank you so much. I thank Mr. Akhil Verma, Mr. Biju K, Mr. G. Naga, Mr. Vinod Kumar, Mr. Ashton De Cruz, and Mr. Alan Sanchez for sharing their expertise in this forum. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alan, for the wonderful PPT. Thank you so much. With this, now we here break for lunch, and we will again assemble on this virtual platform at 1:15 p.m. Thank you so much, all the delegates. I request you, meanwhile, you may please visit the virtual expo and interact with the organization which are exhibiting their products and technology at our virtual exhibition area. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my blood is rebel. I'm going all the way. I'm going to another level. To another level. Let's go, let's go, let's go. To another level. To another level. Let's get it.
Businesses need to evolve faster than ever in this competitive age of digital transformation. To keep up with the pace, organizations cannot afford to sacrifice a huge amount of human effort and money on repetitive, time-consuming tasks that are important but robotic in nature. Businesses, in fact, need to channelize their human workforce intelligence for innovation and delivering enhanced customer experiences. To solve these challenges, it's time to make a shift from expensive and never-ending traditional IT solutions to the empowering Nivetus robotic process automation. Nivetus RPA is built with 3 powerful components. Nivetus RPA bots. They operate just like humans. They mimic their actions and interact with data through front-end user interfaces, requiring no modifications of your existing systems. Once they've been trained, no manual monitoring is required. They are your virtual workforce and are easy to configure, work with a range of interfaces, are 50% faster than humans, 100% accurate, run 24/7, and are rapidly scaled up as needed. Nivetus RPA Studio. It has a user-friendly interface and an extensible architecture. It supports reusability of existing components, requiring no coding skills. The third and most important component is Nivetus RPA Control Center. It has a centralized dashboard that offers load balancing, exception handling, and scheduling capabilities. It supports point-click deployment of robotic processes, real-time monitoring, and detailed audit trail of bot activities. Nivetus RPA is a time-tested and robust solution that helps enterprises achieve reduced operational expenses by 40% to 80%, mature governance and scalability, more than 30% ROI in weeks, enhanced customer experiences. And that's not all. Nivetus RPA is deployed across various industries globally. Are you ready to thrive with smart automation? Get started with Nivetus RPA today.
Activity is a given. It's not. Today's IT departments struggle to integrate a myriad of proprietary network endpoints, protocols, and applications. The result is functionality of the lowest common denominator based on decade-old technology. What companies need is a single, powerful, easy, and secure solution that helps them tap into the full potential of hyperconnectivity. This is TeamViewer. With the ability to run on any major operating system and device, TeamViewer's leading interoperability bridges the inconsistency of modern IT chaos. Other than a puzzle of single-purpose applications, TeamViewer is the one multi-purpose platform. With unparalleled system and hardware control beyond the application layer, companies all around the world can build their specific use cases with TeamViewer. Gaining access to Linux servers from an Android tablet? No problem. Regardless of endpoint type, with or without display, screen, or keyboard, it provides full device control, as if users were sitting in front of it, even in case of shutdown or restart. With remote incident management and troubleshooting, technical support for any PC, mobile, or IoT device and machine is possible without someone actually being present. It doesn't require firewall or infrastructure configuration, but rather works innovatively by automatically choosing the best connection protocol and routing server. This ensures real-time connection with low latency, often even establishing a direct connection between clients to achieve the best possible performance. If you can surf the web, you can use TeamViewer. Just enter your ID and password and you're good to go. Additionally, TeamViewer can be seamlessly implemented into other software solutions. All TeamViewer sessions are end-to-end encrypted, which allows secure, private communication between endpoints in the TeamViewer infrastructure. Therefore, nobody, not even TeamViewer, can see or gain access to your session content. TeamViewer's unique network with more than 1,000 routing servers globally is connected with up to 45 million devices at the same time, ready to start a TeamViewer session. This number is infinitely scalable, even in the most remote locations with bandwidth challenges. TeamViewer excels with smart context-aware connectivity and tailored compression technology. So no matter where you are, which device and operating system you use, or how you want to tap digital transformation, TeamViewer just works.
Yeah, another level, chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Yeah, another level, chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Yeah, another level, chain breaker,
Good afternoon, everyone. We hope you had a delicious lunch in your home, your offices, wherever you are. I welcome you again in this virtual on this virtual platform for the National CIO Virtual Conclave. We had wonderful panel discussion so far. Now, after the lunch, we will have again some interesting subjects which will be discussed by another set of experts who have agreed to speak today in this forum. Thank you so much, everyone. Our next panel discussion is on how CIOs are uncovering the digital identity, robotic process automation, artificial intelligence, and chatbots. This panel discussion will again be moderated by myself, and I invite Mr. Amit Saxena. He is the Deputy Chief Technology Officer at State Bank of India. I invite Mr. Sarat Chandra, Chief Information Officer, Airtel Payment Bank, and Mr. S. Venkat Kumar, Senior Vice President, Kotak Mahindra Bank. I invite you all on this virtual platform and welcome you all for this panel discussion. Welcome to our National CIO Summit. My name is Harshal Desai. I am part of editorial team at the Banking and Finance Post magazine. I welcome you all for this two-day program, which is being organized on a virtual platform. We are very glad to have a panel of eminent speakers with us. I welcome Mr. Amit Saxena. He is a Deputy Chief Technology Officer from State Bank of India. Welcome, Mr. Saxena, for this panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Harshal, and good afternoon to everybody. I look forward to a wonderful discussion with the co-panelists.
Thank you, sir. I welcome Mr. Sarat Chandra. He is a Chief Information Officer, Airtel Payment. Welcome, Mr. Sarat Chandra, for this panel discussion. We are really very glad that you have taken time out from your busy schedule to participate in this panel discussion.
Hi, Harshal, and thank you for this opportunity. It's great to be meeting Amit and Venkat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Looking forward to a good discussion today.
I welcome Mr. S. Venkat Kumar, Senior Vice President, Kotak Mahindra Bank. Welcome, Mr. Venkat Kumar, for this panel discussion.
Thanks, Harshal, and thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. So today's subject is how CIOs are uncovering the digital identity, robotic process automation, artificial intelligence, and chatbots. This is the subject for today's panel discussion. Very interesting subject. We all know how banks are leveraging the technologies in a big way to make their processes streamlined and smooth. Artificial, we all know machine learning, blockchain, computing, and robotic process automation is often termed as the game changer technology for financial institutions. Banks have taken this pandemic as an opportunity and looking with the emerging technology provider to make their process smoother. This panel will focus on the emerging trend of the banking sector. I would first request all the panelists to share their views and their opinion on this subject in about 2 minutes. And after then, we'll like to ask individual questions to them. So the subject, as I said, how CIOs are uncovering the digital identity, RPA, AI, and chatbots. And I'll start with Saxena, Deputy Chief Technology Officer at State Bank of India, to share his views first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Harshal. And certainly, it's a very interesting subject. And what we have been looking at, that this whole AI and RPA kind of a thing is a very exciting subject for all the banking institutions, because during this pandemic time, what we have been working on to improve the efficiency of the bank, improve the productivity of the people who have been working in the bank and our partners itself. We have been working on AI on a smaller scale, as I would say. It may be bigger than any bigger banks itself, but for SBI, it becomes a small step into a right direction. But having said that, we are working on to some of the very exciting AI kind of offering, which we already have, but we are enhancing them to give a 360-degree view to a customer experience kind of a thing. Wherein what we understand, the banking have changed forever itself. So going forward, it would be the banking industry have to service our customers. So the services would become on the solicitation basis in place of a customer approaching a bank for a service itself. We are working in that direction. We are ready with a few solutions which we have launched. As we go forward, we'll start touching about those subjects itself. Thank you very much.
We are seeing a trend wherein which customers are adapting to the digital channels faster and in large numbers during this particular duration. At the bank side, we are looking at leveraging artificial intelligence, machine learning, RPA to embark on automation and digitalization. Right now, a lot of manual processes are getting digitalized and they are made available to the end customer and wherever they want it. Hence, we are able to improve the customer experience. At the same time, the foundation, what we are learning, what we are doing it now, it's building in a lot of resilience, and it is also keeping us future ready to serve in masses. That's what we are observing as of today.
Yeah, I think this technology evolution and the adoption of these technologies in this current COVID context is something that is very interesting to observe. If you notice, most of these technologies are not necessarily very new technologies. We've had AI, ML around for quite some time. And I think what is happening right now, like Mr. Venkat and Amit had pointed out, is that we as a banking industry are learning that our role in the industry, in our community is changing. We used to be a place where customers used to come to us, deposit an important asset, which is the money with us, with the trust that we will manage it safely and we will use it in the right this thing for the benefit of the customers. Now, that same aspect, customers are able to look at, and with the trust that the banks offer, they are now expecting banks to actually transform to say that we are not going to manage only the money of the customers, but understand that what is the customer, what are the customer's needs, understand when the customer's need is the highest, and what is the channel, especially in this age where the number of channels of delivery of service are so many. If banks are able to understand the need of the customer, understand the time when the customer has that need as the maximum, and deliver that service to the customer at the right point through the right channel, then we can do a lot more for our customers. And banks, thanks to the industry and the technology innovation that is happening, are starting to look at this as the new frontier of customer service. So it's not about delivering a preset set of products to the customers anymore. Now what the customers expect is that every customer, you understand what their customer needs are, what their needs are, when they are going to be most needing it, and delivery of those services from the bank at that point in time. And hence, usage of these technologies, which have been used in internet firms like Google's and Amazon's and others for a long time, we as the banking industry are adopting, and it is amazing to see what all is possible with this. So very exciting times. I think the customer acceptance that banks can provide much more than just a banking service is very much there, and we can be able to deliver almost daily customer engagement for our customers using these technologies is very, very much possible. I think we're getting into the generation where banks think about it as internet scale banking delivered to customers through multiple channels. Very exciting times.
Right. Indeed, this is, we all must agree to the fact that banks are probably had started using the latest and advanced technologies already before this pandemic arrived. And since we organized a lot of conferences, and that's how we came to know that there are a think tank in the country that also believes that we are much ahead than the Western world also when it comes to adopting technologies in our banking sector. Now, my question is, how significant it is to add artificial intelligence to a non-IT non-AI or traditional method for banks. Do you think that human intelligence is still needed to spot and fix problems? I'll start with Mr. Saxena.
So let me say it this way. See, the traditional way of banking, how it is being done. So people want very much needed that they should know their customer. Having said that, the world is changing. If you see, the current generation is an instant gratification kind of a generation. My kid she's a teenager going to college, and she's looking forward to why I can't get something which other kind of some of the new fintech companies are able to give. So having said that, and what we said, we are going to build an ecosystem in banking industry which is going to be making our country as Atmanirbhar Bharat. And you are very correctly in saying that, Harshal, that we are way ahead of other counterparts in the world. We have built in a system which has not been experienced by other banking industries across the world itself. And what we look at, that this AI kind of a thing it's an emerging kind of thing. I won't say we have reached the maturity stage, but it's an emerging kind of a thing. And to just give you an example, Harshal is a good person. He banks with us, and he has got a son or daughter who's going to a kind of a higher study. We would be offering him education loan without him asking about it, right? So that's a kind of a basis AI intelligence what we have built in the insights about your transaction. And once the boy or girl gets out from higher studies, we are going to give him or her a first day drive to his office or her office into a car itself, right? Those are the aspirations which a bank should meet, and that's what we are working upon. And overall, the AI is needed, right? So you should know what a customer insight is into. So it's a long journey, but we are on the right path to achieve it. Harshal, you are on mute. Harshal, you are on mute.
It is indeed a long journey, and based on the user experience and the advancement in the technology, we of course learn to adapt newer and newer things into our. I would like to request the same question to Mr. Venkat Kumar, Senior Vice President at Kotak Mahindra Bank also. How do you think that human intelligence is still needed to spot and fix problems?
Yeah. So if you look at the areas where artificial intelligence is getting leveraged, it has been leveraged in the areas of automation, credit risk, fraud detection, or enabling critical decisioning, or personalization, or conversational banking like chatbots, and sometimes even enabling new business opportunities.
Right.
If you look at in today's context, each of these initiatives, you have both human intelligence and artificial intelligence working together with a common objective in mind to achieve a common business benefits out of it. And I believe the same thing will continue. They will work together to achieve even more greater results as we go into the future.
Right, right. So it is. I mean, if I go research, it was estimated that 85% of the relationship of the customer with banks will happen without directly interacting with a human being. So, Mr. Sarat Chandra, what is your view on this? And I would like to ask, have we really reached that situation where already, if not 85, a good percentage of customers have already started interacting with the bank through machines and through artificial intelligence? And if we are able to if we are able to avoid the need of human being to spot and fix problems in the banking system.
See, banking, especially branch-based banking, if you go back 20, 30 years, was all about a personal touch, right? It was about the bank manager or some employee of the bank who's managing a customer, understanding what the customer is going through their life, through their, let's say, business, whatever others would be, and building that one-to-one connect with the customer. There are obviously a lot of stories that we all know where a bank manager who understood the needs of the customer went ahead, helped them, and that customer stays with the bank because they trust that the bank understands them. Now, while that was fine 20 years back, even maybe 15 or 10 years back, where the number of customers that were serviced by a bank was limited and people could do this on a personal touch. Right now, where we are talking about 130 crore Indians reaching banking and having, especially in the context of what the government is pushing, whether it is Jan Dhan accounts or Aadhaar and mobile, and the various technologies that are currently available, where the customers are seeing a huge amount of consumption of not banking, but other services, consumption of OTT services, people are getting used to, like Mr. Saxena said, instant gratification, right? Now, in that context, as a bank, where previously a bank branch possibly served maybe 2,000, 3,000 people, now we have a bank where we have to serve millions of customers. Now, to be able to serve those millions of customers, but still have that personal connect, which indicates to the customer that, hey, my bank understands me, understands my needs, and is able to give me what I need at the right time, is a very important aspect. And that's why I believe that I look at this as a very important aspect, that we should understand the customer, their need, when they need it, and what is the best channel to which they will react to. Right. For us to be able to do it at scale with millions of customers and millions of opportunities to interact with the customer, AI is very important. It is not about being non-personal in communication, but it is about being so personal that the customer believes that we are working with an individual and understand their specific needs. It's like those creating a cohort or a category of one and the power of one, right? For that, definitely these technologies are necessary. Have we reached there? If you look at other industries, we do see them a lot, right? I mean, at some of these internet companies, the message that I get is so tailored to me that I would feel somebody is writing that by hand. But that's not necessarily true. It's actually automated. That technologies are available. AI is relatively mature at that stage. And from a technology standpoint, the maturity is there. From an adoption standpoint, I think the banking industry is starting to get there. And I think that's a very wonderful state to be in. In the next couple of years, I would see us being as on par from a technology adoption perspective as any other internet company or any other industry. Right. And so I am very excited about this.
Right. So again, to Mr. Sarat Chandra only, robotic process automation is also, making inroads to banking system. How RPA is different and pivotal and relevant for the banking sector?
See, I think when you need to solve such large number of problems and serve so many millions of customers, you can't do everything manually. Right. It has to be automated. And yes, that's where I think RPA also plays an important role. With the evolution of usage of technologies like OCRs and automation of whatever systems that we have, RPA provides a very strong opportunity for banks to automate hitherto manual processes.
Right. I would like to ask the same question to Venkat Kumar also. How they are making the most of process and what are the advantages that they have been able to get through this technology?
So if you look at all the areas which we discussed about, right? For example, in case of automation, in terms of credit risk analysis, as well as in terms of fraud prevention, as well as for critical decision making or conversational chatbots, right? We have leveraged these technologies. As we discussed about, there are certain areas where the adoption would have been more. In certain areas, we are building solutions around it. So that's how it has been. But it has been a very promising field in terms of automation, especially when you have to scale it up for masses.
Right, right. Coming to Mr. Amit Saxena, I would of course, I want you to on the robotic process automation and its significance. And additionally, I'd like to ask, whenever we deploy any technology, one of the purpose is, of course, to reduce the the cost on the organization. So your views on robotic process automation, its significance, and how RPA AI chatbots are helping banks and institutions to reduce the operational cost.
Right, and I would take it in two parts itself. One is looking at it from the technology perspective, that how they are helping us. And certainly, I would name few areas where they have been very, very, their contribution have been tremendous. Given the size of a bank of an SBI, which have got 421 million customers, 761 million accounts, if we have to deploy 60% of the country's transaction one way or another crosses SBI, right? So the first place where we have been trying to touch upon is to have a reconciliation done, right? So if the money is not debited or credited to the account, how well we can do a robotic process automation. We started with a smaller component itself, but we are looking at that whole of the reconciliation should be done through a robotic process automation. That would bring in efficiency. And I believe once this would be established, that can be, we always help the BFSI industry to get it implemented all across the spectrum of banks itself. That would be very helpful. The other place where we are looking at a robotic process automation kind of a process is that you understand the regulatory mechanism what under which the banks are covered, etc. Right? You should be able to try finding out what are those processes which automate so that you can have a pre-hand information, the VAs, the PTs, etc., which you keep on trying to close now and then, and somebody, if they can help you with the robotic process automation. VA is the vulnerability assessment, PT is penetration testing, just for everybody to understand on this spectrum of what jargons we are using, and we are used to use a lot of jargons, etc. Right? So, and those are the places where the RPA will come. Having said that, the second part of your question is how the operational efficiency would be brought in. So operational efficiency would brought in from reduction. So SBI doesn't work it from an aspect to reduce the number of people who can be, because our volumes are increasing, our business is increasing, so we need more and more people. And there we use these forums like this, wherein we like to invite all the fintechs and the startups to come and speak to me, and we would look at, because we try building all these solutions ourselves, we can take a lot of time. And there's some of the very good colleagues from different banks who are also over here. They have done a wonderful job in their bank, right? But for the size of SBI, we want some of the solutions which are cutting edge. If a fintechs and startups are having those solutions, we would be very happy to work with them, to partner with them to take those solutions, because it becomes an easier path for me than of trying to build it. Given the size of the bank itself, it's not like that we cannot build it, but it helps me to roll out things quicker than, and we save things. So, thank you very much, Harsh.
So actually, chatbots are the cost cutter. I was reading somewhere chatbots are the real cost cutter and best tool to engage customer. Mr. Venkat Kumar would like to understand from you how this is a fact. Is it really so that chatbots have been are able to help different BFSI and institutions in engaging their customer in a very proper manner, and at the same time cut the cost also for the banks?
Yeah, definitely. For example, in this particular mode, you can handle your queries in a self-service kind of a model. Hence, it helps us to scale better. When you look at artificial intelligence, right, maybe a different perspective. The benefits depends on the kind of use cases where you use the artificial intelligence. Okay, take an example of automation. You measure it in terms of productivity improvement or a cost reduction. Okay, but if you look at for a credit analysis, potentially how much I can reduce in terms of default or an NPAs, or if you look at fraud, how many frauds I can reduce, right? Or if it is enabling a new business opportunity, it could be in terms of revenue. Or if you're looking at something like personalization, or even for chatbots, for the perspective, it could be even for, you can measure it in terms of customer experience also. Or in terms of decisioning, you can look at how much of insights, new interesting insights, which can help me to improve my business or product out there. That is a way you can measure, right? So the benefits can be looked at in different contexts and different perspectives, depending on the use cases where they are covering it.
Right. Prevention of fraudulent activities can also be one of the element that should be taken into consideration. So I would like to understand this from Mr. Sarath Chandra. How you relate this with latest artificial intelligence tools? How, if any case that you can cite, probably can, where artificial intelligence or chatbots or through robotic process automation, you have been able to prevent some very crucial fraudulent activities.
Sure. See, the whole idea of AI and machine learning is basically around the fact that while conventionally we've been taking a lot of decisions based on rules, the rule-based fraud management or rule-based activities to identify risk and quantify risks in any mode is always something that is going to be behind the fraudsters and others. You will never be able to be a step ahead of the fraudsters in a system where you're rule-based, because the first thing that you're doing in a rule-based system is you're observing trends and then applying those rules, and because you're manually or otherwise identifying those. One of the things that our data science team has worked on and has been able to focus on is the ability to find frauds through machine learning and AI processes, so that key if let's say a bank is doing a few million transactions a day, a few millions of transactions a day, now to be able to identify frauds is extremely critical. And one aspect of fraud detection or mitigation is the fact that we find the fraud as quickly as possible. There are multiple kinds of frauds that we see right now, right? We see layering, we see money laundering, multiple stuff. Now, the most important aspect that any of us have to have in our armor is the ability that we react fast, identify quickly, and make it more difficult for the money to just go out. This can happen only when we are able to identify patterns automatically. So we use a lot of machine learning and AI concepts like clustering, anomaly detections, and others, so that every transaction, as it is happening, we are able to identify that and say whether there is a score which can say, hey, the risk score of that being a fraudulent transaction is high, and hence we should take some action. It could be a simple action which says, hey, customer, we think that this is a fraudulent action. Can you give us some other information for authentication? It could be as simple as that, but those are very important. And these are going to happen only when we invest in something like an AI models, machine learning, and other aspects. So I think in that context, technology is the only way that some of these things can be captured as quickly as possible. One other place that I think we could also use this, and we use it, is in terms of onboarding frauds. Customers who are being onboarded, we have a lot of compliance rules that we need to apply. So while we apply all those compliance rules according to the regulations of how and when we, what kind of customers we want to onboard, it is also important for us to do risk scoring and others. This risk scoring, again, if I am able to do that on an AI basis, I can do multiple things, including, like Mr. Venkat mentioned, identify whether this customer is going to be valuable for us, whether this customer is someone who is going to eventually add more ARPU for our bank. What are the areas that this person is needing from us, and stuff like that. Now, again, all these are things that we use AI and ML to be able to identify.
All right. Mr. Amit Saxena, we all know how SBI is leveraging the technology with some of the great mobile applications that you have been able to launch in the market, and how you are dealing the fraudulent activities prevention with the latest artificial intelligence tools in your banks, especially on the mobile applications as well.
So we have launched our, and you are right from that aspect, a couple of years earlier, 24 November 2017, we launched a full digital banking platform in the name of YONO, you only need one, right? That was a full new technology stack what we have deployed and implemented. It was a stack wherein we have changed the whole customer behavior itself. So all journeys on YONO start and complete in 3-step process, right? So there's no journey which can go right from onboarding to doing a fund transfer. You're not trying to find out all those things. Having said that, and security become a kind of a centerpiece when you are trying to build up these things, because these journeys, some of these journeys have been built up as the omni-channel experience, right? So you start from one device, you go to another device, and the journey will still continue, right? So how to manage the security part of it? We would like to just pass that thing, how the nitty-gritty of the implementation itself, but just to reassure everything, we are being considered as the most trusted bank in the country, and we have implemented some of the solutions which are the first kind of a solution, but they are one of the best solutions all across the world. Because when we procure something, we ensure that we would become a standard with respect to that kind of a solution. And we do speak to our fellow CIOs and other places where in a closed door kind of a thing. But having said that, we rest assured that these are one of the most secure mobile platform or the internet banking platform what we are offering to our customers.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Since fraudulent activities and its detection is an important thing for any VFSI institute, I would like to ask the same question to Mr. Venkat Kumar also, that how they correlate artificial intelligence and prevention of fraudulent activities.
So if you look at a BFSI segment and leveraging artificial intelligence to contain frauds, right? So if you look at identity management, right? Now we have biometrics like facial authentication or voice-based authentication. Then we have this behavioral authentication, which is an emerging area. Then, as Sarath pointed out, on the once a transaction happens, how can I monitor the transactions? How can I look at the anomalies within the transactions in real time to control the frauds? And if you look at on the cybersecurity space, especially tracking the events, prioritizing the events which might be related to a network breach and so on, right? So generally, these are the areas where artificial intelligence are getting leveraged within the banking space in terms of containing the frauds.
Okay, great. So you mentioned about the facial recognition, right? I was reading in newspaper that banks are going to make the most of facial recognition technologies now in their banks. How significant this move will be, and how viable this move will be for the banking industry now. I'd like to request everyone to share their opinion on this. So I'll start with Mr. Amit Saxena first.
So let me say this thing. So obviously, Reserve Bank of India, the regulator, have approved the video KYC, kind of thing last October, November. Most of the banks have implemented it. So the KYC of a new customer onboarding is being done through a video KYC. Facial recognition is an integral part of it, because you have to do a liveliness check for the video KYC to be done. So having said that, so at least we are limiting ourselves to that part itself. We have thought of few more things for our senior citizens, but as and when we move forward, because senior citizens have to give their life certificate, etc., on a yearly basis, that can be also one of those use cases. But there is a point of discussion which we are having with the regulator to come upon this. But currently, video KYC is something which is being worked upon, and it's live itself. Most of the banks have implemented it. And I believe facial recognition, if you are looking at from a it would be there in a non-financial transactions, but for doing a financial transaction, it looks very good and very, but it has got its the liveliness check is still a work in progress by most of the companies itself, right? So you can have a blur background and can you recognize the face itself? So there are multiple use cases which needs to go through a time-tested process where they can be taken for a financial transaction itself, but non-financial, certainly we are all game for that. So that's not a big deal.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Venkat Kumar?
Yeah, so if you look at the frauds in digital space, right, and typically you'll find more of wishing kind of a fraud, right? Somehow the fraudster is able to convince the customer to part away with his credentials and able to perform those financial fraudulent transactions out there. Now, if you look at from that perspective, this is a very good what you call a technology to address address that particular problem out there. And as I pointed out by Amit, there are certain challenges with respect to this technology in terms of liveliness, customer experience, and the improvement of the AI/ML models. And once these are addressed, this could be a promising technology to address wishing kinds of frauds, which are quite larger in numbers.
Right. Mr. Sarat Chandra, your take on the facial recognition technologies and their significance in the BFSI industry?
I think I have to agree with Amit and Venkat that this is an area that is very interesting. And it is interesting to also see that our regulator, I mean, that's something that I feel very proud of, that our regulator understands technology very well and is able to balance customer trust and customer care, and also leverage best technologies and allow us as a community to use these best technologies effectively. Video KYC, for example, is a very powerful model for us to be able to work with. The fact that we are able to open accounts with a video KYC with a relatively seamless flow. Yes, there are challenges, but it is relatively seamless, is a very positive thing for us. Also, on top of that, with iris scans and whatever other mechanisms, I think over the next year or year and a half, I would see this technology maturing a lot more and very interesting use cases coming up. So I do think that any way of identifying the users and being able to authenticate that this user is who he or she claims to be is a very valuable thing. And the more number of opportunities we have to do that, and video being one of the use case, one of the channels or mechanisms, it will add its own value as we go on. As you know, mobile technologies are improving. Even a mid-end smartphone these days comes with a very, very powerful camera. There is decent data availability. So all these are going to be much more possible, even in tier 3, tier 4 cities. And that I think is very exciting. It will open up a lot of opportunities for our customers.
Right. All these efforts are being, put together in order to help our customer have a very great experience with our banks, right? So customer is the king and whatever we are doing is for the customer. How do you take customer opinion and customer feedback whenever for ongoing or under development application? Do you do some kind of surveys? I like to request everyone, if you have recently undertaken any survey for any particular technology, especially the artificial intelligence, where the AI is involved within your institutions. I'll start with Mr. Saxena.
So I will tell you about it. Surveys are very constantly done, and we engage with a lot of management consulting companies. Some of the best consulting companies are partners, and they give us insight what's happening all across the world and where the world is going. And I would just give you a quick example about, and this we have done prior to the pandemic itself, right? So it was a bit delayed, but if you see the clock in my hand, right? So this is a payment instrument, right? So it's a tap and go kind of a thing. This we have done prior to the pandemic. We would be launching it in another couple of days. So you do not need to pull out your debit card and you can do a payment, right? So the regulator have allowed for a 2,000 rupees of a transaction which you can do. So I'm not doing any payment, right? So I'm not touching any card, and neither I'm handing over my card. So it's this kind of a thing what people aspire to, right? This we have tie up with one of the leading, this manufacturer of this watches, and he would be providing it. It would be made available on a online marketplace which is hosted by Yono itself on Amazon, etc. So you can use it. Having said that, what you would also see is that nowadays what people are looking at, and you do not need a survey for that, right? They want that somebody has to fulfill my needs itself, right? People who have been trying to, I would give you an example that Harshal, and nowadays you are not traveling, but you may be traveling a lot, and and you have been coming to the country, and every time you are tired, it's a overnight flight, 12 hours, 13 hours, and what we are trying to do next time when you walk in, we'll give you a foot massage free of cost. That's only for Harshal Desai, right? On an international airport, because you are a good customer. You have been paying. We have forgotten to recognize a customer who have been doing all payments on time. Right? They have been a constant customer. So that kind of a service is what we are looking at going forward, and we are ready to move into that direction. And as I said earlier, BFSI is going to change itself. There's a host of services which you would start seeing coming from banks, and especially from State Bank of India, right? Wherein we are a young bank of 211 years young, right? So there are a lot of people have got aspirations that what SBI can provide to them, and we are ready to give that gratification what they are looking out from the SBI itself.
Right, right. So, Mr. Venkat Kumar, what are your views on analyzing the customer experience with the for the technologies that you are using in your banks, and what are the areas that your customer probably would like to see some modifications? If you can brief us on this.
Yeah. So we operate in kind of like a center of excellence kind of a model, right? So if you look at artificial intelligence itself has wide varieties of technologies. You can have NLP, speech recognition, energy, computer visions, and so on. So we look at a specific technology and what could be the anchor use case, which solves a specific pain point, and we engage the business team. We build a proof of concept. So if it is an employee focusing application, we let the end users use it. If it's a customer based, customer focusing application, so in fact, all employees are also bank customers. So internally we try it out and seek the initial kind of feedback in terms of how the technology as well as the use case and the business objectives, we are able to meet all the expectations. And once we are able to assess it, then we go for a commercial deployment, right? And once I'm able to do for one technology, then I can look for similar such use cases which can be powered by the same technology out there. And that's the kind of an approach we are looking at, how we could scale across various departments, across various technologies, AML technologies within the organization.
Okay, great. How Mr. Chandra, you are making the most of customers' suggestions and feedback to improve your technologies at Airtel Payments Bank?
As a product engineering team, we are adopting more agile and lean startup kind of processes. The idea being that all the way from our ideation to eventual delivery, we would like to understand who the customer is, what is the target customer's needs. We do small experiments, we do customer surveys, and we do prototyping. We show it to the customers and get feedback at regular intervals and regular cycles. And we follow this consistently for everything. Any new launch, we typically do for a small experiment group. We take their feedback. We use NPS as typically the way that we get feedback, and we continue that cycle, and every step of our this thing, we try to see what is our customer experience, what are our metrics, customer experience metrics that we are seeing. We also look for feedback from the customer and see how we can improve that. That's part of our development and deployment cycles, and that's something that we are maturing on. We won't say that we are perfect in giving following this process, but that's an area that we believe is very critical, all the way from ideation to eventual delivery, and then expansion or scaling up of the services to the customers. So we do that in a very methodological way.
Right. Right. Now when it comes to development, the regulations are also something we need to consider, and we need to ensure that we cater to the compliance. So this is also one of the important, thing that we need to consider while development any tool. So what are your views on this? How do you ensure that you meet the compliance, and how tough it is to meet the compliance, and what are the challenges we typically face in all this process? Just like to start with you. Mr. Sarat Chandra.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking. See, when we are building any service or any product, there are multiple aspects to that. The 360 view of this thing is about how is the customer going to use it. There are going to be operational requirements to it. There are non-functional requirements about performance and others that come in. If you look at a non-BFSI unregulated company, these are typically things what people look at. But in a regulated environment, I believe that the regulations are very clear. RBI does a brilliant job of actually clarifying on the requirements and the expectations of what the banking industry has to follow, and how can we keep customer at the center of everything that we're doing. So one of the things that we have approached, we are a very young bank, so a lot of our employees are learning the process, learning the regulatory environment as we are building stuff. So one thing that we have invested in is that our compliance team make sure that as part of every product development that's happening, the requirements for compliance are very clearly articulated. Our risk teams tend to also look at this aspect and articulate those requirements during the development phase itself. So as a product engineering team, we are actually looking at these from day one. And as long as these are well articulated, then for the engineering teams, it actually becomes a very simple aspect of saying that I have these requirements to satisfy. Am I satisfying them during my development? And when deploying, we have the relevant sign-offs and others to ensure that all these requirements are being met. So just like I would test for functional expectations of a product, we are also now starting to look at compliance expectations, risk expectations, operational expectation of any product that we launch as a part of the full development process. And with the ability to be able to automate a lot of these through automation testing and others, it actually becomes a part and parcel of how we build new products. We also are looking at something that is called, as part of RegTech, we look at a compliance approval engine, which is going to look at compliance from day one for every transaction, for every activity that is happening in the system. So this will be a control mechanism so that the system itself identifies if there are any compliance misses, if there is any transaction or customer or any other activity that is happening which is not following the compliance expectations, it will give alerts and other stuff. So this becomes very part and parcel of everything that we have to do. And I believe that's the only way for us in the banking industry to do it. And taking it from day one ensures that we can make it part and parcel of our life.
Right. Right. Mr. Venkat Kumar, what are your views on meeting, how challenging it is to meet the compliances? And can artificial intelligence itself tell us how compliant we are whenever we are developing any tool or any application for customers?
As Sarat pointed out, any of the solutions development, we involve risk and compliance team very early in the process. So that ensures that the solution is compliant to regulations and so on. In terms of in terms of an industry trend, I'll put it across. If you're looking at compliance, a very good use case could be an anti-money laundering. Typically, in this particular case, you have thousands and lakhs of events are generated based on complex rules, and certain events needs a faster scrutiny. Now, artificial intelligence can help you in prioritizing what those events are and what potentially could be false positives, and focus on key critical things so that which needs attention in a time-bound manner gets attended to.
Right. Right. Okay. Great. Mr. Amit Saxena.
Let me say it this way: there's no shortcut to a compliance. So you have to go to the whole 9 yards to be compliant itself, right? So, and because all the banks are subjected to multiple kind of audits itself, and so whatever we build it, we have to ensure from the start itself that it's completing all the compliance requirement. Otherwise, last moment, we would be stopped by n number of different groups itself who look at from a very kind of a detailing part of it. So what we do is that's in our blood now, right? So nobody questions if there's a compliance thing. So we will ensure that the processes needs to be changed to be compliant. They have to be changed. There's no if and buts around it. So the groups have been kind of very much. There are different risk groups and compliance groups who look after these things, and we ensure that everything is compliant. First of all, there's not even a single thing which is non-compliant. It won't go live. That's the period. End of the story. If you're non-compliant, forget about it. It won't pass my table. It won't go through that for a okay itself, right? So, and having said that, certainly there's a huge opportunity because compliance needs a lot of audit, right? So these audits can be very well managed through a AI-based kind of a thing. So what SBI have done, and this we have not talked a lot, but we will start talking about it. We have got a risk score against an application, and which is being measured through a multiple inputs which are being collected from a different systems, right from a SOC, VAPTs, and then you get a score assigned. You get into if you are not into a green zone, then you are not good, right? You have to be, into a green zone for your application to be up and running. So what we call as the application owners group, they have to ensure that their applications lie over there. And we have built in so these rules are based on, and we do a bit of analytics running over this. So it's not a manual kind of a thing. So nobody has to enter any data. That data is collated all across the organization, being sourced to multiple ways itself. So that way we are using a bit of, I won't say, so we have got a business intelligence group and who define all these, and they keep on changing based on what are the new requirements, because the regulator keep on giving new guidelines for the compliance as and when itself on a very regular basis. So somebody has to keep on updating those guidelines and to see whether your applications and your they are compliant. And humanly, it's not possible. So we have put in a way in place wherein every application has to run through that system, and it would tell you the results out. It's like checking the vulnerability, right? So you run a software, right? Like about a lot of software, but this is an in-house kind of a thing. This is nothing to do with any of a product itself. This is a product which I have got an IPR with SBI. SBI people have developed that kind of a thing.
Right. One more question to you, Mr. Amit Saxena, because SBI is one of the bank where it has a lot of rural customers also, or rural customer base also. How when you compare your the usage of your mobile application with probably the artificial intelligence tools, how do you see response from the rural population towards your technologies when compared to urban population?
So what we have done when we have developed this digital platform in Yono, so it not only caters to the retail customer of urban kind of customer or millennial kind of a thing. It has got a place where it calls Yono Krishi also, right? So over there we have used artificial intelligence for people who have been having what we call as a KCC, Kisan Credit Card, and they have to renew those credit cards at a regular interval. And what we have done, we have put in a machine learning with the integration with the weather system. So if there's an impending cyclone which is coming on the kind of eastern part of the country, a notification is being sent to all these agriculture customers saying that why don't you bring in all your gold and submit into a branch and avail a gold loan, because you would be needing money because there's an impending cyclone which is coming over there. And this gold loan is being given at a 2-click kind of a thing, because behind we have already done all the analysis. So it's a pre-approved gold loan which people can avail, and it's a very hit product with our customers who are associated with agriculture. Having said that, we have not only limited. It's a retail application what we are talking about, but we have got another flavor of YONO, what we call as the YONO Global, which is doing it for global customers, and then we have got a YONO Corporate, which is dealing with YONO Corporate customers for corporate business, for a cash handling, for a SCFU, which is a supply chain financing unit. And so there is a lot of different versions of kind of YONO what we are trying to do. And what we are thinking of, as we said, that we are talking of YONO as an ecosystem wherein it would be making a changes with respect to. So even when you are trying to buy, are people who are related with agriculture, they have to buy a lot of stuff, right? So now if you are onboarded on YONO, your Fasal Bima Yojana, which is the Government of India initiative, or if you are using it, then you do not need to worry, right? They are covering all your crops under the Fasal Bima Yojana of launched by GIO. So every person have got something of or other to be handled to a YONO as a platform. We are no longer calling it as an kind of an app itself. We are calling YONO as an ecosystem, which is going to change the customer interaction with the bank itself. Thank you very much, Harshad.
Thank you, Mr. Saxena. So one last question for the panel discussion with their concluding remark I'd like to ask. So this is how AI is strengthening the competitiveness of banks. That is, we all will agree on this. So I'd like to request everyone to share their concluding remarks on this particular thing, that how AI is strengthening the competitiveness of banks, and what are the areas that still needs to be worked upon in order to improve the customer experience. Probably if you can share one or two challenges also in implementing all the artificial intelligence tool, be it chatbot or robotic process automation. So I'll start with Mr. Sarath Chandra.
Thanks, Arshul. See, I think definitely this is a technology that has enabled successes in other business industries. And I think it is the right time for banks and the BFSI segment to actually pick this up. The ability to use these technologies is an amazing capability that we are looking at right now. Because it is going to give us the same capability that you would find in an internet company in delivering such personalized services to any of the customers. And I believe this is the time for internet scale banking. The way an internet company thinks about building products, delivering products and services to customers, this is the era where banks will use the same kind of technologies to deliver this. Now, what are the challenges in being able to do this? The challenges obviously are going to be, one, just changing the mindset. How can we start thinking about the customer as an individual and understand each one of our customer in a single cohort? The power of one that we talk about is something that we all need to start thinking about. Not about, hey, this is a group of customers for whom my product will suffice. Yes. It is not about thinking from the product and saying who's the customer who will use it, but starting to think about every customer, what does the customer's need, and can we deliver a service or a product to that customer which is personalized specifically to them? I think that mindset is still not come in. We need to move away from what is benefiting us as a bank or as an organization to how can we benefit the customer. That's mindset I think that the industry is still looking at. The second thing that is a challenge is obviously ensuring that we, a lot of times we look at AI and others as opportunities to improve efficiencies. If you look at chatbots, a lot of people look at chatbots as a mechanism to reduce the customer service outreach cost. While that is true, a typical telephone call from a customer might cost, reaching a customer call agent might cost anywhere between 10 to 20 rupees. While that is cost, that is not why we should be using a chatbot. We should be looking at a chatbot as a new channel where we can reach the customer and be able to solve their problems in a much more self-serve mode. And it is just not about using AI. It is not just about using the technology of a chatbot, but thinking about our products all over again and ensuring that we build the products that can be leveraged in this manner very effectively. For example, let us say a transaction offer a customer paid, a customer paid for failed for some reason. A lot of times we still in the industry have a situation where the reconciliation happens, the merchant settlement happens on a T+1. We commit to customers saying that you will get a refund in 3 days or 5 days or whatever that is. Why do we have to make the customer go through this pain? In fact, here, there is not even a need for a chatbot. We see this as a chatbot use case a lot of times, where the customer can enter the transaction ID and then we give the status of that or whatever.
Yes.
But we know that the customer transaction has failed. So why even wait for a chatbot? Can't we make our systems change in a way that we call out saying, hey, Mr. Harshal, you tried to do this transaction. This is what happened. And we will continue trying to make this payment on your behalf and try it multiple times. If you're able to successfully do it, send back a notification to Harshal saying that, Mr. Harshal, thank you. Sorry for the pain, but this is confirmed. Or if you're not able to confirm that payment, even after, let's say, 3-4 times of retry, possibly we automatically give you a refund without having to wait for a lot of things. This is still not there in the banking industry, and I think that's where we could use a lot of stuff. So it's not about just one technology in a particular space. It is about thinking 360.
Yes.
The other thing is, I think, so there are advantages, there are challenges. But I think I'm very excited, and I think this is where technology plays an important role, right? It is not about just efficiencies. It is actually about understanding the opportunity cost. While we can look at all these technologies to improve efficiencies of delivery or operations, I think a bigger cost is opportunity cost. If I'm able to deliver a world-class experience to the customer based on their need, when they need it, through the channel that they need it, then what we can do for our customers is so much more. And the cost savings of just thinking about it as an efficiency cost are going to be overpowered by the opportunity cost of customers coming back to us and giving us more business. So I believe that there are some mindset changes that we have to go through as an industry. But if we're able to get over them, we will be able to do amazing things for our customers. And I think that's a golden age of internet scale banking that we will be able to deliver for our customers.
Right.
Just one last thing. I think India is, Mr. Amit also mentioned this. I think India, both as with our regulator, with the technologies that are available, and some of us in the industry, is in a wonderful position to serve these 1.3 crore customers and be able to deliver such amazing. We are among the top countries where banking revolution is changing how we work with systems. And yes. I think this is an amazing place. So yeah. I'm very excited about this.
Right. Mr. Venkat Kumar. Thank you, Mr. Sarat Chandra. I'll request Mr. Venkat Kumar now. How AI is threatening the competitiveness and what are the areas that you see that should be addressed in times to come?
So if you look at one, we can leverage artificial intelligence with the existing processes, right? Every department, all processes, starting from risk, fraud, automation, personalization, customer experience. So artificial intelligence is like an electricity. It can be part of every processes, right? Also, there are cases wherein which it can power from scratch new business opportunities, which may not be possible without an artificial intelligence. Okay, these are like a clear revenue generating opportunities, like a new product or a new segment out there, right? So organization should focus on both these things. Second, when you embark on this journey, right, since this technology is evolving, right, so always you start any initiative with outcome in mind. Start small, and this team should consist of both technology and business teams. And business teams should also understand or educated about what capabilities these technologies could bring in and work together. Always start with a proof of concept or a minimum viable product. Always see, am I able to achieve the end objective? And if I'm successful, then go ahead and commercially launch. And how can I repeat this cycle at a much faster rate? How can I do such many experiments, agile, faster? That kind of a development setup, as well as the knowledge at all levels, is critical to make it quite successful in terms of adoption and deployment within an organization.
Thank you, Mr. Venkat Kumar. Mr. Amit Saxena, your final take.
Right. And Harshal, what we say is, and what we are looking at, the thought process at the State Bank of India is that how well AI we would be leveraging is one part, and which we'll keep on doing with the tools and the technology and the solutions which are available. But we are looking at it more from a disruptive mode also. We are looking of, and we are talking of how the artificial intelligence along with the virtual reality can help customer deliver some of the results what they are looking at. Now, not many people are going and looking at the new houses, right? So, and that is a very big segment, right? So can we look at a solution which can provide a pre-approved loan which is already there for, say, for example, one of the very good known builders, and they can do a virtual reality along with the AI integrated to have a loan disbursed by SBI at the click and sitting at their residence itself. So we are thinking it from that aspect and giving, and it has been a quite a interesting, kind of a interaction with everybody, and I believe it has got a lot of potential to do different things as we move forward. That's what my take is.
Right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for the wonderful thoughts that you have shared on this virtual conclave, in this panel discussion. We are grateful to everyone, and indeed, artificial intelligence is something which banks have already been able to leverage to a great extent, and in future also, Indian banks are going to make the most of these available technologies, and we all are seeing and reading in newspapers, and customers are also proactive, and it's probably because of the aware customers, banks have also got a kind of help in developing these tools and technologies for them. So once again, on behalf of Elets Technomedia Private Limited, the Banking and Finance Post magazine, and the National CIO Summit, I thank everyone for participating in this panel discussion. I thank Mr. Deputy Chief Technology Officer at State Bank of India. I thank Mr. Sarat Chandra, Chief Information Officer at Airtel Payments Bank, and I thank Mr. S. Venkat Kumar, Senior Vice President, Kotak Mahindra Bank, for participating in this panel discussion. With this, we formally close the panel discussion here, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harshal. Thank you.
Now we will move ahead with our agenda. We will have a fireside chat on embracement of new innovative products with Mr. Yadav, who is President and key leadership team member at Kotak Mahindra Bank. I welcome Mr. Shripad Yadav for the exclusive chat on embracement of new innovative product. Welcome, Mr. Shripad Yadav.
Thanks, Harshal. Thanks for giving me opportunity to talk to you. It is really delighted to be with you here and people like who are well known in this industry, especially on the media, print media, as well as a digital media platform. Nice to interact with you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, as I have mentioned, the subject is embracement of new innovative products. We all know Indian banking sector is really doing well when it comes to using and adopting new products and technologies to make the customer user experience better. We live in the digital era where technology is driving change in almost every industry, whether it is use of smartphones or automation to improve operations, cloud computing, data analysis, smart use of technology. This is becoming an integral part of the success in every business, and no industry is as driven by technology as banking is, if I'm not wrong. Banks are the leading they're a kind of torch bearer when it comes to use this technology. I had read somewhere that more than 80% of banking CEOs are actually considering the impact of digitization in the finance world. And we will have Mr. Zadav here with us, who will be sharing his input on these subjects in this exclusive discussion. So, Mr. Zadav, my first question to you would be that digital transformation, it's helping every sector to grow and run its operation during COVID. So, in your view, how can it help the agriculture sector and farmers during these uncertain times? I would like to start. I would request you to start your conversation keeping the agriculture sector in mind. So, over to you, Mr. Zadav.
Yeah, Harshal, if you really look at India, okay, you are absolutely right. If we really look at the digital way of living, digital has increased in last couple of years. And with pandemic, we were forced to change our course, change our action. Okay, if you really look at it today, meeting somebody is you are slightly skeptical rather than you want to have a video chat or you want to have a con call with him. And I think so the people have been forced to use a lot of digital things. Now, coming back to the agriculture, I think the majority of the digital, if you really look at it, is a smartphone penetration in India, especially in rural India also. It helps in rural India because the point is there are distances which are huge where you cannot travel, where the voice or a mobile or a data can travel and you can seamlessly talk to each other based on this. So it is very important for us to have a digital tools which are available, but at the same time, it is very important for a customer to have something to get connected. Without this, digital transformation will not give its output. Today, if you really look at the Kotak as a bank per se, okay, especially on the agriculture side, we have as on today end-to-end digital acquisition as well as digital servicing model which is in place, which has helped us in this COVID time during the lockdowns, or it is a post lockdown 3 and now the lockdown 4, which is unlockdown 4 is approaching. In that, it is helping us to ensure we give a product delivery to the customer as well as to give a service 24/7 whenever he wants. And it is not so basically today what is impacting the offices are getting locked down, cities are locked down, but we are able to make the flexible service model which is helping customers from across India. So today there is no place where across India we are shut down. That was the only first 21 days where everything was shut down. And let me tell you, during this 21 days also, by using cloud model, we were servicing the customer even during the lockdown period. I think this is in my lifetime journey, this is a period where I have seen transformation happening at a very fast pace. The adoption on digital side, adoption on video chats, adoption on remote working, adoption on voice recognition model, everything has gone. So actually this was a time for us to test all the products which we were running at a lower capacity to utilize the full capacity utilization. And I'm looking at it in a post-COVID era also, because as you know, the new normal, rather than I call it as a no normal, because everything is very different. Today, the way you interact, way you talk, way you trust, way you communicate, way you write, everything has changed. I think in that era, it is very important and it will help our journey, because we embark on this journey. Actually, I think that we were the first bank to get into a product offerings, which is 811, which is a totally digital product. So we were the first to offer, and we embarked on this journey. Definitely, it helped us as well as our channel partner to deliver products even in rural India and to the farmers. Because I look at it as a rural products, not only to the farmers. Because if you really look at penetration of farmers and other professionals in rural India, is that the gap is diminishing. So it is the farmer on the one side he is also a professional. So there are combi customer profiles which are coming in this. So we see.
Right.
I mean, if I really look at it versus last year same period and this year, we are actually grown in our numbers.
So thank you, Mr. For sharing your views on how this digital transformation at Kotak is helping agriculture sector and farmers during these uncertain times. One more questions related to this I would like to ask you is how you are reaching to these farmers with these products and technologies. I mean, you have created some product for the farmers, right? This is the one thing, and reaching this product, reaching to farmer with these products and technologies. How you are ensuring this at Kotak?
See, I will split it at two. Number one is a promotion of the product, and number two is a execution or offering the actual product. Okay. Obviously, for a promotion, we are using techniques like video recording, WhatsApp, or the Facebook, because we are also one of the key partners with WhatsApp. We are using social media, and we are using various techniques to reach out to our customers by way of recorded callings, be it virtual bots or anything. Okay. So we are using that extensively. But in rural India, it is essential with you need to have your field team. So it's in the execution. It is not 100% digital. It need to be phygital. You need to have 5 to 10% of your physical presence, and that our national level network, our field teams which are working on the products are helping us to connect and convert customer during this pandemic. So obviously, because though we have a network, but quality of network is always a challenge. So moment today you have to upload anything of a 2 MB file, it takes I think hours also in rural India. So you need to have appropriate hub and spoke model. You need to have your representatives there. Obviously, I think what you can save is on the underwriting. You can save on the post customer service. You can save something on the documentation, execution, and operational part. So whatever is there at the bank side, we are trying to maximize the digital conversion or digital adoption in that. Obviously, the connecting for doing the documentation, doing field investigation is something which is still you need to be physical, or you can use mobility solutions and all this.
Right. What are the typical challenges?
In this era, it's not something like it is a total shift to a digital and there is no offices required. Absolutely not. You need your people, you need your offices.
Right. Great. So what are the typical challenges you face as a while reaching to this reaching to rural part of?
Number one, the point is obviously because of the COVID infections, few times a part of a city is locked down, few locations, the local government administrative body keeps scrub on the traveling. You can't travel district to district. You have a quarantine norms. all these things are impacting the conversion. However, for us, because we have a deep rural network and we are there, just to tell you on the industry side, one of the indicator in rural India is tractor sales, and you might have heard and read across the newspaper the industry is booming. So in that industry, we have a market share of 10%. Okay,
Right.
So that is the penetration level which we have, and we have our own team across India. So that is helping us to overcome these difficulties which we are facing because of this. And obviously, we are there in this for last 16 years. So our customers are also there who are helping us they have a trust on us, so they are ready to wait for a day or something, and we are able to deliver.
Right, great. Now, which schemes run by the center do you think agriculture sector to grow, especially during COVID-19, and how Kotak is how is Kotak and its farmer centric Kotak's farmer centric offerings are in sync with government's scheme? If you can share some thought on this.
I think first and foremost, the UPIs, the Aadhars, the various government focus on digitization and direct benefit transfer, and last but not the least, Jandan accounts, which government has done the drive, has actually helped the farmer to get connected during this period. Okay. Now, so these are the things which are already there. Now, if you really look at it today, what we are doing is we are using, if you really look at a platform, I think cloud and a voice recognition has become the backbone for our customer service, query resolution, and our execution on a documentation side. Okay, that has helped us. Number 3 is, especially for a government side, government has a focus program of a digitization of the land records. I think they are through to 60 to 70%. In the various states, the percentage conversion is on a various scale. But that has helped us because without going to a talati or a revenue record office, we are able to assess the land holding of the farmer, which is a key asset for the farmer. Number 3 is we are using a lot of algorithms which are based on the database, which are based on the CIBIL record or a bureau record, which you say. And third point is the Aadhaar, KYC based on Aadhaar has also helped. So we in all use all these techniques, and we were up running, because if somebody would have decided after COVID I should start developing, it would have been very difficult. I think that is where we were just ahead of the curve, and we were able to use it. Now, what next? If you really look at it, okay. So today, I think the remarkable judgment, remarkable initiative which government has done, getting direct farmers access to the market. I think that is going to be a big way where farmer is able to improve his income by eliminating the middleman. The APMCs is going down. Second initiative is ENAM, where farmer on a mobile phone will get access to the information of various markets which are in his vicinity, and where he can take a you can say a calculated decision where he want to sell the produce. Third initiative is with this opening up of the farm sector, corporates will also start buying directly from the farmers, which will help them to produce what a consumer wants, and it will also boost the export, which is very, very critical for India, because it's not local consumption. India should look at Indian farmers should be able to supply for an export, because food export can be a big revenue generation or an export for India. I mean, I think that is a focus. And last, the focus on the cold storage and a cold chain. I think that will help farmers to actually improve the income, and you will see farming as a well accepted profession which will come in rural India with so much of irrigated land available. I think that can be a great journey for making this India as a, you can say a big economy in the world.
Right, right. E-trading platforms are also, very crucial for when it comes to marketing agro products, right, for farmers.
Exactly.
How do you
because
see, yeah, please.
Yeah. Sorry.
So how do you see the scope for e-trading platforms for farmers in the country, and what is that we are in which we are lagging behind? Can we say that we have enough e-trading platforms in the country where farmers can make the most of these platforms and actually grow?
I think there are two things. Number one, anything which is on a trading platform or on the open market will improve the transparency, and it will improve the leakages within the market. Okay. So today, when you take a informed decision, it is always better than you are without data and decision. So they will get a better price. Number two is in all the platforms there is a trust which is involved. Okay. Now it is a both the way. It is a farmer to the e-trading platform and e-trading platform to the farmer. Because if somebody is traded, whether there is a stock or not, okay, or there is a produce or not, whether you will get the delivery or not, these are the questions which are there in the mind. I think this product is evolving, and definitely government need to play a crucial role in this, because you need to have a cross check. See, if you really look at now share trading, capital market trading, everything is dematized. You today, whatever get listed on the market, it is certified by some agency. So these aggregators, I think, need to come up, and there is a work which is essential on this one.
Right.
So especially the delivery is so this trust building will take some time, and there are concrete steps which are required, which today there is a question.
Right. Two more quick questions I would like to ask you, Mr. Jadhav. The startups in the Indian EdTech sector, they are attracting a huge capital. How does Kotak look forward to working with these startups and actually helping together boosting the agriculture sector?
I think, Harshal, you are on the point. I think the post-COVID era, which we called as a, you can say, after Corona, AC world, where you need to be the world of, I call it as a world of cooperations, world of joint work. Because the pace at which the technology and even everything is changing, where you can't do all on your own. You need to develop on your this thing, and you need a specialized skill. You need a specialized expertise in this. So we are working with the many startups, and it is helping us to promote our products. It is helping us to also learn from them on a various aspect of a micro objective. So I see a big role of startups in rural India in coming time.
Right. Thank you. One more thing I would like to ask you. During this 2-day conference, a lot on zero trust technologies and artificial intelligence, chatbots, machine learning, and all. How now this question is how artificial intelligence is helping you to develop these kind of products which are very focused for agriculture sector?
See, I look at it, definitely artificial intelligence is a buzzword today everywhere, and artificial intelligence is getting used also. But the more use cases will come after you have a sufficient data, because it is nothing but you need a data for training your computer, you need a data for creating the algorithms. So we are helping artificial intelligence. We are using on two sides. One is underwriting side, second is a fraud prevention side, and a third is a transaction monitoring side. These are the three sets where we are using artificial intelligence based products. I will not say today they are working on their own. We are actually testing it. So you need you can say a human eye observation on that also, because you're not sure about whether you will get 100% result. which will be with the reliability of 100%. So today, slide, there is a reliability issues because of the data availability. So that is what. So I will start. This is a journey which we have started. I think to convert into the you can say day-to-day products which you can depend on, like a chatbot, is time. I think it will take minimum some time at least. I will not comment on what is the time duration, because in technology you don't know what will happen tomorrow. So I see a huge introduction of lot of AI-based engines in agriculture sector and are servicing our rural customers. I see that happening in time to come.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Yadav. We also look forward to a scenario where Indian farmers make the most of these latest trends and technologies, like many other countries are already doing, right from artificial intelligence to machine learning to Internet of Things. Several technologies in terms of various areas of agriculture, they use them, and we would certainly would like to see those technology coming up in India also. And Kotak Mahindra Bank will definitely have a big role to play in it, strengthening the farmers in the country. So with this, we will formally would like to close this conversation here for the day. And I would now request you for a 2-minute concluding remark on this subject.
So, Harshal, if you really look at as a, I will say a concluding remark is definitely adoption of digital and products which are digital-based products are offering. On both the sides, there is a willingness from a consumer side and there is a willingness from a finances side. So that is a concept which is there to stay. It will help farmers to have a quite bouquet of a product where whatever suited for an individual he can select. So that will be informed decision. With such an open consumerism, I feel the cost of the products will also go down. And for a banks also, the losses will go down because you will able to monitor the end use for a particular agriculture activity or agriculture farmer or an individual, or I am saying that maybe it is a non-agriculture products also. So that will help us. So overall, I think we are heading for a you can say a better prospect in the future time. And as with the India has so much of rural population staying, and we have availability of resources like water and arable land, I think that is a growth driver for Indian economy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shripat Jadhav, President and key leadership team member at Kotak Mahindra Bank, for sharing your views and your at this platform. And on behalf of the Banking and Finance Post magazine, we thank you so much for taking time out to participate on this virtual conclave National CIO Summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Harshal, and thank you, Elets, that to have this discussion here, and looking forward to more association. Thank you very much.
I now request all the delegates to again visit the expo. We will have a networking break again here, and we will again assemble in this virtual hall at 3 p.m. At 3 p.m. we'll have a technology presentation by Ms. Shwetal Desai. She's co-founder at Nividuous, and the subject will be moving beyond automation silos with hyper automation. This is indeed a very interesting subject, and I request everyone you please assemble in this virtual hall again at 3 p.m. Meanwhile, I request everyone to please visit the virtual expo. Thank you so much.
In the age of digital transformation, with countless tools, one would assume that connectivity is a given. It's not. Today's IT departments struggle to integrate a myriad of proprietary network endpoints, protocols, and applications. The result is functionality of the lowest common denominator based on decade-old technology. What companies need is a single, powerful, easy, and secure solution that helps them tap into the full potential of hyperconnectivity. This is TeamViewer. With the ability to run on any major operating system and device, TeamViewer's leading interoperability bridges the inconsistency of modern IT chaos. Other than a puzzle of single-purpose applications, TeamViewer is the one multi-purpose platform. With unparalleled system and hardware control beyond the application layer, companies all around the world can build their specific use cases with TeamViewer. Gaining access to Linux servers from an Android tablet? No problem. Regardless of endpoint type, with or without display, screen, or keyboard, it provides full device control, as if users were sitting in front of it, even in case of shutdown or restart. With remote incident management and troubleshooting, technical support for any PC, mobile, or IoT device and machine is possible without someone actually being present. It doesn't require firewall or infrastructure configuration, but rather works innovatively by automatically choosing the best connection protocol and routing server. This ensures real-time connection with low latency, often even establishing a direct connection between clients to achieve the best possible performance. If you can surf the web, you can use TeamViewer. Just enter your ID and password and you're good to go. Additionally, TeamViewer can be seamlessly implemented into other software solutions. All TeamViewer sessions are end-to-end encrypted, which allows secure, private communication between endpoints in the TeamViewer infrastructure. Therefore, nobody, not even TeamViewer, can see or gain access to your session content. TeamViewer's unique network with more than 1,000 routing servers globally is connected with up to 45 million devices at the same time, ready to start a TeamViewer session. This number is infinitely scalable, even in the most remote locations with bandwidth challenges. TeamViewer excels with smart context-aware connectivity and tailored compression technology. So no matter where you are, which device and operating system you use, or how you want to tap digital transformation, TeamViewer just works.
Businesses need to evolve faster than ever in this competitive age of digital transformation. To keep up with the pace, organizations cannot afford to sacrifice a huge amount of human effort and money on repetitive, time-consuming tasks that are important but robotic in nature. Businesses, in fact, need to channelize their human workforce intelligence for innovation and delivering enhanced customer experiences. To solve these challenges, it's time to make a shift from expensive and never-ending traditional IT solutions to the empowering Nividus robotic process automation. Nividus RPA is built with 3 powerful components. Nividus RPA bots. They operate just like humans. They mimic their actions and interact with data through front-end user interfaces, requiring no modifications of your existing systems. Once they've been trained, no manual monitoring is required. They are your virtual workforce and are easy to configure, work with a range of interfaces, are 50% faster than humans, 100% accurate, run 24/7, and are rapidly scaled up as needed. Nividus RPA Studio. It has a user-friendly interface and an extensible architecture. It supports reusability of existing components, requiring no coding skills. The third and most important component is Nividus RPA Control Center. It has a centralized dashboard that offers load balancing, exception handling, and scheduling capabilities. It supports point-click deployment of robotic processes, real-time monitoring, and detailed audit trail of bot activities. Nividus RPA is a time-tested and robust solution that helps enterprises achieve reduced operational expenses by 40% to 80%, mature governance and scalability, more than 30% ROI in weeks, enhanced customer experiences. And that's not all. Nividus RPA is deployed across various industries globally. Are you ready to thrive with smart automation? Get started with Nividus RPA today.
Yeah, another level chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Yeah, another level chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Yeah, another level chain breaker, earth shaker, rainmaker. Oh, to another level. I'm going all the way. I'm going. Yeah, my blood is rebel. I'm going.
Hello everyone, welcome. I request everyone to welcome Shwetal Desai, co-founder at Nividus. We will have a technology presentation by Nividus now on moving beyond silos with hyper. Over to you, Shwetal Desai. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Shwetal Desai, co-founder at Nividus, and my topic today that I'll be covering is moving beyond automation silos with hyper-automation. Thank you for joining us today. And I'll be walking you through why automation is critical and moving into hyper-automation. And why that is important in today's world and the way we are evolving in terms of automation, why it is leading into hyper-automation. Okay. So first question is, why is automation critical today? Now, businesses are affected by many factors, such as business disruption, lack of innovation, employee morale may not always be high because they're doing repetitive tasks, customer expectations are always changing, regulatory compliance, so you're always playing catch up with that, and it's always a problem because regulations change all the time. Plus, inconsistent business growth adds another problem in this. For example, COVID recently has led to inconsistent business growth during certain periods of time, early part of this year. And of course, competitive pressure. So, most folks have adopted RPA and have started their journey with automation with RPA, but is RPA really enough? We believe that you need to adopt a holistic automation approach, which is beyond RPA, and that necessarily means augmenting your RPA automation with AI, which involves human judgment, and then adding to it BPM, because even with RPA and AI, you will be siloed in your automation, but BPM brings the truly end-to-end process automation, which includes humans, RPA and AI working together. So your entire end-to-end business process automation can be achieved, and the entire scale is possible through augmenting with BPM. So what is hyperautomation, essentially? If I were to summarize, I would say it's an approach that combines RPA, AI, and BPM together into one platform. To quote Gartner directly, it is hyperautomation is, it deals with the application of advanced technologies, including artificial intelligence and machine learning, to increasingly automate processes and augment humans in their work. This is not just Gartner, but even Forrester, which is another important analyst, as well as XFS Research. Both of them also talk about the same. Forrester calls it digital process automation, and XFS Research calls it intelligent process automation. All of them refer to the same thing of combining all of these three into one. Hyperautomation, the term sounds really nice, but what does it really mean? I can explain that maybe using a use case. Let's take loan origination, for example. Here, the loan origination starts with application, someone applying for a loan, and then it goes to data entry where you would enter that loan into internal systems. You will go then through an appraisal step where you will do an appraisal on the loan, and then an underwriting stage, then an account creation once the loan is approved, and then disbursement of that loan. Now, all of these steps involve multiple different things at various points, some of which are manual, some of them are siloed because there are multiple different systems working together, paper-based, inefficient, you don't achieve your SLAs, customers are not satisfied. There are plenty of problems that people may encounter with the process such as this. So what do we do? How can we solve that problem using automation? Many companies have realized today, and have already started on their RPA journey. RPA is not new for most folks. And RPA gives you tactical but immediate results. So it's easy to get started with RPA. And in this case, for our current example, what you would do is maybe use RPA bots to retrieve the application in the application stage. Then in the data entry stage, use the bots to enter these directly into internal systems. Then do an OCR appraisal report extraction in the appraisal stage, again using a bot, and then account creation in legacy systems. And finally, so account creation in legacy systems would be the fourth step in this process. However, if I want to take this a little further, can I enhance my automation further? Well, yes, you can. That's where I would enhance it with AI automation. So AI, in our case, we call it smart bots, will augment it by adding human judgment to this process. Where can I do it? Well, categorizing emails using human judgment, which involves natural language processing of unstructured data in emails. This can be done by a bot. And then improve your OCR extraction using computer vision, which is unstructured document extraction. For example, you may have documents which vary in their formats. You cannot create one single template for every document. Any document which is a variation of your original document should also be extracted from. So that's why you use machine learning again. And then you can use, in the underwriting stage, you can use predictive fraud analysis, where you can predict the propensity of a fraud on your loan using, again, AI approach. How about taking it further? Can we then move to end-to-end process automation? What does that mean? Now you add humans in the picture. Your end-to-end process involves not only siloed automation using RPA, but there are humans at various stages in your process. So let's convert that earlier process into a BPM workflow. And now let's talk about what is being used at each stage. So retrieve application involves bot along with human judgment, like we mentioned earlier. Then the data entry involves a bot doing this entry directly internally into internal systems. Then the next stage would be retrieving data from appraisal, which involves all three parts, which is bot with human with AI as well as a human. So a maker-checker concept. So bot with AI augmented using computer vision will extract from a document, and the human will review it. And then predictive fraud analysis would be the next stage, where AI would be used for predicting the propensity of fraud. Then it would go to a manual underwriting stage step, where somebody would review this and decide whether, and do the underwriting at this point. Then it would move into account creation using a bot, and then finally into disbursement, which involves humans that would do the disbursement. So let's take this a little further. This is my first cut of my process, but I will always constantly keep improving my process. Maybe I can look at the manual underwriting piece and see, hey, can I do something further over here? Can I improve this? Well, sure I can. Maybe I can add an auto underwriting step in parallel. So certain amount of loans which are below a certain stipulated amount using business rules can go through auto underwriting, straight through processing, and only others will go into manual underwriting. So I can improve and expand this further and continuously improve my process in BPM. So the possibilities are limitless. When you're doing end-to-end process automation in your enterprise, you have so many different ideas or processes that you can automate, cutting across all the way from finance and accounting, human resources, sales and marketing, compliance, customer service, etc. I'm not going to go into all of these in detail. If you're interested, we can certainly share these with you. But again, bottom line is process automation are limitless. You can keep building processes in your environment. Another reason to keep improving your processes is that when you are automating, essentially you're automating your business, right? You're executing better than your competitor because, and you're in business because you execute better than your competitor rather. And that execution is in your process. And the more you automate and continuously improve it, the more you will beat your competition. This brings me to why Nividis? Why? What is different in our approach? Well, as a company, Nividis has always been in process automation. So the founders of Nividis have been in process automation for more than 23 years, starting from BPM. And then through Nividis, we have added RPA and artificial intelligence along our journey. So it's a full three-pronged attack for automating your processes using all the three components I talked about earlier. One unique differentiator for us as a company and our product is that our product has won multiple industry awards. It's not RPA. Typically, you talk about in automation space as something that will do lift and shift operations, but this is different, where we've actually been able to win awards for our implementations. To name a few case studies, quickly talk about 2 or 3 huge wins that our clients have enjoyed. Acuity Eye Care Group is a US-based eye care company which is run by acquisition. More than 150 stores they've acquired over a very short period of time. We are doing the entire revenue cycle management on our hyperautomation platform, right from patient scheduling, where bots are used to schedule the patient to the nearest location, then taking their insurance information and doing an eligibility check into third-party carriers. And so when the patient comes in, the bots have already found the information for eligibility. So there's an opportunity to cross-sell and upsell. So customer doesn't settle for $50 in an eye frame if they're covered for $250, which most of the times they don't know. From that journey, they move on. The bots in fact, the entire hyper automation platform then moves into claims filing, claims management, payment reconciliations, and then moving into inventory management and store onboarding. So every new store requires onboarding, also migration. So the entire cycle from the start to the finish entirely runs on the, and what they call this as the revenue cycle management, entirely runs on our platform. In fact, this was so widely recognized that the CIO has won CIO 100 Award of the Year for this twice in a row. Another very interesting use case is India First Life Insurance, where there was a requirement to provide, insurance against group credit loans. This wasn't a viable business earlier because it used to take more than 45 minutes to turn around the time for generating a code. These are very complex codes. So what ended up happening is they threw it across the fence to us, and we've got that 45 minutes down to 4 seconds, and now we are able to generate codes on the fly. So right at the time when loans are being sanctioned at the business partner or the so the banking institution or the business partners websites, at that time immediately they can request our bot for a quote, and it is in 4 seconds that they're getting this. So this becomes a viable business where they're instantly able to insure their loans. This is again very, very innovative and created a new business for them where it didn't exist earlier. Edelweiss is another such very interesting use case, Edelweiss Wealth Management, and this has made its way into the Forrester research paper for its innovative use of RPA automation. This is the research paper in 2019, released last year. What does the platform comprise of? Well, there's a studio for drag and drop visual, building your process. Then the control center where you would deploy, manage, monitor, and manage it. And then bots, which are attended and unattended, as well as smart bots, which comprise of your intelligent, machine learning components. Add to that human involvement using full BPMN compliant workflows. You have a complete hyper automation platform that allows you to scale end to end. We are so unique in our platform approach and our implementation approach that we guarantee a rollout of trained bots in 3 to 4 weeks. And we offer this as a fixed price with no obligation to purchase, because we are confident that once the customer sees this in production, they will love it, they will want it. So there is no obligation to buy, and we are able to do this quickly because we are able to build quickly on our platform. So we call this our quick start offering. This leads me to the actual demo that I would like to show you today. So we walked through our entire loan origination case study. Let me now take this a little further, and I will actually show you a demo, a real life execution of exactly what I talked about earlier. Okay. So this is the complete hyper automation platform demo. It starts with, and the loan origination process will involve, a bot looking for emails every day. There'll be various types of emails in your inbox. Some of them may be for loans, some of them for appraisals, some of them for refund requests, or whatever else. So the bot is actually reading the entire, using natural language processing, reading the entire content and body of the email, categorizing it, looking for certain emails like loan origination, downloading the loan form as it is doing right now, opening it. It is running through because this is a bot doing this at breakneck speed right now. Now, it is using computer vision to identify different areas of the document which are of interest, and using anchor-based technology, looking for certain fields like email address or occupation, and then finding the relative field next to it, which is highlighted in red, and only extracting that. This ensures that even if the document changes later on, it is resilient to those changes because it looks at things intelligently in your document using computer vision and machine learning. Now I'm going to log in to our system, and the bot has actually created a new process, a BPM process, and I'm going to log in as a manager, and I'm going to see what this process is. I will see a dashboard which is specific to my process, and I will now go to the loan underwriting process as a manager. I'm able to see the audit history for this particular process. What you see over here is the loan application data entry is highlighted, which is the first task in this process. And from here, once this task completes, it will move on to the next task, which is a robotic legacy update using a bot. So a bot will take the information after the human completes the current task, which is the human is a checker for what the bot has extracted information. A human will now review it. And then a bot will continue. As soon as the task is completed, a bot will then update all that information into the internal loan origination system, after which it will then move on to verifying the employment service request using basically APIs, or do credit report checks, and then perform KYC checks in parallel. And after that, it will move on later on to other tasks in the process, which are going to be, appraisal, review, and relative. Sorry, the demo moved ahead, and then let me bring it back to where we were. So essentially, the other task will be appraisal tasks. There again, things will be reviewed, and then later on underwriting tasks. So let's now move back to the actual portal where we will now log in as a human who would be the first person to complete this task. Jacob Alex is the reviewer for the document extraction that we saw earlier. And I will now log in. I'll see my task. In my task, all the data is already extracted by the bot. I will review, make changes if required. I can also see the process flow, and I can see where I'm in the process. And I can see the extracted information right here with context, so that I know exactly. I can click on the document and I can see the information on the right. I can also see the confidence score of all the fields extracted. On the side, I can reassign this task to others, and I'll go ahead and just do that. I'll complete the task for now. And as soon as I did it, a bot immediately took over and was triggered to enter all this data now into an internal loan origination system. So as soon as that is done, the bot will now take the same data and enter it into a legacy system for loan origination. This is mimicking what a real-world enterprise system end-to-end would do. It would have multiple different interfaces, some web-based, some legacy systems, where you have to enter the same data. And as soon as this is done, the task will move ahead and highlight the next task. What you saw earlier is the process moving ahead now. So now the bot is going to wake up and look for new appraisal reports in your email. So this is a loan for a home. So it is looking for appraisal, the agent to have sent across an appraisal document, which was extracted by the bot. And now, as a human, I will review this. I can also bypass this step, make a checker step, depending on the confidence score of extraction. But here we are showing you how a human can also review and correct if necessary. You will also see details around, table within tables, or even checkboxes extraction. So it's a very high level of accuracy in our extraction, and also very complex in terms of the documents it handles. Once the task is completed, again, it moves ahead to the next task, which would be an underwriter task. So now I'm logging in as an underwriter, and I'm seeing the process has moved significantly ahead to the underwriter stage now. So there is visibility end to end. And I see here the fraud propensity and the confidence score available for me to review, and then I would complete the task as a human. And this fraud propensity would have allowed me to actually accept or reject based on augmenting the human's decision by using AI. So the AI was highlighting whether the loan should be approved or rejected. So essentially, this brings me to the end-to-end of our demo. What I'd like to summarize here is what we covered was an end-to-end process automation exercise, which involved a bot to trigger something from emails, then a human reviewing information, then again moving to bot, where bot would enter the data into internal system, then APIs would be called to do direct checks for credit verification and other things, and then it would move on to again appraisal, where a bot would wake up and look for new emails for the appraisal for this home, and then it would move on to other steps along the way, eventually coming to an underwriter decision, where again AI would be augmenting a human's decision, and when the human logs in to complete the task, they would see information that would help them complete this using AI. Now, this process can be continuously improved by adding new tasks along the way, and that's where BPM gives you visibility, continuous improvement, and ability to monitor and manage your SLAs in your enterprise. Thank you very much for being with us today, and I hope you enjoyed the session.
Thank you so much, Shwetal Desai, co-founder at Nividus, for this wonderful tech presentation on moving beyond automation silos with hyper automation. We now invite and welcome our panelists for the next panel discussion, which is on virtual over the top to be the major transformation into media and entertainment industry. I invite Mr. Ashwin Rao, Country Director, Limelight Networks India. He is going to moderate this session. And I also invite our other panelist, Mr. Vipin Kumar Chaudhary. He is Head IT at Cinepolis. I invite Sarbani Bhatia, Senior Vice President IT at Jagran Prakashan. And I invite Mr. Rajiv Kumar Mishra, Chief Information Officer, Hindustan Times. We have also been joined here for this panel discussion by Mr. Shashank Vaishnav. He is co-founder and CTO at VTFeed. Over to you, Mr. Ashwin Rao. Thank you so much.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for good afternoon. Thank you for making time from your busy schedules and coming on this online event. I'm going to keep this very simple. You obviously are industry thought leaders in your respective businesses. I want to focus my questions and really pick your brains on what you're seeing happening in your respective industries. It's a virtual world, so let's keep it very informal and let's have a very honest and transparent conversation with whatever is possible to share. And then, we can also do a back and forth Q&A. Does that sound okay?
Yeah,
Cool, sir.
Sounds good.
Yes. Okay, great. So let's start with a quick introduction. Maybe we can start with Shrabani. You can start first, the ladies first, and then we can go down with the gents.
Well, I look after the information infrastructure at the Jagran Group. We have various media verticals, of course, Dainik Jagran being the flagship product of the organization. As you all know, the highest read daily in the country and leading catering to all across the length and width of the country. We have other print titles like the INEX, the Nai Dunya, the Midday, and we have also language papers like the Inqilab, the Urdu Inqilab, the Punjabi Jagran, the Gujarati Midday. So that's about the print. We also have a magazine called Sakhi. And other than that, we are in the radio business. Radio City is our brand for radio. And we have verticals catering to experiential marketing, which goes by the name of Jagran Solutions. Jagran Engage is our out-of-home advertising arm. And we have our digital arm, which is called MMI, which looks after the electronic and the digital sides of the Jagran Group. So we're pretty much a 360-degree media organization. And I have been around for a long time, so kind of built the information infrastructure and facilitated the systems and processes and have like a good grip over the working of the various verticals, the interactive exchange of information and communication.
Must have been a very exciting journey, all the way from the early days of online to the current situation.
Yes, almost the onset of computerization. I came from a multinational background, and when I came here to the Jagran Group, there was nothing except some, disparate some PCXTs and PCATs. So we brought about a mini computer and then bought Oracle, and that was history. And since then, we've not looked back and how. So it was very interesting, building everything from scratch in the Hindi heartland and then spreading all across the length and width of the country, various organic and inorganic growth fueled by all the acquisitions, etc. So it was very interesting to seamlessly integrate everything and build it into one big private cloud as we have today, which meets the needs of all the various arms of the verticals.
Fantastic. And hold on to that thought, because when we do the introductions, I'll go a little deeper into some of those points you mentioned. But welcome again. Bipin, maybe it's if you could just go ahead and quickly introduce yourself as well.
Thanks, Ashwin. And I was just thinking of, when Sarvani said about Radio City. By the way, I'm ex-Radio City. I was the first head of IT. I was the first head of IT for Radio City.
Okay.
Yes, it is. So I joined Radio City in 2005 when there was nothing. I'm blessed to design all the radio stations what Radio City has today, or rather majority of them, which was done till 2012. So I did everything.
That is so
I was with
fulfilling.
Radio City.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
To build from scratch is the most fulfilling thing.
Yes, it was. When radio was nowhere in the country, and I was blessed to, get a chance to create that infra, or we used to call it, we are into social service, because we were bringing entertainment to people, and that was free of cost, not like any other medium where you pay and then you get entertained. So radio was free medium to entertain common people. So we used to call ourselves, we are social service. We are into social service.
Non-profit organization. Non-profit organization.
So non-profit to
it
profit.
was profitable. Radio City was the first radio station to make profit, by the way. Alongside, we were the first to reach break even. Yes, and now I work with. Yes. Now I work with Cinepolis.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Now I work with Cinepolis, and I'm head of technology, by the way, not only IT, but I also take care of cinema technology over and above the normal IT stuff what we have. And I'm responsible for India plus GCC business. So currently I take care of these countries which are in India plus 4 or 5 countries of Middle East. So this is what I do. So from entertainment to entertainment, I would.
Nice.
Very interesting. Welcome again. Rajiv, if you can go ahead and introduce yourself as well.
Yeah, Ashwin. So I have been with media industry for almost 7-8 years now. Prior to this, with Bennett Coleman, then with ST, taking care of the corporate ST corporate completely, which includes the print part, of course, Hindustan Times, Hindustan, Mint, and then there are small magazines also, Kadambini, Nandan, etc., which we have read in our childhood. Beside that, the digital part of the business, which is actually a growing business for ST. Then we have 3 radio stations: Radio Nasha, Radio International Radio, and Fever 104.3. So and Shine. So I'm taking care of the complete IT infrastructure part of the business, along with the strategic and the technology emergence of the organization as per the need, and of course the new acquisitions and the new companies which we are keep on adding into the system. So this is the kind of role I have with ST right now, with almost 7-8 years experience in the media. Prior to that, with the BFSI and the telecom sector experience, attached to many of the business, which many of the technology which we are using these days. So more or less almost 19-20 years with this particular in my journey. I have been with a different kind of technology, different kind of organizations, and now settled with the media organization. So this is how my profile so far with a
Fantastic. Welcome to the conversation. Yeah. Shashank, last but not the least.
Yes. Hi, I'm Shashank Pesna. We started our company in 2010 when I was in college first year, and the product name is vtfeed.com, and we are fortunate enough to serve 150 million people across the globe, 60 million among them from US itself, and few of them were from India. So up to 2018, we served for US audience. Then after that, we have shifted our whole focus to India, because Indian internet user base is increasing rapidly, and we wanted to solve the problem of local people to create content in local language and local dialect. Because many of the big players who are focusing on Bombay, Delhi itself, and they are not completely focusing on dialect-based content. So we have launched 2 platforms right now, Stage OTT platform and Nukkad by Stage. In Nukkad, we create our character-based fictional content where we create informative content in a very satiric and funny way. And in OTT platform, we create dialect-based web series and poetry. I'm sorry, sir. It's stammered.
No, fantastic. I mean, you. So welcome to the event again, to the virtual event here. I think I'll quickly introduce myself first. So to give the audience a little bit of context. Ashwin Rao, country sales manager for the India and the SAARC business for Limelight. I've been in Limelight for about 2 years now, but I've been in the CDN and the IT sales industry for about 17 years. I started my career back in 2004. Heavily involved in having these really good conversations with the customers we have at Limelight. I spent a lot of time in my day really talking to customers more than managing the internal operations. I feel the culture we are trying to build at Limelight in India is a lot of these strategies on products, on business. I think it's really, I want the customers, we have to drive them because they are the ones who pay the bills at the end of the day, right? So, and Shashank, you're one of those platform stepping stones of the entrepreneurship India. I mean, back in your time, we were always, wanting to finish in college, and our parents used to say, go and do engineering, go to become a doctor, become a lawyer. Not many people even said that, hey, can you do something and start your own business? Forget business. I love to play cricket. I wanted to be, start my career in cricket, and my mother and my father said, oh, hold on, think through it, right? So I'm glad you've come this long way, and with the rest as well. I mean, I see a very nice, I'm excited because I see this blend between, Sharbani talked about building the IT strategy from the early days of Jagran. You obviously had your own set of unique challenges. Bipin is talking about Cinepolis, his earlier role with Radio City, but Cinepolis is a global company. So, and you manage other regions beyond India. So that's a big difference in the genre of the audience that you cater to. And then Rajiv, you've been part of a whale, right? You've been part of Bennett Coleman. It's an ocean of multiple strategies and technology stacks. We work closely with Times, so I know. Very well aware of that. So I think it's going to be a very interesting conversation. So I'm responsible for the customers in India. I'm responsible for customer satisfaction, as I call it. So I go by the name of customer champion or key customer officer or whatever you want to call it, right? I'm very focused on, because we are so far from the mothership. Limelight's, headquartered in Arizona. We have 123 locations of data centers across the world, 80 to 90 offices. So we are a global company, obviously a public limited global company. The India business is about 6-7 years old. It started back in the mid 2000s, so 2005, 2006. But the last 2-3 years has been very exciting for Limelight. Our acquisition has grown. We're seeing so many different things happening in India as India becomes, from a developing nation to a tier 1 country, right? We're becoming an economic force. So there's a lot of conversations which are changing with customers. People are talking about survival now. Some people are talking about aggressive growth. So I'll spend time talking about content with you. I'll talk about video, hyperlocal. You'll hear these words coming in the next few minutes from me. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. So that's a long intro, but hopefully that gives you people some context.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, so fantastic. So let me start by saying, I see predominantly broadcast here, and obviously barring Shashank, but For you guys, right? I mean, you have an online and an offline business. How does your strategy change when you're managing IT for your online versus your IT for your offline? Maybe we can go around and give me a quick skinny of like 30 seconds to 1 minute of how you guys handle the strategic operations for your technology offline versus online. Who wants to go first? Should I? Maybe Bipin, you've been around maybe you can start.
Sure. So I'll start with what we used to face when there was a link failure when I was in Radio City. Like link failure for 30 seconds means the 2 crore people of Delhi would know about the link failure, which was there for 30 seconds in Delhi. So if your radio goes off air just because of simple link failure is a shame.
Yeah.
But if the same thing happens with our cinema, if one of my show has a glitch, there are only 200 people inside the auditorium. And if I talk about my users at office, it is just 30 seconds and they will be okay. So there is a huge difference. I mean, like the biggest shame comes when it is radio, which is online. Little shame when it is your offline audience, which is your customer, though they are still external customer. But people will be okay if it is your inside or rather internal customer. So this is how we treat it. And I remember when I was Radio City, whenever there was a link failure or there is a server failure, like we used to play all of our content through servers. Probably RCS is still there. So RCS was cloud software what we had. And if there was a single glitch, I have ran to office even though I was head of IT. So that is the difference.
Fantastic. Shobani, maybe you can go next and give. You've been in the crux of Jagran Group, right? Help me understand how your strategies have evolved over time as you've shifted from offline to more online. I think.
Mute है.
You're on mute, Shravani.
You're on mute.
Yeah, so it's been a huge challenge dealing with the absolutely, opposite kind of mindset and culture and bringing in that culture, assimilating one with the other, because we are, after all, seamlessly connected and we depend on each other. It's a very symbiotic relationship because our content is still being fed by the print media journalists. So it was a challenge, really. It was very interesting. Print being, this is one, traditional media with a lot of baggage of legacy and a lot of, the mindset and the primary data center here and everybody feeding into that data center, and digital being a new age organization with millennial workforce. The entire workforce, the demands, the requirements were different, and they needed agility was of essence. The key was agility, it was scaling, and so of course that was one organization born in the cloud era, whereas print and the other organizations were heavily dependent on the homegrown ERPs and the homegrown workflows, which were working very well for the organization. So there was no need to disturb them just because the whole world was running after cloud technologies. So, dealing with one millennial organization, which is being fed from the cloud, depending on CDN, not tolerating any latency, no buffering issues, and high availability solutions. And the other being, more stressed on the ERP workflows, the back office being strong, and of course a strong MIS for the management. Those were the key requirements. And the other had, the continuous content management systems. The focus was entirely on content management systems, content delivery systems, low latencies. So it was really, so I had to have people of different kind of, I had to have experts and build up skills. That way the skill sets mattered a lot. While new age technologies are of use, even in our other verticals, but in digital it was just that. So blending the two was really a challenge. But today, thankfully, our content systems are all integrated at the back end. Yet on the front end, we have different kind of devices and systems and processes of delivery mechanisms. So it's all quite balanced, and the workforce is also tailor-made, and the right kind of skill set at the right place. That is of key, especially today in these times of challenging economic times also. So that's one thing that we had to really work on, and it's all worked out well.
Great to hear. Great to hear. Rajiv, what's your take on this? For Hindustan Times, right? You obviously have an offline business which you have to manage, and as a CIO, the CIOs can be inspection officers, innovation officers. The I stands for so many things. I talk to so many CIOs, right? Bipin talked about running to the office. I mean, CIOs are put in that spot, but they're also the backbone of the technology of a business. So help me understand your take on this.
Yeah, so Ashwini, if I say, so there are two kind of challenges or the two kind of infrastructure you actually create when you have a huge line of business. So one way or the one hand, I have a business like radio, I have a business like digital medium, which is across locations, which is a landmark for the youths. As Vipin said, as Savni said, I mean, a small glitch in the radio would be a bigger issue. I mean, even for a 2-3 second, 5 second kind of, it's an issue. I have on the other side, I have offline mediums like a print part, which is again a critical part. I know what I have to do. There are some time limitations for the print part. They probably operate up to 2 o'clock in the night, up to 3 o'clock in the. That's it, and then you have a break for almost 6-7 hours. Again, the morning starts around 12 o'clock. After that, with the digital medium, definitely those luxuries are not there. So the infrastructure wise, you have to be very cautious what you are proposing. You have only the assumptions. You know that these number of viewers would probably, or the listeners would probably latch on you. It could extend. It could expand immediately. If there is something which is youth touching, it will expand. So you have to have those elasticity in your system. Print, I'm still a fixed part. I know that I have 700 people operating. I have 1,000 people operating. I know the infrastructure would be limited. I mean, it goes with that jargon also, where I can have. She knows, Savni knows that I have a limited number set of people. Their needs are specific. I do not have a limitation on the digital part. I require something, particularly on the OTT side. If I talk about, I required a quick CDN services. I require a quick expanding services. If the people latches more, I want the expandability. So these kind of involvement is required while you're creating a complete infrastructure, IT side of the business. It's not only about the IT side. You also need to see what the application, what kind of applications you are managing, what could be the downtime you can bear it, or what kind of DR you are into your system. So all these are part and parcel. And you rightly said, CIOs become the chief. It's not only the chief information officer; it becomes chief innovation officer, and I don't know what all. So you need to be always on the toe. Yeah. You always have to be. You have to one side you have to maintain your leadership team. Other side you have to maintain your internal customers, and then you have your external customers. Any glitch, the CIO would be reprimanded. What happened? That's a fact of life. I mean, Shavni.
I said the mix of performance is also totally different. In digital, they're all about page views and users, whereas in print or in a radio, radio of course goes by listenership, print goes by readership. At the end of the day, you have to balancing between all those requirements, and it's a 24/7 job.
Absolutely. So our job is to complete 24/7. Ashwini, I mean, you would believe. I mean, there are times when I used to wake up to 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning, and because the print has to go. I mean, if you have seen the yesterday newspaper, we have a complete makeover of Hindustan Times. A new logo has been published, and we had a sleepless night yesterday because the people has to go online. Everything has to go online. The distribution has to go online. So that's how the CIO's role is in today's world now. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, based on what you guys are talking about, you're talking about offline, online. India as a region is probably one of the most challenging markets.
Yes.
There's so many different genres of people expecting different types of content in their respective regions. The other piece and the harsh reality is our infrastructure in terms of connectivity and speed is obviously not as good as some of the international regions which we work with, right?
Correct.
So we have to cope with that problem, which is not in our control. And then the third thing which I hear a lot is also about personalization, right? How do you personalize your content? When I pre-COVID, I was attending a lot of events. Personalization was one of the common topics across all video conferences, right? And then, if you look at the genre of people who are sitting around you, virtually, obviously, but you will see that, on the broadcasting side, you're live stream heavy, if I'm not mistaken. And then on the OTT side, you're on-demand stream heavy. So there's a live versus VOD weight, right? So where maybe Shashank, you focus on VOD, and in the VOD, there is TVOD, there is AVOD, there is SVOD. On the broadcasting side, I think the live streams have to be working well. And obviously, you have a on-demand version of that content as well. But it's mission critical that your news, real time, is able to go to different regions and different cities. Performance and scale, as you guys correctly said, is super important, right? The question is that there is nothing called as a perfect system, right? So you will not have 100% availability at any given day, 365 days a year. You can strive towards it, but it's difficult to meet it. So talk to me about what are some of the fail-safes which you are putting in place. Maybe Shashank, you can go first with respect to your business, saying that how do I make sure that I do my best to keep my content available, my online content available 100% of the time?
Yeah, so I'll share a few incidents with you. So when we started in 2010, I was in college itself, and we did not know that our content will go so viral immediately. So there is a guy called Akon, if you have heard of Akon. Akon is a good singer. He has like 50 million likes on his Facebook page. Suddenly he posted a link of Witifeed on his Facebook page, and 50,000 real-time people came on our site, and it went down. Obviously, people all commented their site is not opening, it's not working. At night 2 a.m. I had to wake up there and woke my team up, and we have implemented auto scaling on the go. Before that, I have never heard of auto scaling. We implemented ELB, elastic load balancer, put some all machines there, implemented auto scaling there, and it started again. It went up. Then after that, I learned about this all distributed infrastructure and everything about the floating IP addresses. So now what we do behind our DNS, we have all multiple IP addresses. If one of our machine is in failure zone or red zone, it will automatically shift the whole load to other zone where all machines are working all properly. And we also implement something called micro caching, which enables all caching in the RAM itself, which serves really very fast. So I think there should be multiple layers of caching when you serve online users. If something fails, it will anyways will be live unless you refresh the cache. और जब आप उठ जाओ, आप देख लो, उसके बाद उस मशीन को सही कर लो, and it works again. So different layers of caching makes your infrastructure reliable.
Okay. Shobhani, what's your take on, I'm going to specifically restrict this to online so that, we can talk about, because otherwise technology is ocean. So I'll keep this to online video. So for your streams, right, for Jagran, you're obviously using a CDN and it's helping you. It's no longer a matter of choice. You need a CDN. It's your backbone of your online business. tell me something about, Shashank talked about auto scaling. He talked about 2009, which was, I think, the pre-Amazon era, right? Amazon was not Amazon back then. 2009, 2010. Now we're in the Amazon era, as we call it. But talk to me a little bit about how the availability of what are the key principles in place to help you keep your online content available.
Well, as he said, multiple layers, high level of SLAs, fail safe, and we have DR strategies in place for business continuity, and for our cloud service providers, AWS, NetMagic, we've dealt with them. We've got about 4 layers, very high SLAs committed with them. Still, we cannot say that there haven't been crashes. Having said that, we're dealing with our country with poor connectivity, low latency. A lot of some of our content is also in the private data center, so which deals to a lot of buffering and low latencies at times. However, we keep dealing with them, and we've done pretty well nowadays. It's we've overcome that latency and buffering issues, and there have been hardly any incidents of any kind of breakdown.
Got it. And coming to Bipin, just on that part, right, in terms of latency and availability, video is just not about delivering in high available and high performance conditions, right? When you talk about online streams, you're talking about a player, you're talking about transcoding. Especially in India, it's a mobile first country, right? We jumped directly into mobile, all the way from desktops. So help me understand for Cinepolis, how important is formats, encoding, player, how important does that play in your role of a good user experience in terms of online streams at a very high level?
So generally, we are not into, in India, we are not into online streaming, but yes, there are some venues where we have, for example, our website or mobile application contains some of the trailers of movies. And they are very important for us, meaning if a particular movie is about to come, and if I don't tell you about that through my trailers and properly and in a very effective manner, it becomes a challenge. And that's a kind of marketing thing what we need to do. And that is not only for us, but for all these companies like us, or the ticket integrators like Book My Show, for example. So, that becomes a challenge. And for that, initially we were not very clear about it, that whether we need CDN or not. But let me tell you one thing. In 2017, we moved our website to Amazon Cloud, and we have CDN all across globe. So the trailers what we upload, they are through CDN. So they are very important. And any latency, if your consumer is facing any latency, he will immediately close it and they will move to some other channel. Or I'm like, let's not talk about our website or app. Probably he'll go to YouTube and he will start watching that trailer. Or if he will just drop it and then he'll see, okay, this particular movie is not that good to be watched. So that creates a hindrance in caching that particular potential customer.
Absolutely.
So yes, it's a problem, and yes, this is how we have catered.
Great. Thanks for sharing that. And Rajiv, based on what Bipin said, I took a small portion of that conversation and I'm putting that into a question for you. He talked about the video. He just has some video, but not a lot. What we hear from our customers, and I think one of the industry's trends today, is that video is kind of becoming slowly the dominant content in the online era, right? Absolutely. You're talking about 10 years ago, the yahoo.com, 10 years or 11 years ago, it was just a static site. Yes. The systems changed that into a more interactive, dynamic site. Now we're talking about next generation content, which is video now, and then it will be followed by AR, VR, and all that kind of stuff, which is creeping into the e-commerce space, for example, right? So help me understand a little bit about Hindustan Times is very online heavy. I mean, when I say online heavy, is your strategies are very online heavy. How important is video? for your business, and what kind of growth plans do you have around that?
So Ashwini,
what else are you doing different?
So if I say okay, so we have a very particular business line called ST Podcast. So
Okay.
you have a very heavy users on the podcast who are connected on the serial. So the video content is actually important factor. Bringing the what Vipin has said. What happened? The moment user will start facing a glitch on even on your podcast, they start searching over the YouTube. They start searching over the some other OTT platforms. They start searching on some other medium. You cannot lose your audience. This is what the first line of commitment we have with the business. You cannot lose your business. The moment I have a drop, I have a loss in the business. People start.
Okay.
It's like from podcast to some other medium they jump on. I mean, wherever they'll get it. I mean, it's freely available. Gone were the days when you have high bandwidth charges, high the reachability of the mobile or the reachability of the data was very limited. People have a data. Companies like Jio has given them full access to people. I mean, even if you go to a rickshawala, they also know how to operate a YouTube or a podcast kind of thing. So they also, I mean, you can see. I mean, this is all we have seen while we are traveling. Also, that people on their leisure time, people are watching something on their phone. It could be any player. It could be any OTT player. But yes, the value of the serial and the value of the data is actually demanding, and people don't want to lose. If I lose something here on one of the platform, I'll jump to other business. I'll jump to other place.
Okay.
This is we do not want. Yeah. So
very
this
interesting.
Is yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is where the focus is. ST focus is completely on that. We do not have to lose a single consumers. The viewership should not go. I mean, we are very fortunate that during the COVID time, when the subscriptions or the readership has gone down on the print side, the digital part has boomed like anything. I mean, my viewership in the US, my viewership in the UK, even the Europe has grown dramatically. I mean, these are 3 times, 4 times fold what we were using it, and that's how my infrastructure is also built into the system. I mean, I don't have to worry about that.
Okay, that's a very interesting point, Shashank. I'm going to pivot this to you a little bit. So the COVID era, right? It's obviously India's in lockdown. The traffic has grown by 5x or 10x for a lot of our consumers and a lot of our players. India is globally, but India is also a very impatient country. We want good performance. We set ourselves high standards, right? Talk to me a little bit about what are you doing different from your business perspective, if any, to cater to the COVID situation. Help us understand what your thoughts are around that.
Yes, sir. So our major users are from small towns and small villages. So it's very important for them to serve videos on a very low bandwidth. So first thing we do this all transcoding in 25 different formats. And one interesting thing we do here is that we embed 3 CDNs inside our player. On the real time, what CDN is working well for that piece of network, we switch it on the runtime itself. So it has shown us a very good increase in the uska watch time अपनी user का कितनी देर देख रहा है. We have seen a good spike there. पहले हमारा average watch time was like 8 minutes. It has jumped to 9.5 minutes after doing this specific piece of thing. So हम 3 CDN लगा के रखे हैं हमने पीछे. जैसे ही उसकी latency बढ़ती है, automatically उसको switch कर देते हैं. And we serve it in HLS. तो HLS में उसके पैकेट होते हैं छोटे-छोटे, automatic switch हो जाता है. It has shown us a very good impact. This is very unique there.
Yeah, and I think the industry is moving towards a multi-CDN approach as well, right? You don't want to keep all your eggs in one basket. So I think that's a very important strategy, and thanks for sharing that. I'll come back to data for a second, because the other very important piece where people kind of think through it, but they don't act as fast as performance issues is security. So, in our business, security is still an insurance policy, right? It's a good to have thing, but it's not a need to have thing, right? Unless you're hit with an attack, and then you realize it's no longer a good to have, it's a must have. Right. And that's a mindset which is changing. It's creeping into the system slowly. Right. So talk to me about data integrity. I think Rajiv, you touched on that a little bit. Sharbani, talk to me about how important is web security for your business, especially as you're growing more and more online.
Yeah. So earlier it was indeed an afterthought and would always be built in more as a part of compliance, a part of the audit, and never a part of the basic plan to begin with. When you plan your infrastructure, security was never one aspect which was considered right from the word go. And and it was always an afterthought, to check the vulnerabilities, do the minimum required for the audit to go through, etc. But now with more and more online, it is indeed critical. And we have a dedicated team for security. We have all the systems and processes. We, in fact, had to, draft a policy which is being followed very strictly now. And we have the frequency of assessments. The VAPTs are done very regularly, and all of that in place. It took us a while, but for the last, even before Corona, last couple of years, we have been very, very rigid and stringent about the cyber security aspect with a dedicated team. Earlier, it was a part of the IT team, and it was like one person's, there was one dedicated person in every vertical to look after that. But now we have a team as well as a thing, and we have outsourced a lot of assessment which are done periodically everywhere. We have really beefed up all our security measures. Our firewalls with all the inbuilt filters, etc., are in place. The policy is in place. So cybersecurity has assumed a lot of importance, not only in the new age digital wing, but also in the print and traditional in all our verticals. And cybersecurity, and even during COVID times when work from home and a lot of VPNs and VDI softwares were installed, we did a recheck on that, and we worked to see that there were no vulnerabilities, and wherever required, we had to plug them in also. So we were most, concerned about the vulnerabilities creeping up during work from home. So we took special.
Very interesting.
Them up, yeah.
Very interesting. And Bipin, from your perspective, I think, I don't think the argument is here if security is important. The question here is more around what's the right security strategy, right? I mean, like Sharbani said, security is something where you can just keep on adding layers every year and eats up a part of your budget year on year, right? And you still think, okay, there's something missing. There's still a gap here. Plus the attack landscape is changing, right? It's no longer constant. So you have to evolve with the landscape. It's like a fight between good and evil. Absolutely. So, it's an process, right? So absolutely. So help me understand a little bit. When you look at security in the online web business, you talk about web application firewall, you talk about distributed denial of services. How important is bots? Because that's a fairly new thing compared to a WAF. And the conversations we are having with customers, bot management becomes an important piece of the strategy. Are you facing or having similar conversations internally, and is that something you're still worried about? I understand security can be a little sensitive topic, so you can design your answer with as much information as you can share. But help me understand your take on the security landscape for Singapore.
Security, I think Sharbani fairly covered it, but for me, security cannot be 100% foolproof. The hackers or attackers are always, one step ahead. You just think from their standpoint, but they are thinking from your standpoint. And they're always one step ahead. So what we can do is, or what we have done is that through these VPT or auditing, or we can just reduce the attack surface.
Yep.
Or we can create deterrent. But yes, you cannot be 100% foolproof once the zero-day attack is there. And unfortunately, if it is you, then nobody is going to save you. Even if having 100%. And in that light, what we in fact, 2 years back, what we did is that we created a kind of sandbox so that we can keep it open, or honey trap, you call it. People come, try to explore that, and then you get to know, okay, something is happening and what I have to do. So those kind of steps we have already taken. We are trying to create in-house security team, considering all these things. Like I myself have attended a couple of CISSP trainings, and then trying to, probably after COVID, I'll go myself to get the certification done. And so is the case with my team. We have looked at different firewalls. We removed all of our MPLS. Now we are on to SD-WAN. We are moving on to cloud security. So this is what we are doing. I mean, but yes, having said that, we can be 100% sure. Yes. So the future is, anyways, the cloud security. You will have to have, a SaaS-based security system. Maybe SOC can be another option. What we are looking at.
Yep. One of the conversations, and thanks for sharing that insight, Vipin. Rajiv, one of the conversations, I'm belonging to a CDN industry. I hear a lot that let's bundle security and CDN together, right? It cannot go independent. If we are putting our mission critical applications content and we're asking you to deliver it, you also have to ensure that you have the right bells and whistles to secure it, right? Is that more, not only from a Hindustan Times perspective, but is that a mindset in the broadcasting industry in India where people are saying, hey, no longer just a CDN solution, I want a packaged CDN and security solution, or are you still doing it a la carte depending on the requirement?
So Ashwini, I'll jump into this way. There are days when you have a WAF on your cloud side, when you have a CDN on your cloud side, you have a CASB on the application side, you have a web DLP on the application side.
Sure.
People in the industry actually start thinking of whether we can have a bundle product, which can reduce my capex or opex based on the kind of services they have taken, and also give me a fair bandwidth. Give me a minimum way of going. So if I'm managing a CDN, I can probably have the security. Although with the ST or with the previous organizations, also I have a complete dedicated SOC team, which is 24/7 online. I have DDoS setups across my data centers. I have my you talk about the security, EDR, DLP, whatever, CASB, MDF, everything. So I have everything, but nothing is foolproof.
Okay.
I mean, we industry leaders, we understand nothing is foolproof. Even my SOC is monitoring 24/7. I still have attacks. I still see those attacks on my data center activities, on even in my Amazon links also. So definitely the people are start looking as a bundle product, which can minimize their efforts, which can enhance their security, and which can give a solution from probably from a single service provider rather than going to the multiple service provider. Probably one single service provider would be a target in the future, which industry would be looking.
Okay, fantastic. Good to know.
Yeah.
One of the big focuses based on that with Limelight is we are focusing, we are a video CDN, right? So we focus heavily in providing sub-second latency to videos. So we are building products which are helping customers achieve real-time streaming. So and the other thing which we are doing, which will interest is, we have a security portfolio. We bundle that with our platform. And then we also have edge functions where we are helping customers achieve a lot of compute, bringing it to the edge. Because
like Lambda.
Yeah, I mean, your infrastructure bill is a big bill, right?
Yeah.
Your CDN bill is not the number one bill you're paying for. It's the infrastructure bill, right? So one of the big efforts in India for us is how do we reduce our customers' compute costs by taking a lot of that business into the edge, bundling it with security. So I completely agree, Rajiv, on your point that customers should have a one platform package. Just one line item on the invoice is what we are striving to do for our customers. And I think everyone, not only us. Now, let me change this conversation. We've been talking about security for a few minutes here. On the video side, how important is digital rights management? Because across different regions, there's a lot of copyright issues coming up, right? That's a big challenge. It's not an attack per se, but it's a challenge. So we, from a Limelight perspective, we bundle our DRM solution with our video solutions. Okay, so we take pride in giving our customers protection around copywriting. But talk to me a little bit about the DRM channel, very, very high level. Give me a little insight into that. Maybe, Sharbani, you can, if you have visibility into the DRM, you obviously handle a big portfolio, but how important is DRM for you, for your video business?
Well, there have been issues of plagiarism, copyright encroachment, all of that, privacy. So we now have an advisor and a consultant, and it is important. So we're taking care of that. We have a team, which looks after that. I don't directly deal with it, but yes, it has assumed a lot of importance, and we prefer to go with vendors who can protect us on that. So, and safeguard our IP issues. So yes, that's an important aspect which has to be kept in mind. I don't look into it directly, but yes, very
of course. And Shashank?
So we use signed cookies for that. Because of the signed cookies, people cannot download the video by the URL. The first thing we do. और वो करने के बाद हुआ कि users used to record the screen. जब video देखते थे तो screen record करने लगे. So we have implemented an SDK जो कि screen recorder को बंद कर देती है, उसको disable कर देती है, and screenshots को disable कर देती है. So right now we are doing these two things.
Yeah, that's one thing which nobody can prevent now if they record, if they decide to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Rajiv, you're making a quick point there.
Ashwini, I have a third-party tool which we are using it for the DRM part. Although there are cookies as well as on the as Shashank said, we have those issues also. I mean, not only limited to these two. There are multiple issues on the DRM part. So although we are doing it, we are not only doing on the front-ending side. We are also doing on the backside of the business, where we want to check what is there in the dark web, particularly to this. So we are also checking that. So we have involved a particular agency who is doing for us under the CISO guidance.
Okay. So let me Shashank, did you just go into the dark web?
That's another good topic.
Yeah, but let's keep that for another conversation in the future. So we are almost reaching the 1 hour mark here. But I want to close this out for you people so that we can all get back to our daily jobs. So help me understand this, right? That we are in COVID, right? It's a different ball game to manage our customers' expectations in COVID. Plus, it's growing. Plus, we are growing. So there's so much of growth happening in our businesses, right? If I ask you guys, what's the future? Help me understand, maybe one by one, where do you guys want to take your online and digital business to? What are you focusing on? Is it sustenance and getting past these times? Or you think this is an opportunity for you to do the next big thing? So help me understand that a little bit. Maybe, again, ladies first. I'll start with Sharbani, and then we'll go to Bipin, Rajiv, and then we'll close with Shashank.
Yeah. So luckily for an organization like ours, while the advent of digital has been a kind of a blow for the print business, it's been a golden opportunity for the digital, and we need to ride the digital wave. And of course, budgets are being allocated, and of course, a lot of support is being extended. If we talk of Jagran as a group, to grow the digital business, because that's the future and there's no denying that. And but right now, with the economic downturn, while the bread and butter, everybody is relying heavily on advertising revenues, and advertising spends have taken a downward turn. So there is a lot of stress on the cost management, and right now the sustenance is the key word. Definitely, I would not hesitate in admitting that we need to sustain this part. However, a lot of monetization, new ways of monetization of are coming up, emerging with the advent of social media, with this digitization of content and acceleration of mobile consumption. So internet advertising and native advertising are assuming huge roles here, and I see the future in that. and we are going all out to use modern technologies, a lot of AR, VR to come up, because that's going to be the differentiator, to come up with engaging advertisements which help us claim that premium. And we are relying, internet advertising, I think, is going to be the most promising source of revenue for us in the future. So, and it is already emerging. So that's one major head, apart from videos and collaborations and tie-ups with partners, videos and videos with VR, MR for more engaging content is also being encashed upon for maximization of revenue. And of course, in general, strengthening of the back office and using analytics to get to know the consumer's preferences and serving the content which is being preferred by our consumers. That is also of essence in these days, because with a short span and with so many options, the demands of the consumer today is very demanding, wants live, engaging content, and wants to be better connected with the stories. Hence, we're using a lot of AR for keeping them contented and satisfied and engaged, because we do not want to lose the base, consumer base, as any media organization would do.
Okay. Fantastic to know. And Bipin, what's your 2 cents on this? What's the next big milestone for you, or is it sustenance is the key word here?
So for us, I mean, like, as you know, cinema can only be, consumed inside the auditorium. So we cannot bring our content online, but customers can be. And for us, prior to COVID, we used to get 56% of our business through online, through mobile application or through our website. So now the target is to bring the entire business through online, which is 100% now, and also to eliminate things like physical ticket, which is the print, make it online, give the cloud-based ticket solution to all of our consumers, so that we bring the hygiene factor. And we are working on touchless and contactless solutions, QR code-based food ordering system, WhatsApp-based food ordering system. So we are moving 100% digital from the traditional way of doing business. And look, if I'm not sure if you are aware about the advertisement business, which helps cinema to sustain. So 10% of cinema revenue comes through advertisement, and which contributes close to 30 to 40%, if I'm not wrong, in the total EBITDA of any company. So that is very important. And for us, what we have already done is that the entire advertisement comes through online medium. We have created a platform which is cloud-based and which has different modules. I'm sure, but it has multiple modules. One of them is content transfer and scheduling. So everything happens online. My sales representative can go and meet their customer, or even customers can directly upload their content through legitimate credentials. So this is what we have done, and yes, once we are allowed to open post-COVID, we will have 100% digital. And just to highlight, we are the first cinema to have 100% digital content. And maybe today, at least a couple of our competition still in India, they are not. So this is what advantage we have, and yes, the 100% digital is our.
Yeah, man. Hopefully, COVID's going to slide down very soon, and you guys are going to go back on the saddle. So, wishing you good luck there.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Rajiv, your take for Hindustan Times. I mean, you're already pretty mature as a digital business, similar to what Jagran is. But what are you doing next? Are you taking this? Are you playing defense or are you playing offense during this time?
Well, tough to say.
Okay.
I actually go with what Savni said. Although we have grown up on the digital part of the business, it may be threefold, fivefold kind of business which has grown over the last 6 months. But sustainability is an important factor right now. I mean, with across industry, the advertisements has gone, revenue has gone down. Although it's a festive season, I mean, Shravani understand that part, that it's a festive season, but the volumes are still not what we require to sustain. So it's all about sustainability. Definitely we are growing, but maintaining these growth within this particular COVID situation is an important factor for us. And we are looking, we are creating our policies, we are creating our roadmaps according to what we have. I mean, we may have a COVID today, we have something else tomorrow. So now we have to prepare that way. So this is the roadmap which ST is following right now.
That's one thing I'd like to add. The stay at home.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So what I was saying
you can hear me? For some reason, I can't hear you guys.
You can't hear us?
Hello? Sir,
You're
muted.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, welcome back.
I apologize. Sorry, I switched from my drawing room to my bedroom because I had no other place to get this issue with my charger. So ignore the background, and I apologize, but let me quickly finish here. Shashank, did you go ahead and finish this? Because I completely missed what you said, but I guess the audience
wanted to
heard you.
मैंने स्टार्ट भी नहीं करा था. I'll start.
For Rajiv and us, this entire pandemic time has opened up a new opportunity of subscription revenues. With stay at home and work from home being the norm, people are willing to consume a lot of media. So subscription revenues have suddenly kind of with the wallets. Can you hear me?
And I can hear you. I can hear you. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's a very good point, Shravani. And moving to Shashank, we are a little past time. Shashank, you're more OTT in this group, right?
Yeah.
You're not on the broadcasting sides along with Bipin, but Bipin's more on the cinema and the digitization. You're on the actual on-demand subscription, ad monetization, business. So help us understand a little bit about what's happening in your world, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3 regions, because that's a very important demographics for people providers right now. So talk us through that.
So in tier 2 and tier 3 city, small towns, there is a very interesting opportunity here. Subscription is one of them, obviously. We are trying something else rather than subscription. So what we have done, there are two things. The first thing is that India में, भारत में छोटे-छोटे गांव में टीवी और मूवीज 1990s के बाद आए. उसके पहले वहां पर शोज हुआ करते थे. नुक्कड़ पे स्टेज शो होता था, हास्य कवि सम्मेलन, और उस शो के अंदर जो आर्टिस्ट था उसको बंदे इनाम देते थे. जब वो शो खत्म होता था, पीपल यूज्ड टू गिव टिप देयर. मेरी साइड से 100 रुपए, हमारी साइड से 5000 रुपए, हमारी साइड से 1000 रुपए. So we have tried that. We have done a live show and we have received a tip of around 8,000 rupees per show. लोगों ने टिप दिया है. किसी ने 100 रुपया दिया है, किसी ने 500 दिया है, किसी ने 1000 दिया है. This is the first model. Another model we are trying is now booking the live shows. Let's say आपके पापा को या फिर आपकी फैमिली में किसी को कुमार विश्वास पसंद है और आपके भाई का बर्थडे है या मेरे पापा का बर्थडे है. अब उनको कुमार विश्वास का लाइव शो देखना है. मैं उसको यहाँ बुलाऊंगा तो he will charge like 5 lakh rupees. But if I book 20 minutes of his time online, 20 minutes of his time, 10,000 रुपए में I'll get a कुमार विश्वास का लाइव शो in my television. तो ये हमारा अगला मॉडल है जो हम लोकल आर्टिस्ट के साथ ट्राई करने वाले हैं.
And especially in India, in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities जो होता है, वहाँ पे I think these strategies will work well. The challenge you will face though is how do you keep up with this if it scales. अगर आपका कोई शो हिट कर गया, हो गया, या परफॉर्मेंस में इम्पैक्ट नहीं आना चाहिए, because वहाँ पे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और भी कम है. Tier 1 में तो प्रॉब्लम है. And so that's very interesting. Thanks for sharing that, Shashank. On the broadcasting side, Shravani and Rajiv, just close out on helping us understand, is tier 2 and tier 3, you guys are regional players, right? I mean, pan-India, but you're also regional, right? So it's a big focus for you guys to address the demographics or the heavy user demographics in the region. What do you see that growing in the current times, or do you see that kind of stable, you having some stability there? maybe Rajiv, you can go first, or maybe Sharman, you go first. Yeah.
No, that's okay.
I mean, okay,
So
you can go.
there's a lot of headroom. Sorry, there's still a lot of headroom. Of course, with improved connectivity, now it's not an issue as it was even 3-4 years back. Internet connectivity is good, and therefore our and the mobile consumption has grown enormously. Connectivity is good, and of course, there's been the entire growth trajectory of digital consumption has really got accelerated, especially during the lockdown. And new demographics, new locations are being, users are being added from there. So I see this is a fantastic period for growing our digital content and delivery and our digital services. And I see this, and with 5G becoming mainstream, whenever that happens in tier 2 and tier 3, no looking back. So so that will give a further impetus to all of this. But yes, a lot of headroom still.
Okay.
I don't see any stagnation.
Okay. Okay.
Correct. Ashwin, answering to the queries, I'll talk in a way that I'll take a particular example of the north, where I have Hindustan as a Hindi newspaper is leader in that demographic. So over the last 6 months, particularly in this COVID period, we have seen that the digital part of the business, the impression, the subscription has increased even on the Hindustan, which is a livehindustan.com, where the people have start using over the tabs, over the phones. I mean, we have demographic bifurcations. For example, if I talk about remote locations like Motihari in Bihar, people the percentage of the digital impressions are higher as compared to what we are experiencing other part of the region. So demographically, people are latching into it because the broadband services, the internet services, the data packs are really cheap. So people are now start adapting that part. The technology is getting adapted by even with the remote users.
Okay, great to know. So guys, I think we are hitting 1:15. I want to close this out because I think we are kind of gone through all the agenda points, and I really, really appreciate you guys staying online. I'm sure you have busy schedules, and you're coming and sharing your inputs. I didn't want to make this limelight focused. I wanted to make it more about you guys. But we are heavily investing in India. So look us up online, read a little bit about us, see what we are doing. Our big focus is sub-second latency and high performance videos, security, and last but not the least, edge computing. We are investing a lot in edge computing to help our customers offset some of those infrastructure costs. Look us up. If you find anything interesting, don't hesitate to reach out to me or anyone in my team. We are a small team, but we work well with our customers. And I look forward to our interactions in the future.
Sure.
Okay. I wish you all the best. You guys are at the crux and very troubled times these days. So good luck sustaining your business, growing your business, reopening your business. Some people have said. So take care and have a great day ahead. Thanks again for joining the conference.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, everyone. It was nice meeting all of
Thanks a lot,
you.
and thanks everyone.
Bye.
Like it was great meeting.
Take care, everyone.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashwin Rao, for moderating this session. We really appreciate all the panelists who have taken time out from their busy schedule and participated today and shared their expertise on this in this virtual conclave. Mr. Vipin Kumar Chaudhary, Head IT Cinepolis, Sarbani Bhatia, Senior Vice President IT Jagran Prakashan, and I also thank Rajiv Kumar Mishra ji. I also thank Mr. Shashank Vaishnav, co-founder and CTO at VTFeed, for sharing their his expertise in this forum. Thank you so much. With this, now we break again here for the networking break, and I'll again request all the delegates who have not visited the virtual expo so far. I request them to please have a look at the virtual exhibition and interact with the companies who are exhibiting their products and technologies in the virtual exhibition area. So this is with this we formally end here for the day one, and we will again assemble tomorrow on this virtual platform for the second day of the National CIO Virtual Conclave. We will have panel discussion on e-commerce sector, retail sector, telecom sector tomorrow, and we will also have some wonderful industry presentation on telecommunication industry, and we will have panel discussion on healthcare sector as well tomorrow. So I request everyone to please go through the agenda and again assemble on this virtual platform tomorrow.